Not again. Guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing once again. And we are here with this high yard doormat that we're going to be opening and taking a look at today. Now, as you could see outside earlier, that doormat that we had before on the outside not only got really dirty from all the construction with the door, but also it was so lightweight and thin that every time my yard people came around, they blew the thing into oblivion. So today, we've got a better alternative with this high yard doormat. Sitting in the SCSR compound with this beautiful high yard floor mat, and we do have the SCSR scissors that I still have PTSD from, because as you know, in the last video they sliced my finger wide open and it was not fun. So what we're going to do right now is open this carefully and hopefully not destroy our fingers in the process like we did last time. So no touching the actual blade. And we open up this high yard floor mat so we can take a look at the inside of this packaging. And right here it just says doormat MAT. Keep your home away from mess and be clean and tidy. Keep your home away from mess. Trap dust, easy to clean, absorb water, widely use. So another hilarious, badly translated thing there inside the package. And getting this thing completely opened up. It is pretty heavy. This weighs about, I would say about 10 pounds. And then the rest of this is going to involve taking this outside and getting it all laid out in front of the SCSR studio. So let's take it out there right now. All right, guys, we are out here in front of the Supercar Street Racing Studios, and we have the brand new floor mat right here. Let's go ahead and get that installed and see if that prevents our yard people from blowing my floor mat away every single time they come. Now this will take a few days to kind of settle and flatten, but it's much heavier than the old one. You can see here it just kind of unrolls. I have the same one inside the studio door. And basically it will eventually become flat. And let's get this thing straight and lined up in front of the door. Just like that. Goes nicely all the way up against it and hides the ugly bottom of the door. And there we have the floor mat installed outside of the Supercar Street Racing Studios. It is just not the right. There we go. Now it's kind of perfect. Guys, welcome back to the Supercar Street Racing 4K production studio. We are out here having a great time and making videos for you guys. And one of my pet peeves is that I had this tiny little cheap dollar floor mat, and I don't even remember where I got it. I think from IKEA a long time ago or something. And every time my yard people come, they take their leaf blower and they blow it right away. And yes, they should put it back, but they don't. And I've told them a million times. So today, right here on the screen, you can see right here in front of us, we are taking a look at the high yard durable front floor mat. It's supposed to be absorbent and it can like take all the mud off of your shoes. It's dirt resistant, non-slip rubber, and this size that I ordered was 36 by 24 here, as you can see right here on the screen. Now it also does come in a 30 by 17 configuration if that is better for you. It comes in beige, which you can see right here. Now we'll take a look at the bigger view there. It's black there, but in beige, the bigger view looks like that. And it does also come in gray, which looks like that. And so if you order the 36 by 24 in black like I did, you will have the one that we just saw sitting right there out on the ground. And then here's some other little pictures for you guys to check out. Now it says it's the perfect size, 24 by 36, 0.3 inches thick. Captures dirt and moisture. It has a non-slip rubber backing. And it says it's fade and stain resistant. Let's hope so, because it is outside. It says it's low profile and versatile, meaning the door can open right over it and not get caught on it, we're hoping. And then it says it is also easy to clean up. And let's take a look at some of the things in the review section. So if we go to the reviews up here, this guy does have a 4.7 overall review. Not many one-star reviews, but let's take a look and see what that says. Not very absorbent or resistant. So it says that the dirt won't come off and it doesn't absorb as well as it claims to on the one-star review. Now, some of the 5-star reviews say that it's a good doormat, decent quality, good price, nice weight. Works perfectly outside of the front door, and I agree it does. Looks nice, matches well, and this is a very nice doormat. Dependable and stylish entryway essential. Looks like this person got this free from Vine way back in the day, or actually June 7th. So you can see right here, I don't know what Vine Voice is per se, but you can see right there, it does have a lot of good reviews. And let's take a look at some of the alternatives. So let's go back up to the high yard durable front floor mat. Absorbent, muddy, dirt resist, welcome doormats, outdoor, indoor, non-slip, natural, rubber, backing, low profile doormat for entryway, patio. 36 by 24 black. What a description, guys. $29.99 is what I paid for this floor mat. It is 2-day where I am, 2-day shipping, not today. 2-day shipping. And here's some of the alternatives. There is one for $37. There is another Gorilla Grip Ultra Absorbent here for $24.99. There is a Gorilla Grip Waterproof for $17.94. There is a Yamorba Durable Front, almost looks the same, but it's a 29 by 17, so you have to take that into account on the price right here. And it is $9 right now. And we do have this Home Ideas 24 by 36 for $21.99, that if you want to give that a little comparison. And then we have some 4 stars and above down here in the reviews. This Mabeo, which actually looks like a completely different type of material with a rubber backing there. We have this Pure Rugs Dust Trapper Doormat, non-slip entry for $31.99 as well. Another couple of high yards, a Dexy and a doormat there. And no one did any video reviews at the bottom, so I don't have any video to show you guys. And then there is some down here that also have a word printed on it, like hello, that if you like those, you can take a pic out of those. There's some down here with actual designs on it that say things like freedom, if you're into that kind of thing. Here's a multi-stripe one, the Kit Enjoy indoor floor mat only. That's an indoor, so it may not work for what you need. We need it also outdoor. And here are some of the reviews with images. You can see it right outside. That looks like that's inside of somebody's front door there. This one right here, also inside the front door. They're using that for indoor. And there's a good close-up picture of it right there. Another good close-up of the gray. And one sitting, looks like outdoor on a deck. People were using it outside. And yeah, guys, so the high yard outdoor floor mat, I do have 2. There is one sitting on the inside of the Supercar Street Racing Studios right here in front of the door, and then I added the second one outside the door there for when you come in from the outside, because it's sometimes wet out there, because this is a directly outdoor studio room with no connection inside of the house. Guys, let's take a minute to talk about the Supercar Street Racing channel. We bring you high quality reviews in 4K, and we do actually lose money from the channel. So we would love it if you would click for the description down below, click in the description down below and order things through our official affiliate link. Now that doesn't mean you have to order this exact product. Any of our videos that you see affiliate links in, you can click that affiliate link and order anything you want on Amazon. It gives me a small credit to help pay for the Supercar Street Racing station, because we do lose money on the station. Now coming up tomorrow, we do have a review of a portable blender. It is a rechargeable blender, and I'm pretty hyped about this. It's a pretty cool little product, so hopefully you guys come back tomorrow, and we thank you for your support. Please like and subscribe down below as well, and we will see you next time, because you know what's up now. Peace. Guys, we're in the Supercar Street Racing Studio A today for something special. I've got a product right next to me here that's going to enhance the studio. I just have to figure out how I'm going to install it. It's sitting right here next to me, ready to be unboxed. We're going to get to that all today and a lot more, because we're about to have 200,000 subscribers on the channel, and today we're celebrating that as well. Let's get this product looked at and unboxed today on Supercar Street Racing. All right, guys, we are back in Studio A again today for something special. Lumery sent us a couple of these 16-foot rope lights to mess with. One of them I'm putting out in the studio here. The other one will go inside of the house on a new project I'll be working on soon in there. But for right now, my plan is to put this over here on this wall, and just to give that wall some light. There is no light over there whatsoever, and when I shoot this way, there's not really anything interesting. So I'm trying to figure out like a pattern or something to do with these, but I think I am just going to make like a just up and down pattern until I run out, and I don't know how long that is. It's 16 feet, so these are a foot each. So what we want to do is probably do 4 and 4 and 4 and 4 to do 16. So let's try that. Now directly inside the box you can see everything that came with the Lumery Smart Neon Rope Light Kit. It did come with a remote control right here, so I can add another to the 1000 that I already have. It came with these cool 3M sticky tape things, so you don't have to use the screws, and I can't use the screws on my wall because it is made of styrofoam over there behind the sound deadening material. They give you these little mounting things, so what they want you to do with these is stick these on with the 3M tape and then put your rope light in here. Now we don't need to put these all the way around the wall, because you can see here in between these little foam tiles, this light will kind of stay in on its own. It only needs a little bit of help. So I'm going to use the 3M tape. I'm going to come up with a 4x4x4 design. We're going to get power actually behind this TV. There is a power up there, and we can hide the power wires nicely inside of the foam tiles, which I've done before. They fit kind of right between them, and I really like that. So let's go ahead and start figuring out our pattern here. So I have the 3M sticky tape things, and I have our little holders here. Here's our actual neon rope light, and we do have a power adapter and a controller. If we did these four and started right here, I think that might be the ticket. So you just peel off these little sticky backs, and then you put them directly on the back of these little U-shaped holders. And I'm gonna put one right on the end of this. I'm just putting a little pressure on it to keep it in there. And now here's the end of the strip where I'm gonna put it in here. It went right in the clamp. I'm gonna do that again in the center, which I should have had these ready ahead of time. Yeah, I should have done this ahead of time. Not very smart planning. And it's gotta make a turn. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. They fit right in those little clips, easy. All right, I'm gonna get a bunch of these ready ahead of time so I don't have to do this on the fly while I'm holding their leg. And I didn't do what I said I was gonna do. It's a little trick I found that works better. You can get the paper off of the sticky thing easier if you do it on the pack, not taking it off the package first. So we are completely done with mounting this rope light. All we have to do now is do power for it. This is our power brick, and I'm gonna put the power brick behind the TV. I have plenty of power up here like this, right here behind the television. I'm just gonna power it right there, and then I can hide all the wiring up here behind the TV as well, and the controller. And then our other wire just needs to be hidden in the foam. So basically I'm gonna run this wire behind the foam, up and around to the controller. Just like that. And it is hidden. After all that, all we have to do is tie our wires up behind here really nice, up behind the TV there, but we can go ahead and connect it and see what it looks like. There's a 3-prong connector right here. You can't get it wrong. It's keyed, so you can't break it. There's no way to possibly break it. And then let's power this up. Man, that's cool looking. Okay, wow, that really adds a lot to the side of the room. That's pretty cool. So let me grab all the stuff to do the wire tying and we'll start from there. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and tie everything up back here now. Just put a zip tie around this and we'll be done pretty much. There's not a whole lot really to do to tie this up. Our controller is also gonna be back here, and you can stick it to anything pretty much. Looks like a big S. It's kind of cool. Everything is tied up now. Okay, we're recording on both the phone and the GoPro now. We opened up the Lumery app here. I have to sign in. You guys can't see this part. And here are all smart devices. We're gonna add a new device. It says it's being added. It says it's done. I'm gonna edit the name, Studio A S Lite. And there we are, we're done with it. Now, here's where you can tell it to either be color or white. You can just do a color. We did just switch it to red. I'll let you guys get a view of the light. Now you can do segments, or you can turn off segments. Let's look at a scene that's just kind of breathing. That's called Island Blue. This is Glacier Express. I use this behind my fridge all the time. Hut in the Snow, Firefly Night, Northland, Grasslands. That's very cool, man. Dream Meteor. All right, guys, let's take a look at the remote now. All right, here's the included remote with the Lumery. Let's see if it did come with a battery or not. It did not. It needs 2 AAA batteries. It did not come with them. I will have to go grab 2 batteries now to test this remote.
3 hours later.
All right, guys, we were able to go ahead and get some batteries put in this remote. It uses AAA batteries. I wanted to show you guys the remote and the functions. The first function on the upper left is the power button here, right there. Next to that, we've got the scenes play pause button. Then after that, you've got this round dial right here, and the left button is brightness and K-scene speed. The right button is brightness and K-scene speed. The top is previous scene, the bottom is next scene. So mode is next scene, mode up is previous scene. Down at the bottom, you've got R, G, and B light, warm white and cool light lights. And then you've got this auto button. Auto button means auto scene cycle. So that's what it is set to now. And it's doing this really cool, just fading off and on with a multicolored on the entire LED. So that's the remote, guys. It's handy, I guess, to turn it off and on if you don't want to use the smart features of the device. But if we hit this next scene button right here, see how it went to the next available scene every time I hit the bottom button? Pretty cool. This is gonna look good in the background when we shoot videos. So I'm just cycling through the scenes now so you guys get a good idea. And I put it back in auto just now. So that's a look at this device and the remote control, how to mount it and all that. Let's take a look at this on Amazon real quick now, right here on this PC. Welcome back to Studio A. I don't get out here very much anymore because I like to be inside so I can get to my regular job while I'm recording. But we're out in Studio A today checking out the Lumery neon rope light. Lumery was so kind to send me 2 of their neon rope lights. They are both 16 feet long. And as you guys just saw, we installed one right here in the studio. It's sitting right next to me right over here, looking so amazing. And I cannot help but love this light. I like all the scenes. It does AI stuff, has a ton of different scenes. You can turn individual segments on and off, and you can brighten and lower the brightness of individual segments as well. We installed one directly right over here in the Supercar Street Racing Studio A that we are sitting in right now. And it looks amazing, and I'm going to shoot a lot of video with that as the backdrop. So I'm trying to get more lights for that way, so when the camera's looking back that way, there's something in the background that looks really cool. Now this thing's awesome. It does come with a remote control. I've got it sitting right here, and I showed you guys this and how to use it on the video. It also does come with mounting hardware. You guys saw what I used. I mostly did not have to use a lot of these because of the way the mounting is, but it does come with these cool little U-shaped clamps that you take, and you can either screw them in something or you can use their included 3M tape. It comes with a whole thing of 3M tape right here that you guys can use to stick these U-shaped clamps on anything you need them to. Now, Lumery also recommends that you build like cool designs and stuff out of it. You can actually make this into cool. If you can come up with artwork, I'm sure you can ask AI or ask online how to come up with some artwork that is in one straight line. Like this eagle is one line. So you can do this with just 1 set or 2 sets of LED rope lights right here, this cool eagle. There's actually a cool and warm white setting on it too. If you just want regular white light, it does cool and warm white lighting. It has 4.4 stars of review. It has 100 LEDs per meter, I think that is. It does music sync, and it is 16.4 feet long. Mostly good reviews. This guy had a bad set of lights. I don't really count that as it's a one-off. But mostly good reviews, up at 4.4 stars, so they are getting decent reviews as well. So check that out. You can get a 5% coupon on 2, 8% coupon on 5, or 5% off a qualifying purchase with the code that is on the screen. I will leave a link in the description to the Lumery neon rope light that we installed so fly and so fresh on my left right here. You guys saw it. It looks awesome. I'm super hyped to put my really good camera right here and shoot back towards, now that we have some lighting back here that we can highlight back here towards the TV. Now the TV just really needs like a backlighting, so maybe I'll look for something to do that with behind the actual television right there. But that's going to do it for us today. It's Sunday. I'm really trying to chill today and not do too much work because it's hours and hours of editing and shooting usually. I'm gonna get out of here. I gotta get outside where it's 105 degrees. Guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing. And today on the channel, for that guy right there, there is something sitting on the table, and we're going to open that up right now and take a look. Guys, welcome back to the channel, and as you know, we have this beautiful 2023 Tesla Model S Plaid sitting under the cover in the garage here, and today, right here, right now, we have something for it, which is actually going to improve the look 1,000,000,000%. Let's get this open with one hand, and inside we see we have the wheel cap cover kit and some sort of red thing. And this is from a company called Zengu. Now, I really didn't have a clue if these were actually going to match or fit. I took a chance and ordered it since it was Amazon, and I'm guessing that that is a tool to actually remove them if you have to, would be my guess. The center caps are pretty easy. Hopefully they go on and stay on. But let's get this unpackaged and take a look at putting it on the 2023 Tesla Model S Plaid. Put on. It's hard to put on. Off, that's for sure. Oh, yeah. Yeah. So good. Guys, we got done installing the Tesla wheel cap cover for the Model S, and it does fit on all the other vehicles. And there you can see it finishes off the look of the Tempest wheels, but you cannot use the aero covers now with those on, so I will not be using the aero covers anymore. But the look is way better. My only complaint about this package of wheels and tires is they are higher profile tires. So the wheels look a little small on the car. It definitely could use 20s or 21s. And now let's go inside and take a look at these actually online, because there's many choices. Okay, they did give us a couple of spare caps here, and this is the removal tool that they give you for that. So I am going to go ahead and put this in a bag here, right here. Put these two caps in the bag, and then I will place this unit into the Model S Plaid in the trunk in a compartment where we will have them if we ever go to a wheel and tire shop, so they don't struggle trying to take off the caps. But they do give you two spare caps and a little red removal tool right there, which is pretty cool to get extras. Alright guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing. We are live, and you are down there, and we are in the beautiful Supercar Street Racing studio here, and we are going to be showing you now these wheel covers. So let's go, and it's actually called a wheel cap kit for the Model S Plaid. So if we go to Amazon, we go Model S wheel cap kit here, and we will see that there is a number of available options here that you guys can pick from on this wheel cap kit. Now, the one that I bought matches the gunmetal almost perfectly. It might be just slightly off, but it actually looks really good on the wheel. Now, when you see here, this guy right here, they're all pretty much the same, except for the fact that some of them come with black center caps and some come with gray center caps. I did order the ones with the gray center caps, and let's get that called up right now on the screen. So this is the Zongyu, crazy cool name, right? The names on here are hilarious. This is the Zongyu dark gray, and you guys are right there. This is the Zongyu dark gray and silver wheel center hubcap kit, and it says it is compatible with both the Model 3, the Model S, the Model X, and you get 4 center cap hubcaps, and you get 20 lug nut covers. So they give you 2 extra actually, and they are $18, and there is a 5% coupon, and I got them literally in one day, but you can get them here, right now on same day. So make sure you go, please guys, go into any of my videos when you buy something on Amazon and click any of the links. You don't have to click the product that you want that is on my actual link. You just need to click any of my links when you buy anything from Amazon, and it will help me on the channel by generating the tiny bit of revenue, since we don't make hardly anything. So this will be linked in the description, and then once you get there, you can choose from the gray. This one has red with the red Tesla logo. That's black, and then that is matte black. Matte black looks cool on black wheels. My wheels are the 19-inch Tempest, and they are gunmetal, and then the center cap, or the lug caps here, are all black plastic, which looks absolutely great. If you want to go ahead and get black lug nuts, you can do that. You can order black lug nuts for the car if you want to do that, but these look better than the stock lug nuts because the stock ones are keyed and they just don't look that great, and they're silver. There are other options available for this same deal. If we scroll down here, there is a crazy amount of options. This is one option that does not have the lug cover, or the lug nut covers. It just has the center caps. There are 20 or 30 different options here. This one comes with a little box. They all come with this little handy removal tool. Some of them have like chrome Tesla emblems in the middle. You saw my video that these are great. Says they give you customer support as well, so maybe if you need help with this, they will assist you. And that is basically it. There's so many different options that I would go with ones with good reviews, and you will be safe. And you're especially safe if you use the ones I bought, because they are great. They went right on with no problem. I did start using some needle nose pliers for it, but actually could have done it without. I just used the needle nose to kind of push the lug nuts in once I had them on the kind of lined up and ready to go. So guys, thanks so much for watching, and thank you for supporting the channel. And always remember that when I edit, I usually am live streaming, so please watch the editing sessions. It's a pretty cool creative process. And we'll see you guys again real soon on Supercar Street Racing. Good morning, everybody. Supercar Street Racing with a long awaited update. I have not been doing much with the car. Been kind of out of it in a relationship which ended recently. So now I can concentrate on doing other things with this car. So it's going to be a multi-part video. When the video runs out, I'll start a next part. But what we're here for is the Avon E90 Android navigation system. So let's talk about Avon first of all, who is believe a Japanese or Chinese company who has a US office in California. I believe it's in California. I'd have to go back and look. So you can get these same units on eBay. I don't know what the support would be like, and we will talk about Avon's tech support here shortly. But so basically, this unit, when you have a E90 car, you either have no navigation, in which case you don't have this hump. That's kind of a better option for the new navigation system retrofit, and I'll tell you why later. Or you have CCC or CIC, depending on what year, and they improved the navigation drastically. I believe in 2000, either 10 or 11, they upgraded it. But they have a replacement for either one. So basically what you're doing here is you're removing this screen completely. You get a whole brand new screen. It's more than double the resolution of the original screen, and it works with the factory BMW navigation system. So you get the best of both worlds here. You get to keep your old factory nav and you get to get an upgraded modern Android head unit. And the way this works is your screen is up here. Let's not confuse that for your navigation system. That's the screen. Your navigation unit is right here, okay? So the cabling goes between here and the screen. And to install this unit, you have to pull, first of all, you have to pull this trim, pull the screen out with 2 screws, pull this climate control system out. I drew a blank there for a second with these little clips that are on the side, and then you have to pull out this navigation system with screws. They give you a pass-through cable. Basically, it's not a cable, it's more like a wiring nightmare. It's a big bundle of wires that you plug in between this system and that system. This is now one unit. This has the CPU and the screen all in one box. So everything is included in here now. You take out the wire out of the back of this, you plug it into the harness, then you plug the harness into the back of this. And then you move the fiber optic cable. Without the fiber optic cable, the audio will not work. So if you install one of these, don't forget to move the fiber optic cable from the back of your original plug here to the new plug that goes in the back of here. So let's talk about the difficulty of installation. This video will probably end soon and I'll start another part. Difficulty to install. This is very incredibly difficult to install. There's a couple of reasons for that. It wouldn't be so bad if there was room back here. There's absolutely no room back here for the wiring harness. And when I say no room, I mean no room. The fact that this is mounted in here now and working is a miracle. Because I sat there for an hour and a half trying to figure out how to get that wiring harness behind here and put this back in. It is so many, it's so much wires. So the only way to really do it, I feel, is when you pull this out, there's a plastic cage. This video I think is going to end at 4 minutes. Let's see. No, it's still going. Okay. So there's a plastic cage on each side of this where this slides into. I believe you can cut that cage and just use the screws to hold this in. And if you got rid of the side of this cage, the wires could go to the side easily. You could push them to the side, this thing would slide in easily. I didn't try that. I didn't want to cut that at that point. I was about to. I had almost given up on it. The problem is if you're going to cut that, if you don't do it while it's in the dash, it's kind of hard to remove that cage. You got to take a lot of stuff out right here. Okay. The other thing is when you get this unit, make sure you get the GPS splitter. That allows you to use the old GPS antenna with both this unit and when you switch to BMW nav, it allows you to use the same GPS, your old GPS antenna. And I do believe this video is going to end at 5 minutes and I'll start a new one. Let's see. Hey everybody, Supercar Street Racing here. I want to take a minute to tell you about this new scam that's going on with SpaceX. So what these scammers are doing is they're taking these regular accounts that they've created over the years and they are turning them into accounts that look like SpaceX. But instead of SpaceX, which is one word, space and the letter X combined, no spaces, they'll take it and they will put a space in it, or they'll change it to SpaceX Live, or do something scammy like that to make you think that it's SpaceX. They will put a title on it like Elon Musk Live. They'll run a video, get some people interested, then they'll all of a sudden change the video to a scam video which shows that you are getting Bitcoin for free. What it says is if you pay so much Bitcoin, Elon Musk is going to give you free Bitcoin. Yeah, right. Okay, duh. If you're dumb enough to fall for that, go ahead, send them your money. So the way you can tell that this is a scam is they have one video in their account and nothing else. And maybe they like a few weird random foreign videos. So what you do when you see this is you report the video. So you hit the flag button, you go to spam or scam, misleading, and then you say exactly what it is. It's a Bitcoin fraud account. Then you go to the actual channel by clicking on the channel name. You go to the about and you flag the account and you say it's a spam or scam channel and you report that it's a Bitcoin channel. Please do not fall for these. They go up a couple of times a day and they're immediately removed. And the registrar for the domain name, if you actually watch the video, there'll be a website to go to, like spacex.org or spacex21.net or something ridiculous like that. If you go to the about and the who is for the actual registrar, it will be reg.ru, which is a Russian registrar. You can actually report this to abuse@reg.ru and ask them to remove the site, and they will actually remove the site. Please help us get rid of these YouTube scammers trying to use SpaceX name to make Bitcoin and other money off of the name that they have nothing to do with. They pop up 5-10 times a day. They get shut down as soon as we can report them. So please do your part and don't get scammed. What's up, everybody? Supercar Street Racing here on a beautiful Tuesday. And today we are going to be doing an oil change on the 2011 Honda Accord. This is the daily driver, and it is due for an oil change. This car actually has really low miles on it. I bought it with 13,000 miles on it a year ago, about a year and a half ago, and currently it's sitting at 24,000 miles. So 2011 Accord with 24,000 miles, the car was hardly ever driven. So what we're going to do is go over the steps to changing the oil in this car, some of the tools that you're going to need, and how much oil and oil filter type you're going to need to get. Now, your best bet is obviously going to be to check the sale papers, because your local auto parts store is going to be putting out a flyer probably once every couple of weeks with oil change specials. Those specials are going to have 5 quarts of oil usually with a oil filter, and usually you can get a full synthetic oil change for around $30 if you do it yourself. If you compare that to going to Jiffy Lube or one of the other establishments, they will charge you up to $50 or $60, and that's only up to 5 quarts. If you hold more than that, they charge you a ridiculous amount per quart. So definitely doing an oil change on your own is the way to go. You're going to need some basic things to do that. We'll go over that here in just a minute. But the first step is going to be, let's head to the auto parts store, see what they got. Over here at Advanced Auto Parts, because their stupid website will not allow you to add the coupon or actually add the oil change combo from online, so we got to go in here to get it. So I missed a 25% off coupon. Let's go see what they have in here. That's the one right there. See if we can get this going now. Got everything we needed for the oil change. Got some 0W20 oil, which is recommended by Honda, right here, so I can not cover up the screen. Got the oil filter, and also got some engine degreaser. I'm going to go ahead and detail the car today. It's going to take me a while to change the oil and detail it, but this car needs to be washed and detailed today. It's been too long, and I never let my cars go this long without oil change. It's a shame to say that it's been probably 5 months, and probably a little over 3,000 miles, but I never let them go that much. I usually do 3 months max. So when we get back to the house, we'll go over everything you're going to need to change the oil. Alright everybody, sorry for the cluttered up workbench here. I still got this roll bar I'm trying to get shipped out for selling, but here is everything you're going to need for your oil change. I actually have some leftover oil, so I'm going to use leftover oil rather than the brand new oil that I just got. I'll put this in the shelf over there for safekeeping for later. You're going to need your oil filter here. It's a brand new Purelator oil filter. You're going to need an oil filter wrench. I bought this specific wrench for the Honda. Fits right on there. Uses your socket right on top of there like that. You're going to need for the Accord 4-cylinder, and I believe the V6 uses the same thing. It's a 17mm socket. This might give you some issues because it hits the oil filter, but I think you can still get it on there because it's a deep well. So that's all I have. You're also going to need towels. I recommend a good dirty towel plus some paper towels to clean everything up. And most important thing is, right underneath my Sawzall here, you're going to need this drain system. Now keep in mind, these are terrible and they leak like crazy, and that one appears to be almost full, so I don't know if I'll actually get all of it in there without it overflowing. But yeah, see this part? It leaks no matter what you do, so that's why it's in this bin. So these are all the things you're going to need for your oil change: oil filter wrench, 17mm socket or wrench, ratchet, and 4.2 quarts of oil for the 4-cylinder Honda Accord, and this is a 2011 Accord. So you're going to want to make sure you have a good set of ramps and jack stands. Trust me, you don't want to be caught under your car and one of these bad boys collapses, even though it's very unlikely. This is your safety net here, these jack stands. So what you want to do is run these jack stands up under the car after you roll the car up on the ramps. Take your jack stands, push them all the way up against the tire as far as you can get them under there, like that. It's right in the center though. Give them a good push so they stick. Right in the middle, like that. Make sure they're straight, aligned straight with the tires. Go ahead, get in the car. That one looks like it might be a little bit off. Double check. Yep, that one's off a little bit. Put it back that way a little bit. Looks better. I think that's better. Go ahead, start the car, drive it up on the jack stands. Car is up on the jack stands now. Put your emergency brake. That wheel looks good. And that wheel looks good. Next, take your jack stands. Put them up under the jack point there. And just perfect. That way if something happens, it'll fall on the jack stands and not you. Same with the other side. Up front as close as you can. It's about as good as it's going to get right there. Go ahead and pop your hood. Let the engine start cooling off. Got the hood pop now. The motor is very hot from driving home from work. Gonna let this cool off for now. Take off the oil drain plug, let it fall right into the top of this drain bucket, and of course you're going to have to adjust your drain bucket. This is why I have the pan here underneath. Look at that dark oil coming out. This little pan's kind of hanging down, or a little cover, engine cover. So it's going to take a while to drain out, and as it drains, it's going to really be straight underneath the flow. So I'm just going to pull that back. It's going to take a good at least 10 or 15 minutes to drain. It'll help if you take off the engine cap, oil cap, as then the engine can breathe better. Go ahead and take off the oil cap. Let it drain a lot better under there. So that's going to drip for a little bit. I'll let that go ahead and drip, and then I'll take off the oil filter. Now you want to prep your new oil filter for installation on the car. A lot of people fill this with oil before they put it on. I never have done that in my entire life, but you want to make sure that you put oil around the O-ring there so that it, the gasket, so that it seals good. If you feel like it and your oil filter is in a position where you can do this, if your oil filter is not straight upside down, you can't do this because it'll dump all over you. But you can fill your oil filter with some oil if you feel paranoid about that getting to the motor. A lot of people think, oh, it's going to dry start. I've never had an issue in 30 years of oil changes with not putting oil in an oil filter, knock on wood. So that's how you get your oil filter ready for installation. Alright, as you can see, there's no more oil draining on here. I'm going to get this drain plug out of here, right there. I'm going to clean that up, put it back into the drain plug and tighten it fairly tight. Don't use a torque wrench on it, but you'll know how tight is tight. Get it snug, and then maybe like a quarter of a turn if you can after that. Alright, I got the drain plug all back in right here. Drain plug is back in place. Going to clean that area up. Make sure there's no oil left on there to burn off. Now I'm going to remove that oil filter. About to take the oil filter off. Got to get your oil filter wrench. Get the new oil filter. Got the oil filter wrench right here. Got my drain vat ready to go. Goes right on the end of this ratchet like this. Now it's not going to be very tight because when you put oil filters on, you hand tighten them. But oil is going to come out of this when you remove it. Don't have your face underneath it. Get your drain ready for it. And it's going to get on your hand for sure. And it's very hot. Had a little spillage over here on the driveway. So I'm going to try to get that up ASAP before it soaks in. So yeah, it's going to make a mess when you have these like this. Go ahead and let it fall into your drain. And just know that you are going to get dirty doing this part. That's what I got the old towel here for, so I don't get oil all over the driveway. Although I did spill a tiny amount, I usually don't, but I super failed that time. Oh yeah, I did get it everywhere. Go ahead and wipe it up as soon as you can so it doesn't seep into the concrete, but pretty much it'll stain once it's on there. Yep, I got a little bit on the driveway. I can get that off with acid though. Now it's continuing to drain out, so you want to get your new oil filter in there. Now, your new oil filter, just remember, it's supposed to be hand tight. I'm using this because it's so slippery. but that's plenty right there. That gasket seals everything. You don't need to go crazy on it. Okay, don't forget to retighten your drain plug. So this one needs to be quite a bit more tight than your oil filter. Just like that. Good enough. Still some oil dripping. So I'm going to go ahead and wipe off everything up here that got coated in oil. Go ahead and keep your vehicle as clean as possible. Keep the underside of this looking brand new like mine is. Some oil got all in here. Go ahead and wipe all that off. Next step is to fill the car with oil. I don't recommend this, but I am using different kinds of oil and different weights of oil. It's your call. I don't have an issue doing this at all. Never have. I'm going to be using 2 quarts of this and 2 quarts of Mobil 1, but they're both full synthetic. Helps to have a nice funnel. So like I said, hate on me, flame in the comments, whatever you want to do, but I'm going to be mixing oils for the sake of using what I have left over. Here's my funnel. Those funnels are really cool that screw into the top of the oil thing right there. They make a threaded funnel, which is awesome. So, be back to pour the oil in. Got the funnel in there. The Accord takes 2.4 quarts of oil, and here comes the fire truck coming by. Wow. So this is 2 quarts. I can see in the marking here that it has 2 left. Go ahead and put this 2 in. There's 2 quarts there. So the recommended oil for this car is 0W20. This is all full synthetic oil. There's 3 quarts. Also helps to have a nice trash can handy for all this. Mine is actually in the back. And here is the 4th. All right. Go ahead and put your oil cap back on. Next thing we're going to do is run the car off the ramps. Go ahead and remove your jack stands. Key to a good clean shop is always replacing your tools so you have them for next time. Of course, this one's being a pain. I'll get this out one sec. Have to pull on that lever to get that one out. Now, go ahead and take the car off the jack stands. Sorry, off the ramps. When you're doing this, check for an oil pressure light or anything irregular. Everything looks good on the inside of the car. Just gonna quickly look underneath for any leaks. That is the air conditioning system dripping there. I don't see any oil leaks, but that pan is really hanging down. I'm gonna have to fix that. Next thing we're gonna do is check the oil. Next thing we're gonna try to do here is make sure we got the correct oil level in here. This is supposed to hold 4.2 quarts, and I put in just about 4. Let me grab some napkins real quick, some towels. All right, got my paper towels here. Gonna check this oil level. See what's going on, if we got enough in here. Like I said, I put in 4, it calls for 4.2. And doesn't look like there's enough oil in there on one side, but I'm gonna go ahead and double check that and I'll be right back. Okay, it looked like it was a little low, so I went ahead and added 0.2 of a quart, and I think that's going to do it. Go ahead and clean up any spills you have here so it doesn't burn off the engine. And of course, very important is your cleanup effort. Get all your tools together. Make sure you clean all your tools. Put all your tools back together in their right places, and that should do it for the 2011 Accord oil change. Hey, and welcome back to Supercar Street Racing. I'm so excited to have you guys back today in our brand new 4K production studio. Today, we're going to take a whole tour of this beautiful brand new facility and tell you what this is going to mean for the channel, because this was built specifically to enhance your experience with Supercar Street Racing. And you can see behind me here this beautiful editing rig set up and ready to go. So let's take a look at the Supercar Street Racing 4K production studio. Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. Supercar Street Racing here. You got Brad, and today is the day to give the formal studio tour. The studio is 98% done. I just have a couple of lighting things to do. So we are going to start here on the outside. So this is a lean-to building, and yes, the fence is crooked, not the building. The building is straight 100%. The fence goes on an angle, so there is a narrowing path right here. But starting on the outside here, we have the LG Super Quiet dual inverter air conditioner system, and that is the same unit that I have in my bedroom. It is a 10,000 BTU unit that runs on 110 volt AC, and you can see here I did frame around it and cut into the wall to mount the AC, then sealed up everything really nice around the air conditioner. The wiring inside, I will show you when we get inside. It is hidden completely, and that is how the studio is cooled. And in the wintertime, we will just have a small space heater. Now you can also see here on the outside we have LED lighting installed all the way around the perimeter. It puts a nice downlight onto the studio, and I also did get gutters installed to move the water away from the door and away from the studio, as we had an issue where the concrete was not poured correctly and the water was running towards, so that will fix that. The door eventually will be replaced with a real door. Right now it's just a shed door, does not close very well, so that will be done in the future. And that is a look at the outside of this nice 150 something or 160 something square foot studio. And now we move into the interior. Guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing, and you are in the Supercar Street Racing 4K production studio, and we are going to give you guys a very quick tour of the studio and show you all the amazing features. And the studio is 99.9% done, and so let's start the tour, guys. On this side of the studio, when you enter, you will see the LG dual inverter super quiet air conditioning system. This is a 10,000 BTU unit. I have a review on my channel. I will post a link in the description to this guy. It is Wi-Fi controlled with the ThinkQ app. It is very awesome. It makes very little noise. You don't hear when the compressor kicks on whatsoever. This is how I'm cooling the studio. I did build it directly into the wall, sealed it really nicely, and then with my foam tile skills, I foam tiled all the way around it. And then the wiring actually goes right over here inside the wall and plugs in right there very nicely where you can't see it. I didn't want to do it inside the wall, so I did it on the external there. Moving to the right of the AC unit, we've got a wall plate here with a Cat 5 or Cat 6, whatever you want to call it, jack and an HDMI. That Cat 6 goes to the switch, and the HDMI cable goes up here to the Seiki or whatever you want to call it, 32-inch monitor. Now, we have the HDMI down there, so we are capable of plugging in anything to this guy and displaying it from either the corner of this desk or whatever you want to do. You can easily just plug right there, and there's power conveniently located there as well. So that is the Seiki 32-inch television / HD monitor with a Fire Stick 4K plugged into it. Now this is the only guy that doesn't have Ethernet. Now we can add Ethernet. I do have an Ethernet adapter for these Fire Sticks, so we might do that because I want all Ethernet, not Wi-Fi on my monitors. So yeah, so that is the first thing you see on the left. For reference, the door is right there. You walk in and look to your left, and the television is right there. Stepping back and looking towards the door, we have the Echo Show 15. You guys are familiar with this from my video review, and I will put a link to that video also in the description. Now this Echo Show 15, I did flush mount completely into the wall. I was able to nicely get that to flush all the way in by adding a cross support inside, and I wired it up inside the wall. You guys all know this, the Echo Show 15 does have the built-in Fire TV, and I have a very popular video about how to install Kodi on that. They have disabled a lot of the ability to do that, but we still have the beautiful Echo Show 15 right there, and right below that we have our smart switch for the outdoor lighting and our regular standard switch, because all these lights up here, which I will show you next, are smart. Moving up to the left of the Echo Show, we have a wall plate in the actual wall. There are two of them. There's one over there as well. This is going to be for Govee lighting. The hexagon panels are going here. I have not purchased them yet, but I will be putting the Govee hexagon lighting right there. And moving back to the front, and obviously I forgot a few foam tiles up there, which I will have to get back to. Moving up to the front, we have a switch right there for Ethernet. It's a gigabit switch, and you can see all the active ports on it, and I will put a link in the description to that switch. Those Ethernet cables all run through the entire studio, and now I'm having an OCD attack because I literally forgot that I didn't finish these tiles, and hopefully I have enough to do it. I have like 5 or 6, but anyway, yeah, that part I completely forgot. So there's the Ethernet switch, guys. I hope you like that switch right there, Netgear, and there is a good look at that guy right there. Now you notice I did put the power in the wall as well, because right below the Netgear switch we have the Harbinger 12-inch powered studio monitors right here, and the input from those goes down to the receiver below. On the left side of the desk here, the editing desk, we have a HP all-in-one computer. Now this one is the one that I have a video on my channel for. I will put a link to this guy in the description. This is the one that we got for free and we refurbished, and you can see here it looks absolutely fantastic sitting on the corner of the desk. And I have a smart bulb lamp back here with a Gobi smart bulb. So that sits on the left side of the desk with a stool, and then we have the Fire TV remote, and I put labels on the back of all these, and that fits right up there nicely. So that's the left side of the desk. Moving underneath the desk, you can see the editing rig sitting there nicely under there. You can see my wiring skills. I did all the cable management under the desk. And then you can see here how I did all the stuff inside the wall. We have a dual Cat6 plate there. We've got RCA plates for the front speakers. Those go to the preamp output from the Marantz 1711. We then have our HDMI jacks that feed the monitors. So 2 HDMI jacks, those go, one goes to the Marantz, the other one goes directly to the back of the editing PC. We then have our 7.2 wall plate with all of the wiring running up through some tubing and going to the back of the Marantz NR1711. And then we have power. All I need to do is kind of tie that up a little bit. And yeah, so that should be good for underneath. And then over here, underneath the HP all-in-one, we have a Cat6 jack, we have power, and we have HDMI over there running to that monitor in case anyone wants to monitor their systems. Moving up from the desk, we have our Amazon 4K 50-inch monitor. This editing PC, one via the Marantz receiver, one directly connected. And moving behind them, we have the Govi immersive lighting on the back and all of the wall plates. We do have Ethernet, HDMI, and then we have another HDMI plate running to the bottom down here so that anyone can connect their laptop or other device. I know it's hard to see here, but there is an HDMI plate here that says lower plate. It runs down behind here, and there will be a small desk here set up for a laptop as soon as I find one. Same with the second TV, or monitor, there is a wall plate down there, or actually behind it on HDMI running underneath the desk, which is very hard to see because it's dark. And that is the setup for the monitors on the editing rig. Moving to the sound, up above that monitor there, you can clearly see the center channel speaker. I will put a link in the description to these in-wall speakers. I chose to go with square because they're easier to cut the foam around than round. We have the center there. Don't forget our fronts are Harbinger powered monitors here. And we have our side surround there where the foam is coming off that I have to re-glue. And we have our rears there. Those are all the in-wall speakers completing the sound system here for the 7.2 surround sound for the audio rig. Okay, moving to the base part of the sound system, we have the Polk PSW10, and that is from the house, and I got a brand new one in the house, so I will be showing you guys that at another point when we review it. So that is the sub for the sound system. I wanted to get something that would fit there, but it's not going to happen, so this one will probably go somewhere like in the corner here or somewhere inconspicuous. I'm not 100% sure yet. It depends on what I do with a desk here. It actually could go way under here and be fine, so we will get to that when we get to it. But that is the sound system base, and then above that we have our refurbished thrift store Mac that may or may not stay in here. Moving to the corner, I originally had planned the subwoofer here, so we have our subwoofer wall plate there with RCA cables and power conveniently located, but for now that is not possible because this is just too big, so I might move the sub underneath the desk over there where it's not in the way. And then moving to the rear, we have a futon with some nice pillows, and that is the rear, along with this nice black coffee table that I refurbished myself. That is the rear of the studio for guests to hang out while I edit, or to sleep in here, it's possible as well. And that's the rear, or sort of the side. If you're looking at the door here, you rotate around this way, there's the editing, and if you keep going to your right, there is the futon and coffee table. So if you come in the door and you immediately look to your right, we have up here in the corner another wall plate with receptacles for Govee hexagon lighting. We have our 43-inch Amazon TV here, which was not on, but I will show you guys that now. And for whatever reason, it affects both televisions. I don't know why that is the case. They're supposed to be locked to their own guy, but this one is affecting the one behind me, which is hilarious. When I pushed the home button, this guy went home too. So yeah, so this is a 43-inch 4K Amazon TV monitor, and that has its own built-in, obviously, Fire TV system, and behind it, it is hardwire Ethernet to the switch up in the corner right there. And that completes this side of the room. If we look down here, we have a Cat 6 wall plate, so you can hook up here and chill and have wired Ethernet. If we look down here, we have Cat 6 and HDMI. HDMI feeds the second input to this monitor, and then you have power. So this is capable of also displaying up here, and that rounds off this side of the room. Guys, moving up to the top of the ceiling, we have the Govee canned recess lighting. It's actually just pucks lighting. It is smart lighting. There are 6 of these. There are 4 in the studio part here, and there are 2 behind the televisions up there, and they are all smart controlled. Alexa, set the studio switch lighting to blue. Alexa, set the studio switch lighting to 5%. Alexa, set the studio switch lights to red. Guys, there we have the Govee puck lighting, and I will have a link in the description to these. They can be synced with the Govee immersive lighting behind the television, or they can run independently, and I have them set in different groups, so these can come on separately and do some backlighting there. And that is rounding off the amazing lighting at the Supercar Street Racing Studio. Guys, that's going to wrap up a tour of the Supercar Street Racing Studio. I'm so glad you guys decided to join us today, and I hope you like the studio, and we will see you next time on the channel, hopefully soon, with some more exciting things your way. Okay, so
it's rumored that you couldn't sneak in liquor or anything in a bottle on your checked-in bags, but on your carry-on you can.
So let's see. Is it in there?
We've been waiting.
Is it in there? Is it in there? That's the key. Let's go! They stole it.
They took it out.
They took it. They took it. 100%. You're running out of time.
I told you, let me call
You're running out of
The
time.
dude was like, I can make that happen, but hope it's not too late.
You're running out of time.
You fucked up.
You're running out of time to open this.
Brad, you fucked up.
You got 15 seconds.
You should let me
Come
go.
on, hurry.
God.
Hurry.
Where am I going? This right here?
Zipper, hurry. Oh my God!
We got one through. How is mine not in here?
You got chipped, dog. Let's. Hey, what's up guys? Welcome back to the channel. This is Supercar Street Racing. We're out in Studio A today again for another cool product that someone wanted you to check out. Psych Plus reached out to us to see if you guys would be interested in looking at their smart tire inflator. I have it right here in my hands. This thing is pretty awesome and I'm hyped to have this for my golf cart and my car. The smart tire inflator is what we're going to be looking at today on Supercar Street Racing. Let's get it done. Welcome back guys, you're on Supercar Street Racing. You are checking out our channel today and I'm so happy to have you guys here. And today, Psych Plus reached out to us to see if we would be interested in taking a look at their AL7. And you can see it on the screen right here. It has some very cool features. It does some very cool things and I think you guys are gonna love it. Now it's $79.95 right now. It's about 27% off. But by the airing of this video, it might be a little more or a little less. Not sure yet when this will get out. It does support heavy duty vehicles. It can actually do pickup trucks and off-road vehicles and other big vehicles like that. And of course, it also can do floats and air mattresses and all the other little things. It's very light. It only weighs 2.8 pounds. This guy is so powerful, it can refill a 17-inch tire in only 2 minutes. It also has a 15,600 milliamp lithium-ion battery. It recharges in 150 minutes with its USB-C port. Now it does have advanced cooling for the motor, so it can work up to 35 minutes without any issues of overheating. A lot of those small little pumps that you get at like Walmart, they'll overheat like almost immediately and they're not even designed to work for over a few minutes. It does have a cool LED screen also that shows you tire pressures and targets. You can see by the graphic right up here, it can do a 15-inch tire in 45 seconds, a 17-inch tire in about 95 seconds. There's a look at the battery. It's a 5,200 milliamp hour battery with 11.1 volts. Then down below that, it shows you everything it can do with that battery. 10 times on a car, 28 motorcycle, 84 on a ball, and then a bike 160 times. Pretty user-friendly, and it can also go up to 100 PSI maximum pressure. It's cool because it opens up on the side and it has a place for you to store everything. The T-hose, the Presta valve, the ball needle, and the balloon nozzle, the air hose with the Schrader valve, and the Type-C charging cable will all fit right inside this thing. And the cool part is when it runs out, you can run it corded. So if the battery runs down, you can actually run it in a corded mode. The 2 fans that are built in this unit help keep it cool even when running for long periods of time. It's very small. You can see the measurements here, 3.5 by 6.4 by 6.4. Very, very compact and easy to carry as well. There's a diagram right here of the thing. I'll put it up on the screen. It shows you the handle, the 12 volt DC port, and the USB Type-C port. This guy has 32 reviews and it is at 4.4, so that's not bad. It just needs more reviews before it will be up there a little bit more, but we're gonna take a look at it and review it ourselves and see what we think. All right, now that we've taken an initial look at the SycPlus AL7 Smart Tire Inflator, the next thing we have to do is throw it inside and do some unboxing. Let's throw it into the Studio B right now with Brad and get this thing unboxed. We have the SycPlus AL7 Smart Tire Inflator directly in front of me right now. And SycPlus was so hyped for you guys to get a look at this. And I am hyped because I will actually be able to use this on my golf cart. I have one tire that is very slowly leaking. So this will be great for that. We're gonna look at this today. On the side of the box, it just says Smart Tire Inflator AL7. Nothing on that part. You can see here, it's got a cool display right here. And on this side of the box, there is some product information here and its pressure range, 3 to 100 PSI. It is rechargeable as well. That's a good look at the box there. And this thing is supposed to be pretty cool. It will blow up 10 cars, 28 motorcycles, 84 balls, or 160 bikes on just one charge. Also very good for RVs and pickups. It can inflate a 15-inch wheel and tire in 45 seconds, a 17-inch in 95 seconds, and it does everything. Off-road tires, pickups, SUVs, you name it, it can do it. Got a big 5200 milliamp hour battery at 11.1 volts. And it's got a large LED screen that you can see right here. Does a maximum pressure of 100 PSI. And it can work either corded or cordless. If the battery dies, you can go corded, even if the power runs out. It has built-in fans, which really help. A lot of these tire inflators get super hot. This guy has some fans to go ahead and help out with that. Even after 35 minutes, it should not be hot. Okay, directly inside the box of the AL7 SycPlus, we've got a user manual right up top. Inside the user manual, it has a packing list, shows you how to operate the screen and the buttons, how to connect a tire to it, and how to recharge it. Does have a built-in light, so we'll take a look more at this when we operate it. On top, there is a foam piece protecting the SycPlus right there. Nice packaging. I'll go ahead and say the packaging is very awesome. You guys can see it is well packaged. And everything must be inside here because there is nothing else in the box aside from the SycPlus and the manual. Now right here on the SycPlus, there is some peel satisfaction right here on the display. We'll go ahead and peel sat. Got them. And that is the rest of the unit. You can see here it does have this handy carrying handle right here. Very cool. Controls are right there. There is a USB-C port right there that is hidden when you slide the handle over. And then in the back here, there probably is a storage compartment. Oh, there you go. It just pops open directly like that. And inside they gave you a USB Type-C to USB Type-C charger. They gave you a connector for doing balls. Looks like it is for standard valve stems. You just screw it on the end right here. Just like that. And let's see if it will store back in there. And it does have the ability to store in there, and you can put your other stuff in there as well. There's plenty of room in there to put even this stuff back in. We'll need to see if it is actually charged. It is charged. It looks like it's almost all the way charged. And then we have to get up the user manual to understand how to operate it. First thing you do is just power it on, which we already did. You can see right there it is on. So it has 4 modes, and you go to the mode by pressing this button here. Now notice here, it's on car. If you press it again, it goes to ball, bike, and bicycle. Bike and motorcycle. Let's put it back on car. And then you set the target pressure. So however you want your tire to be inflated, you go ahead and move this knob to that PSI. And then you short press the power button to begin inflating, but you have to make sure that you are already connected to your tire, which we are not. There is also a light button right here. It turns on a nice LED light, very bright. Let's go ahead and power it off. And that is all there is to it. You can see the fan right here that keeps it nice and cool. Now let's go ahead and take it into the other room and put it directly on a charger and let it charge all the way up before we use it. Okay, we just completely unboxed the SycPlus AL7 right in there in Studio B. We showed you everything included with this, what the unit actually looks like. We did plug it in and check that out as well. But now we have another mission. We're gonna actually have to test this thing out, and we're gonna do that in the Supercar Street Racing garage, where the golf cart has a tire that leaks about every 10 days or 15 days. You have to put air in it. Let's take this thing directly out to the garage and test this on the Supercar Street Racing 72 volt lithium-ion golf cart. Okay, we got the Psych Plus right here, charging in the kitchen, and it is at 3 out of 4 bars. We're just waiting for it to charge up a little bit more, and then we're going to take it out to the garage and work on the golf cart. So let's go ahead and get this thing out to the garage as soon as this is ready to go. And you can clearly see out here in the garage, this tire is low. We have our Psych Plus AL7 here. This is a perfect way to use the Psych Plus. Let's go ahead and get out what we need from the little compartment in the side. It just flips open like that. And that was the charger cable. We probably don't need that, but it also has your other connectors in it. There's my nice wheel and tire combo for the golf cart. This wheel and tire combo is low. You can see, I don't know where it is leaking from, but I need to take the tire off and take it to the tire shop. But for now, we get a chance to use our Psych Plus. And look, it has a place for your attachments right there. But to put this on, you simply put it on the wheel, the valve stem, and then you close this little latch, and this thing is ready to go. You can then shut the door here if you want to. There's the light. If you want to try the light, we can do that now as well. Let's just hold down the light button. And look how much that lights up our area here. It's very convenient. And this tire wants to be 25 PSI. So we hold down the power button, but we want to move it's almost like a volume control, but it's for PSI. We want to move that down to 25 PSI. To start it, you're supposed to just hit the power button briefly. There it goes. Dancing. Look how fast. This thing is awesome. There you see it. It did inflate my tire to 25 PSI. Perfectly with no issues whatsoever. And I do love the light. It's awesome. We'll check this top right front tire. It looks fine. Oh, it's at 14. That simple. This thing is bad to the bone. See what we got over here. 13 PSI. Nice. Still have not moved on battery. It is still at 3 batteries, and that's where I brought it outside. I brought it out here at 3. I'm gonna go ahead and leave that amount in the tire, that's fine. And you can see right here, this could be used to blow up rafts. You just stick it into a raft, screw it on the end of this, and this is used for blowing up rafts the same exact way. We got a raft right here, and you can see it is completely limp right there. We have our thing there. You just push this into the valve. That should be good. I'm not 100% sure, but on the Psych Plus, we need to change the mode. So we have to push this down. Let's try this. There it goes. I'm gonna get ready to turn it off. That worked absolutely perfect. Awesome. Love this thing. Now we just got to take this out and plug the hole. Okay, you guys just saw us actually test out the Cyc Plus AL7 out in the garage. We went ahead and inflated the golf cart tire with this. It worked awesome, and I'm sure it works just as good on regular tires for cars. Basically, the golf cart has the same type of tire. Now there's only one thing to do. We need to figure out how to tell you guys to get your own Cyc Plus AL7. Hey guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing. We are out here in Studio A for a first time in a long time, and that is because we had massive power problems out here that we just got fixed. We got a new electrical panel, we got new service, and the studio now has its own dedicated circuit instead of just pumping off of the house and just breaking all the breakers every day. We're out here again finally, and I'm so hyped to show you guys the Cyc Plus AL7. Now, Cyc Plus did get in touch with Supercar Street Racing and wanted you guys to check this out. It's sitting right here on the screen, looking so fly and fresh, and you saw on the video what we did there. We went ahead and unboxed that thing and went right out into the garage and pumped up that tire directly, and it worked absolutely perfectly. I encourage you guys to get this. It's very cool. It has a very long-lasting battery. It can handle heavy-duty loads as well. It has attachments for both rafts and also balls, so you can inflate any of those things with the Cyc Plus, and it lasts forever and has a very cool light on it and built-in storage. So go ahead and check out Cyc Plus, the AL7 tire inflator, and let me know what you think about this thing. I absolutely loved it when I tried it right out there in the Supercar Street Racing garage. And I want to thank you guys for 200,000 subscribers, and please always buy through our affiliate links. The Cyc Plus will be down in the links. Go ahead and click through there when you buy yours. But we got to get out of here. I'll see you guys later. It's about to storm.
I think it might be too tight.
That's what she said. Michael.
Got him! Got him!
All right, we're out here in the garage, and Joe came over and brought his battery puller, and he's trying to take the back seat off right now so we can get access to where we're gonna mount our rear speakers right here, and then figure everything else out as we go. We went to Daddy-O's, we bought some 6.5-inch speakers, 2 ways for the whole golf cart, 2 in the back, 2 in the front. And so what you're gonna see right now is Joe taking off the back seat.
just a fool, so.
Here we are inside the Tesla, about to watch a video about me buying the Tesla. Pretty crazy, and we are watching it as it premieres on YouTube. I love this car. What's happening, guys? It's freaking Friday night. I got this bottle of wine right here, which I haven't touched because I saw something that inspired me and had to try it. So the other day, you guys saw me Plastidip my emblems because they're chrome, and I got some black wheels coming. I haven't revealed what yet. That's coming soon in the next video. But tonight, I'm gonna show you how to Plastidip your orange side markers and dark tint them out. Stay tuned, that's coming right now. All right, guys, what you're gonna need for this project is some blue painter's tape, some masking material. I just use like regular old newspaper or plastic or whatever you have, and just a regular old black matte Plastidip right here. You can get it at Home Depot or any auto parts store. And this is the light that we're gonna be working on. See this orange side marker slash turn signal? So kind of lucky in this case, right here around this light is a tiny little crack. So I'm able to get the tape right inside that crack. If you don't have that, you're gonna have to kind of mask it off, or you can try a heavy coat around it and see how it peels. It might peel on that line. Stay tuned for what mine's gonna look like when I tape it off. All right, I got the side marker masked off. Notice I got a good mask all the way around it here. Now, before you ask me in the comments, yes, Plastidip does overspray. I found out when I did the emblems, came back the next day and there was overspray all over it. So I got it all masked off. I've got my Plastidip here. I need you to do the same thing I did and preheat this can so it's nice and warm. Now, if you've used this can before, it might have some Plastidip around the tip here, so just pull that off before you do anything. Then spray a sample there to kind of clear the head. Now, I don't have much room here to spray. Try to get this on camera while I do it. I'm gonna do one light coat first. Okay, that's all for now. Nice light coat. I'm gonna let that dry for 15 minutes and then we'll be back. Okay, the timer just went off, so it is time for coat number 2. Now this coat is going to be a wet coat, and at the same time we are going to remove the tape. When you have tape, you always want to remove the tape while your coat is still wet. So we're gonna put a good 3 shot on there. And then we're gonna pull the tape. I'll be right back. Okay, I just got done pulling the tape and you can see I didn't do as good of a job with the taping. So I'm gonna grab a rag over here from my rag collection. Let's see if this will come off easily. If it doesn't, it will come off when it dries. Yeah, it wipes right off right now. Just like that. Like I said, it will come off when it dries regardless. That's the beauty of Plastidip. If it doesn't come off like that, just use your finger. That was dried on there from the first coat. Now this is gonna take 15 minutes to dry and you're done basically. 2 coats is enough for me on these. I don't wanna go crazy on this part. So I'm gonna show you the other side, which was actually already done before. I wanted to make sure I had it good before I did a tutorial on it, but there's how it came out. I think it looks so much better than the orange. Now, ideally, they would be the color of the car, and they make a whole strip for the European car that doesn't have a side marker in that color, and that's what I really want. But I think that looks better than clear side markers, honestly, with the black factory insert there and then black wheels coming. So that's how you Plastidip your side markers on your car. We'll see you guys next time. Bye. Kitty, I'm trying to watch UFC. Why are you blocking the screen? Can't you just get out of the way? Why are you so anti-UFC and boxing? Why? We got the smart mirror. We got the Tito's ugly sweater. We got the smart mirror again. And we still have the Tito's ugly sweater. And then we got the peel. That peel satisfaction is real. That peel sat is so good in your life. That peel sat. And then we got the ugly sweater on top of the peel sat. And the peel sat's trying to be difficult, but we're still going to peel. And it's going to be good. And it's in your life. And you love it, that peel sat. And that peel sat is so good that it won't even make it into 60-second videos. But I'm really trying hard for that peel sat because I love you guys. And that peel satisfaction is not going to make it. I got to speed up and peel faster. And I'm just ripping it harder with the peel sat. And I'm not going to make it. And that peel sat was so good. We'll have to have a 2.0 peel sat. What are we doing?
Fuck, that's gonna come out.
What the? Why is that coming?
Okay. Go.
Dude, whip up. Relax.
Ow! I got caught. Okay. All right, we got Joe here and Tricia.
Nothing's coming out.
And he's really trying to get the last barbecue sauce out of it, but how do you do it?
Centrifugal force.
You look like you're in karate.
It's all at the bottom. Can we just witness that?
How many people did you kill when you did that?
Oh, here we go.
Oh,
So good. Centrifugal force.
So good.
all right, this is day 64 of the keto diet. Let's see. 143.6, and I started at 169. Kitty, do tricks.
You're lying.
Do tricks. Oh, that was good. Welcome back to Supercar Street Racing. Today we got a special video for you. We have M-Mobile as a new sponsor on the channel, and today we're going to be plugging this directly into an electric car to see what happens, if anything. We're going to do this today on the channel. If you want to find out what happens, make sure you stick around to the end, and welcome to Supercar Street Racing. You're back on Supercar Street Racing with Brad, and I'm so happy to have you on the channel today. And if you are a new watcher, I hope that you will do us a huge favor and hit that like and subscribe button and support the channel. Today on Supercar Street Racing, something special. We have M-Mobile as a sponsor on the channel, and their OBD2 Bluetooth adapter is right here. Now this thing is awesome because you can go ahead and clear codes, check out all your codes, you can do performance data, you can build a digital dash for your car where you can monitor all the cool features in your engine like coolant temperature, RPM, boost, and things like that. But today we're gonna throw a wrench into that because we're gonna plug this into the Supercar Street Racing Model S Plaid Tesla and see what happens when we do that. What do you guys think is going to happen when you plug this into the car? I have no idea, and I don't know where the OBD2 port is, but we have to go find it. The M-Mobile OBD2 scanner is sitting right here, so fly and so fresh for you, and we want to show it to you right here on Amazon. We have the page up right there. Now this thing is compatible with both iOS and Android. This is the 2024 version. It uses Bluetooth 5.4, so that is the newest Bluetooth standard available. This thing provides you real-time access to your data. You can gain insights into your vehicle like RPM, engine load, coolant temperature, and much, much more. You can also transform a tablet or smartphone into an interactive display, putting all of the different parameters from your car up there, and it looks pretty cool when people get in your car and you have this neat digital dash going. You can also assess the performance of your car by doing the testing mode. It'll tell you 3 critical areas in your car that are usually indicators of performance. This thing can measure acceleration, braking, and distance coverage. Now, this also does comprehensive fault code detection, meaning that when you plug it in, you can scan all your codes and you can also clear your codes. Now, if you were to take your car to a mechanic, you would have the codes already scanned, and you could save yourself thousands of dollars by already knowing what is wrong with your car before they try to tell you something that's not actually wrong with it. Now, this thing does full comprehensive system diagnostics, meaning it scans across all systems in your car. If you have other systems that are available, it will also display them on the M Mobile. Now, this guy is $22.99 right now on Amazon, and go ahead and pick that up for yourself and use the links in the description to support Supercar Street Racing. Out in the SCSR compound, awesome garage, and I know your question is there actually an OBD2 port on this car? Well, I didn't check, but I heard that there was one near the gas pedal. I put a light in there without checking because I wanted to do it live.
No. We'll do it live!
So let's get in this 2023 Tesla Model S Plaid and see if we can find an OBD2 port. All right, let's go check under the gas pedal. I don't see, there's some kind of flap there, but that doesn't look like it. I heard there was a panel under here. I don't see any panels, just a bunch of carpet. Oh, it's right here. It's right underneath here. I don't know if you guys can see it. So let's get our OBD2 reader. Don't know which direction it goes in either. Okay, there's a red light on our OBD2 reader now. So I guess it does work. Okay, we're here on the Android phone, and all we have to do is see this OBD Home app and go ahead and open it up and try to link with our device. Let's see. It's looking for my device. Oh, it found the car. Connection succeeded. Dashboard, display real-time data about the car. We are successfully connected to an electric car with an OBD2 scanner. Now the question is, what kind of data can we get off of this thing? That's so funny, it has everything about engine coolant temperatures and everything. And of course, none of that applies to our car. So there's not really a whole lot in here we can do. Now here's where you can do a dashboard, which is kind of cool. So this is the setup. We're gonna change it from metric to inches. Okay, so that is just the settings. Back at the home screen now. Now, I don't know if it's going to show miles per hour or not. We would have to take the car out to check that. It does have an acceleration for performance. Not even stepping on the pedal gave us any data. Let's see what we can scan here. Let's see. It's scanning for trouble codes, none. MIL status, no data. Freeze frame, done. No data, oxygen sensor. It can't find anything to look at. Car information, PID snapshot. Okay, let's take a look at our car information. It only has a VIN number. It does not show anything else. No trouble codes are detected. So yeah, there is not a lot of data you can get off of this thing with an electric car like the Tesla. We did get this switched over to miles per hour in the dashboard there, so that's good. I guess we got to take the car out and see if it does anything on performance or the dashboard. We'll do that next. Okay, we have our OBD2 app open up on the phone, and we do have our GoPro going at the same time. We are about to take a little trip. I'm gonna go ahead and test this out when we do that. So let's get going. We gotta get our briefcase and everything loaded up. I'll be curious to see if this thing does anything. All right, we're in the car. Let's see what happens. I'm gonna go ahead and put on the dashboard, and then we'll do the little performance test if we can get that working. Not sure if it is gonna work. Sorry if it's noisy. We have AC going. We're at 87% state of charge. I'm gonna put the dashboard up now. So far, there is nothing on the screen, so this might not work in my car. And you can see we have no readout. We have no readout on our app here for speed, at all. So this does not work at all. So you cannot get any data from an electric car. That is what is going on here. It barely reads the codes, and the myth is busted. It does not work. All right, guys, we have busted the myth, or maybe there was never a myth, I might have made that up, that you can put an OBD2 card reader into an electric car and actually get any data. You can get some data, but you're not getting a whole lot. All you can get is basically your car VIN number, and that is it as far as my car. Now, another car might do something different, but my car only shows the VIN number. We also took the car out and tried to do the performance testing as well, and you could see that we could not even do that because the car does not even read miles per hour. Now, it might have something to do with the fact that RPMs don't display either, because there is really no such thing as RPM, although the motors do spin up at RPMs. It is not like a conventional car. It is not going to read out on your OBD2 app. And there are no codes displayed either. I thought there may be a special something for OBD2 for electric cars that they would maybe adapt to the Tesla, but I'm sure there are some apps that do work with the Tesla. I have not investigated that. I know that Tesla has their own custom software for diagnosing the car. But like I said, we wanted to go ahead and try that for you guys to see if we could get anything out. Now, if you're wondering where the Tesla is, it is actually in the tire shop, because every time I drive the car, I have to run over something and get a flat. The same exact tire that was flat about 4 months ago is flat again, and they had to tow the car on a flatbed. That was when I went out on the trip earlier to test the performance. I went on an errand, and of course I was the only person in the road, and I hit something metal and it flattened the passenger side rear tire. So the car is in the tire shop getting a tire replacement. We appreciate you guys watching. Now let's throw it back into actually the office there with Brad for Supercar Street Racing and getting out of this video. Thanks again for watching. We will see you next time on the channel.
Yeah.
All right, guys trying to shoot me with a salt gun. Let's go.
No, that's too close.
Oh, fuck!
I told you.
Shit, that hurt. What are you doing? He's checking the AC. Air conditioner's on. He's fixing the idle. Oh yeah, we might have to get in the trunk.
Like I said, that's where I shine.
I figure we'll probably be climbing in there in a minute. All right, maybe you should get in the trunk.
Right? I got you.
I'm not big enough, man. This plus 5 gallons of fuel.
Yeah. Okay. Every bit counts.
Back in the trunk again, my buddy.
Sure.
I forgot your name.
Michael.
Michael is Titan. We're in the trunk. Because it's spinning. Even with the tire pressure down. It'll spin. So, here we go. All the way in. Loud as hell. Need earmuffs. That was fun. Oh, sweet. 2,000 horsepower. Perfect. 743. That's what I saw. Will it make a boost now?
Maybe 28 now.
And still maxed out on the D cycle?
Yeah, it's maxed. We got another 2. It's not bad.
Yeah. It's not great, but
I mean, I honestly don't think that turbo is going to make any more than that. I've never run that turbo with those small housings. I think
so you think it's a small exhaust housing?
I think it's the compressor housing mostly, but turbine housing too.
Would it make 743?
Yeah. Get it to make a little more, but it's not going to make a ton.
Yeah.
Just changing those housings, I think you'll pick up probably 100 horsepower.
Yeah. Okay.
You try to force it to make boost, then you're just back pressure keeps going up.
Yeah.
It's not good.
Okay. It'll probably make more on the street, huh?
Yeah. If I could run it in 5th gear, probably would too. I don't really like to do that.
Might as well. I got the gearing for it.
It's different.
411.
Yeah, that's why. It's too high. I'll run it in 5th gear.
Yeah. Do it one more time. Hey, you think you can get in the back so I can video it?
I don't mind it.
All right. Thanks, man. I wonder if you guys can fit. You think that's too much, sir?
Yeah, I think that's good.
Just one person?
Just one person.
All right, he said just one.
One person?
Yeah.
Especially now with 5th gear.
Okay. Thanks, man. What's that? A what? Yeah, fully works. It's running the factory ECU and AEM, and they're tied together. Kind of a hybrid thing, because they don't make an AEM for this car, so there's no plug and play like for the IS. So people just kind of fake it. It's got a Honda AEM. No. VBTI is off, right? It's on. Oh, it's on? Oh, it's on. Okay. Good question. I have that same question as how it's working with the Honda AEM, but I guess I don't know. I have no idea. Or maybe it's the program itself and not the actual hardware. Thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. It's got the V160 with super 6-speed transmission, built suspension, everything's done, and the motor's built top and bottom end. So I mean, it can handle every bit of this turbo. Turbo needs a bigger exhaust housing, I guess. Here we go. I saw the 31 on the boost gauge when you were running it. I was looking at it pretty close. It made some power that time, I can tell.
It's fired though. It probably needs new plugs.
Really?
Yeah.
So that had to be like close to 800. It had to be. Because it made 743 with 3 less time to boost. So, oh no, 754. I thought it'd be close to 800 for sure. Oh, 777. 788. There you go, 791. Man, if we could just get it up there like 8 more pounds, this thing would make 900 easy.
8 more pounds?
Yeah, is that okay?
Ain't gonna happen. Yeah, you got a gap plug on. It's firing.
Do we need to do that right now, or can we do it right now?
I mean, I can get it done.
Okay. Sounds good to me. Okay, yeah, we might as well. I mean, they're new. I say new, they've been on the dyno now twice, but...
You know what they gapped them to?
I don't. Over here on the treadmill, and there's a freaking little crab. It's the second one I've seen in 2 days in the sunroom. Little crab. Hey, crab. All right, guys, we are out here in front of the 4K production studio, and today we're taking a look at my 99% finished 4K production studio on Supercar Street Racing. All right, we are out front of the 4K production studio, and I wanted to shoot this before daylight because I wanted to show you guys the outside first. But taking a look back here, we have a very limited crop angle at 8K. But taking a look at the outside here of the studio, you can clearly see I have done lighting on the outside here all the way around the edge. And so the lighting carries all the way this way and around the front of the studio. That would be the front of the house there. And then right here and right now, this is the side of the studio, and you can see I lit it up nicely with some cool outdoor lighting, and that is how it looks from the outside. Moving on to the front of the studio, you see that we have this nice door that was just put in about 2 weeks ago, and it also is lit up nicely. And it does light up the Supercar Street Racing sign. And then moving down towards the bottom, we do have the Eufy video doorbell here that will alert you when it sees a person. In fact, it just did when we walked by, and just now again on the video. And there is the Supercar Street Racing sign that we had custom made. And that is the front of the 4K production studio, and all of the beautiful lighting that we put in that I'm so glad I took the time to get done. We also installed gutters afterwards so that the rain would not come into the front area here. There was some water getting in towards the bottom down here, so we put those gutters in, and ever since then sealed the door properly, and now no water gets in. Now let's move on into the inside. All right, guys, welcome to the inside of the Supercar Street Racing 4K production studio, actually being shot in 8K right now. Kind of difficult to shoot in 8K because it's very cropped, so the angle, the zoom amount is very close up, but you can see right here and right now is the inside of the 4K production studio, and I will throw some pictures up as well that give kind of a better idea of what this looks like. But when you walk in the front door, you are greeted with this desk area here, and in the desk here is where all of the main equipment is located, directly across from the front door, and we will go over all that equipment one by one just here momentarily. All right, this is a good view of the inside of the 4K production studio, and we are shooting this in 8K. Now, as you walk in the front door of the studio over there, and don't forget, this is 8K, it's cropped pretty hard, so it's difficult to get a wide angle shot. But as you walk in the front door of the studio, you are greeted right next to the door. We'll take a look at this in a minute with an Alexa, and it's actually an Echo Show 15 right up there. And then on the wall over there, we do have a 32-inch television. And then on the front wall, directly across from the door, is where we have our main equipment for the studio. And you can see starting at the end over there, and we'll go over this stuff one at a time when we get a little bit closer. But starting at the very far end right here, we have our HP thrift store refurb PC. Actually, it was a gift from a friend. I call it a thrift store, but yeah, you can see me right here, right now on the screen right there. And this guy right here is used to do live streaming. It just has a single webcam, and that shows this area right here. It is all located up on the top of the desk since it is a one-piece device, and that is the HP computer. It is not very powerful. Matter of fact, I could barely find video drivers for it. It's so old for Windows 11. So it does use hardware acceleration, but it barely works, and every time I go into OBS, I have to change it to hardware acceleration because it loses its settings. Nevertheless, the computer does work pretty good for what it is for, and it is for live streaming only. And then up above that, you can see we have our Harbinger powered speakers. I chose those because I already had them, and they were easy enough to put in. And I actually picked a receiver that has preamp outputs just to feed these Harbinger powered speakers. What you don't see underneath that is the subwoofer chilling so fresh down here. And that is the Polk Audio sub. It's I think a PSW10 is what the brand is, or the model number. And then right by that we have a fan I need to take out of here. It was for when the carpet got wet. But yeah, there's the audio system there, and if you move up above that, you will see the Netgear switch. Now that is fed out through the wall and up into the house to the main cable modem / router, and that supplies Ethernet to the whole entire place. Everything in here except a few things is hardwired. These lights up here, these Govee RGB lights, are Wi-Fi, and one of the televisions is Wi-Fi, this 32-inch right here, because it's using a Fire Stick. It is not a smart TV, but I'm going to get that replaced pretty soon. But anyway, yeah, moving down the bench now, right next to that, you would see my old editing PC. Now this is what I started the channel with before. This is a home-built PC that I built way back in the day. Does have an NVIDIA graphics card in it, Quadro. So not very powerful. It has 16 gigs of RAM. I think a 4-core processor, I can't remember. I think it's a 4-core Intel, and it has an NVIDIA Quadro processor. Barely enough to get by and do editing, but I also do Photoshop on this as well. So that is the next computer. I use this one also for doing live streams from the outside. So if we go to OBS Studio here, it'll pop up and we can do live streams from all the Wisecams in the house. I do have BlueStacks set up in order to open up the Wisecam application and do live streams on this guy. And here is a look at the actual PC. I've had this one for years and I built it. And it is a quad-core processor. I'm trying to get the system settings up if I could type. And looking at this one, it is a, what is it exactly? I can't recall. So it's a Z77N Wi-Fi with a i7 3770K, 4-core. So that is the second PC in the editing suite in Supercar Street Racing Studios. And then moving down here to our main area is where we have our full-blown editing suite. We have our tower PC there with 64 gigs of RAM, the 12-core AMD processor, and a GeForce 3080 Tough ASUS is what's inside that. So pretty powerful machine. I'm about ready to upgrade it to a 4090. I'm just looking for one at the current time, so I'll either do that or buy a whole nother editing PC that has a 4090. Sometimes you can get a good deal on a whole PC because they are selling the entire PC with a 4090, and sometimes you spend like maybe $1,000 more than you would with the video card and you can get a whole system. But yeah, so that's the editing PC. I am using DaVinci Resolve. You can see it up here on the screen right now. On top of the desk here, we have the Marantz NR1711. Pretty high-end receiver. I bought it because it has preamp outputs to drive the front Harbinger speakers over here. And then moving up on top of that, we've got the Kingston HyperX microphone that I use to shoot voiceovers here in the studio with this 4K webcam up there. And then we've got another little switch down here. We ran out of Ethernet, so I just went ahead and put a 10-port switch in right there to feed a few of the devices. Just don't forget, everything here is fed with Ethernet, not Wi-Fi, including this. All these PCs here and this receiver are all fed with Ethernet. And then moving up here to the very top, we have our 4K monitors. They are Amazon 4K monitors, and behind them they have the Govee immersive RGB LED lighting on the back of them. And then of course, moving up to the ceiling, these are all Govee RGB LED recessed lighting, and they're all individually connected to Wi-Fi. And you can see that the ones behind the TV are actually colored different than the ones up here because I have them on a different program. So that is a look at the front of the editing studio here in the Supercar Street Racing Studios, and all the wiring is inside of the walls. I did all that, and then underneath you can see that we have all the wiring tied up really nicely, as much as I possibly could, and all that goes into a home theater wall plate and then up into the walls. All the Ethernet is in the walls, everything else is tied up underneath the desk, and we do have RGB IC LED strips underneath the desk, which when you pull back a little bit kinds of look like this. So you can see how it lights up the underneath of the desk. Now moving to the right of that is the lounge area of the studio, and I will step back so you can see how that turned out. So there's the lounge area. We do have a full-size futon here and a coffee table. And then over to the left of that, we have the side table that has a little bit of storage, really the only storage in here. And it does have the top LED lighting on it. It's got the mushroom LED sign, and then the smart, it's got a lamp with a Govee smart RGB bulb in it. And that desk, or that side table, does have power on top of it. And then just above that, we've got our Harbinger powered speaker, and we've got our Starfield projector, which I don't really use very much. It's pretty loud, so if I'm shooting in here, I don't use that. But I want to get a new one. They have way better ones now. That one is pretty old. Moving back to the front and to the top, I forgot to show you. It's hard to see, but we do have complete surround sound in here. We have 7.2 audio, so we have two front speakers, the Harbingers. We have the center channel, we have the side, and then we have the rear. We do have 7.2 surround sound in here if we need it. I went ahead and overbought the sound so that I would have 7.2 surround if I ever needed it. And stepping back so you get a better view, because this is very cropped. We do have a fully foldable out futon. We just have to pull it out a little bit. I've never folded it out, but yeah, I've slept on that thing plenty of times when the housekeeper's here, and it's pretty comfortable. And when you do that, this TV up here, which we'll show you here momentarily, can be moved. These TVs are on articulatable mounts in the back, so yeah. Down here in the lounge area, that's our doorbell chime, and you can see every single television is equipped with a HDMI port that goes down to the bottom, so you can then use that. If you had a little desk, you could work on this monitor up here, no problem. We do have Ethernet down here as well if you need to hook up to a laptop and in the lounge area. And then we have also power on the walls at the top in case you wanted to do RGB lighting there. I have not done it yet. And up in the corner there, you can see one of the Supercar Street Racing live cams on, and you get a better shot of the 7.2 audio there. Now, the only problem I've had is some of these tiles tend to come loose, so I do have some glue somewhere here and I will have to eventually glue that one back on. So every couple of weeks I come in and re-glue the tiles, and eventually they stick pretty good, but that one you can see is coming off. That's just the way they are with it gets hot and cold in here. And then moving up to that TV, it is articulating, so you can actually move it this way and you can sit in the lounge area and watch TV on that one. Nothing much more on the back, just some more RGB lighting in the ceiling. And then down here in one of the Ethernet jacks, I am feeding the Supercar Street Racing Wi-Fi extender, and that is what everything in here that uses Wi-Fi connects to. So that includes the lighting above that is connected to Wi-Fi. These are connected to this jack here. And then up on here on the wall you can see more power, and behind the TV you can see that there is a nice wall plate that has USB, Ethernet, and HDMI available for this TV, and this TV can just articulate this way for when we're editing. And then this way on the wall we have the Echo Show 15, which I did flush mount. I was able to create a bracket inside the wall with wood, like a cross member, and I was able to perfectly flush mount it and then surround it with the foam tiles. And then under that, this is a smart switch for the outdoor lighting, the lighting that I showed you at the very beginning. And then on this wall here, if we step back so we get a better view, on this wall we have that 32-inch television, which also has a wall plate behind it, and we do have this LG air conditioner, which is the best, absolute best air conditioner made, window unit made. Very quiet, super quiet, hardly makes noise. It does make a little bit of noise, but not like all the other ones. When it kicks off and on, it barely makes any noise. So that's why we got that one. It does keep it cool in here. The only time I ever had issues is when it was 95 degrees out and I tried to turn it on in the middle of the day. It was barely keeping up. So on a very hot day, you just turn it on in the morning and it has no problems keeping this place in the 60s. All right, guys, so that is going to wrap up a tour of the Supercar Street Racing production studios. It is 99.9% done. The only thing not done is I have power up here ready for RGB ceiling lights, and I want some that are not flush mounted. I want the ones that are externally mounted there. So I'm still looking for what I'm gonna buy. But that is gonna wrap up the tour, guys. I hope that you enjoyed seeing the 4K production studio in its glory, and I hope you like and subscribe to the videos and watch our live streams when we do editing. They're pretty cool, and you can learn DaVinci Resolve by watching me edit. All right, guys, have a good one. We'll see you on the next one, Supercar Street Racing.
I'm gonna count down from 5. All right, ready? 5, 4, 3.
This dude, YouTube star. We gotta wait for Rich. These guys are going straight on my YouTube channel. We got Sam here, flexing, Carbon Black.
Shout out Carbon Black sponsor.
Shout out C Black. We gotta get rich. All right, while we wait for Rich.
Rich has already been in the car.
Huh?
Rich has already been in the car.
Well, he's got a video while you guys ride. They won't do it till I walk up. I've got it trained not to let you guys in.
Wait, what? there's a screen back here? Fucking what?
Record this for me. It's on. It's running.
Another screen. Why is there a screen down here?
That's for the rear passengers.
That's so extra. Is this brand new?
Right now.
2023?
2023.
Dude, that steering wheel looks crazy. It's a yoke?
Yep. Alright, so you just slide it forward to drive it, right?
Yep.
So it's ready to go. I like the steering wheel. That would be...
Dude, that's crazy looking. Like what?
Yep. The yoke.
Like what?
So the regen's insane on this thing. I never have to use the brakes because the regen's so strong. So you just let off the gas and it slows down by itself as it's generating power.
What are we looking at? Is it the back of the car? That's the back
Back,
camera?
front, yeah. Alright, so I'm going to get on it. I'm going to count to 5 and then I'm going to hit it, okay?
Jen's gone.
No, forget it.
Ignore?
Yeah. You still recording?
Yeah.
Alright, I'm going to count to 5 and then I'm going to go. Alright, let's go. Are you ready? I'm going to count down from 5. Alright, ready? 5, 4, 3. Is it counting at the top?
Now it is. I tried to record on my phone, but I was thrown back.
Holy fuck. What do you think about that, Sam?
Dude, that's a nice... Was that you or is that the car?
What?
Like, was that a preset? You click a button or was that your foot?
That wasn't
down?
even launch mode. That was just normal from a...
Because I think launch mode's not that serious.
No, launch mode is faster than that.
What?
Yeah. It's drag strip mode is the ultimate, but it takes a while to get it prepped.
What?
Launch. Are you rolling? Are you rolling?
I'm grabbing my glasses.
Hold on. Are you rolling?
Yeah, I'm rolling.
All right, ready?
I'm ready.
I'm ready. Are you sure?
We're ready.
All right, here we go.
Oh, shit. Jesus. Oh, my God. Holy shit.
There's 100. 120.
What? We just did 120?
So this car will reach, so it does a quarter mile in 9.5 at 157. It'll reach its top speed in about 11 seconds.
Jesus.
On 175,
Dude,
and that's where it
thing's
went.
wild.
I have never been launched. I mean,
You'll never feel that again.
I have never.
That's not even drag strip mode. Drag strip mode is absolutely ridiculous, and it's faster than that.
I would get so many fucking tickets for this car.
Yeah, me too.
I could not even count how I would.
That's regen. I'm not touching the brakes. It's like all the regen.
Dude, I'd be locked.
Sam, this
What?
is a go-kart, literally.
I know, dude. I want to drive it.
This is what $100,000 gets you.
I should have gotten a Lambo.
That's about 250.
Yeah, I looked at it.
That's slower than this by far. Way slower. This car will smoke literally every Lamborghini, every Bugatti, every car name, every
Dude,
bike.
that's crazy.
Most
This electric
motorcycles.
can did that.
I'm just like, I'm still appalled at my whiplash from the first one.
I know, because I was sitting like here. I was sitting up here.
You saw that I hit it before I got to 1, right? I wanted to surprise you guys.
I'm like, holy fuck.
Let me get a shot of you with both hands on the wheel.
All right, man.
Hey, stop this. This is how much rain we got. Check out the pool. It's like to the very top. I've never seen it like that. So I just turned on the drain, and it does drain back into the pond over here. Crazy. I woke up to this.
You broke the speed limit by a lot, Dad.
No, I didn't.
Like
No.
5 miles an hour?
Yeah, 5. That's nothing compared to what's about to happen.
You ready, Carter?
Carter, are you ready for this? Oh my god. Dude, what? What do you think, man? Is it sick? He thought that other one was fast.
I know, right?
Carter.
That was faster than the Yankee Cannonball.
Oh, this is Carter. Fastest car made, dude. Come on.
It's faster than the Yankee Cannonball, and the highest drop was like 65 feet.
Absolutely faster.
Oh, no.
Here we are inside the Tesla, about to watch a video about me buying the Tesla. Pretty crazy, and we are watching it as it premieres on YouTube. I love this car. What's happening, guys? Got my BC Rich Warlock right here. Never been played, at least not by me. Bought it and put it on the wall. Just wanted to show you guys this cool guitar. But today we're going to take a look at leather seat treatment and what is the best method for treating these. And there's a secret unknown ingredient I'm going to show you that you can buy online or in your local grocery store or drugstore, and you can treat your leather seats with it. It's one I found at a flea market that I refurbished. I have a few of them on the walls. So today I'm going to show you leather interior conditioning and cleaning, and you probably don't know about this method. It's a method that I saw online and I've been trying it. So I'm going to show you how to do it, the products to use, and the methods. And that's coming up. All right, everybody, we got some of the most common interior leather products here. I want to take a look at all these, let you see them. So the first thing we have here is from Griot's Garage, and it is called Leather 3-in-1. It says it's safe for all leathers, produces soft and supple finish, and durable UV protection. Now, it's interesting because every time I go to Advanced Auto Parts, I find a different product by Griot's, and so I never get the same product twice, and I don't understand why that is and why they have so many different products for leather. This is called Leather 3-in-1. It's in a bottle that's not clear. Next we have here Leather Care, and that is also from Griot's, and it says cleans and preserves leather. Gently cleans all leather, extends life, and dries clear. And then the next thing we have here is Griot's Leather Care Spray, cleans and preserves leather. Don't ask me why they have so many products that all do pretty much the same thing. So I buy whatever they have. It is not cheap, and I'm just going to tell you right now, you're going to pay for quality products for your leather interior. Okay, so that is the first three. Now here's one you probably don't know about. This is Nourishing Coconut Milk Shampoo by this company called OGX. See if I can get the camera to focus there. So you can buy this on Amazon, or you can buy it in your local supermarket. And this is Nourishing Coconut Milk Shampoo. Very interesting. I saw this online by one guy, and I decided to give it a shot, and sure enough, it's good stuff. I actually put it, now on the SL65, the whole entire leather interior is, or the whole entire interior is made of leather. All the surfaces are covered with leather, and it's actually a designer, it's like an upgrade from the SL55, I forgot what the name of it is. I think it's called Exclusive Leather. So I use this product on the entire interior of the car, and then sometimes I use these three on the next round of detailing. So I'll use this 1 week, and then I'll go back to one of these three. Now online, it does say that you should use this first and then follow up with one of these three, but I don't do that. I think that's a little bit of overkill, and I'll show you why when we get the coconut milk on there. Supposedly this is such a good thing because not only does it condition the seats, but it also cleans them as you are putting it on. I'm going to show you how to apply these products, specifically this coconut milk one, right now. All right, we got the coconut milk nourishing shampoo here from OGX. Got a clean chamois cloth here. This is all I ever use for the interior of the car, so we're going to go ahead and start using this. What I like to do is just put some on the seat right there, like that. Pretty simple process, obviously. Take this chamois and rub it in really good.
make sure you get all of the seat. And as you notice here, it is going to go in the holes because these seats are heated and ventilated, but it will dry eventually. So don't worry about it if it gets in the holes of the seat, but if you're super worried about it, you can just like press in harder and they will all. Now, if you notice, what that leaves on the seat is like a nice conditioned surface. You can definitely tell that this stuff does a great job on the leather, on cleaning it and conditioning it. It doesn't take very much, and once you put some on there, you can just grab it and, you know, move it around here. So I like to be pretty generous on the application, and don't forget the sides of the seats here, even though they're not really in sight, and the fronts. The obvious is to get all the bolsters, but don't forget all the sides. Pretty much anywhere you have leather in the car, you want to go ahead and apply this stuff. So you can also just, if you want to, apply it directly to the rag like that. And then, you know, just directly onto it if you don't want to pour it out first. And I know the lighting's not very good in here, but as you can see, it leaves the leather really in good shape after it's done. And even when it dries, you're going to notice that the leather is, you know, nice and soft and conditioned. It is a different type of the way it feels compared to the other products over there. The spray, I find, I don't really like it as much as the pastes. I just feel like it leaves a kind of a watery finish that I don't feel is as high quality as the pastes are. So even though that stuff is the same exact price, I do like the pastes better, so I tend to buy those. I just wanted to try it since they did have it. So I'm going to go ahead and do the rest of this seat, and then I'll be back with the finished product. Got this whole entire seat conditioned now. Looks great. I try to do these seats, actually the whole interior of the car, once a week, regardless if I drive it or not. Notice here, all the door panels and everything on this car are laid with leather, and the dash. The lights did go out. Let me get those lights back on. So yeah, the whole entire interior of this car is overlaid with what's called exclusive leather, which is definitely an upgrade over the 55 and 600 versions. So I'm going to go ahead and do the other side now and give you an update when that's finished. Alright, got the other side done. It's kind of what it looks like there. Sorry, the lighting's not that great in here. Yeah, both sides are done now. And then next time I do this, I will do the entire interior. I just actually detailed the car a couple of days ago, but I wanted to give you guys a little bit of tutorial on how to do this in case you wanted to do it this weekend. Get yourself some of the OGX coconut milk shampoo, and then leave me some comments and tell me how it turned out. Give me a thumbs up and a subscription if you don't mind, and we'll see you guys soon. What's up, guys? Welcome back to Supercar Street Racing. I am so happy to have you guys here today. It is Football Sunday. I can't even say the word because I'll get sued into oblivion by the National Dumb League. And so if I say it, we can't make this video, but today we got something special for you right here. It is an upgrade for the bedroom surround sound system, and this is going to take things to one more level that we need. Let's get into this today. Let's get this thing opened up.
We are back on Supercar Street Racing today, and we welcome you guys. And I have something in my right hand that might be a clue to what we're doing today. But first of all, I want to thank you guys for 60,000 almost subscribers as of this morning. It's an awesome achievement. I am trying to get my video views up, and people are really starting to watch some of the older videos, which I really do appreciate. I just want you to keep in mind that back then the production quality wasn't as good as it is now. We try to make our videos very, very much better now, and also to put more emphasis on quality content and less about length of video. The old videos would just run and run forever, but now I am really trying to make the content more quality based and less about length. And today we are walking into the Supercar Street Racing awesome office, and I've got something in my hand here that might give you a clue about what we're doing today. And then also there's something laying right here on this bed that might give you another hint about what we got going on at Supercar Street Racing today. But before we get started, I just want to remind you guys to please like and subscribe. Every like and subscribe helps the channel and the algorithms focus in on what you guys do enjoy watching. And I'm gonna take this package right here and I'm gonna lay it quietly right here on this box. And that box might give you a hint of what is to come today on the channel. Now right here on top of the box, you do see a set of Gear It banana plugs. This is a 3-foot long banana plug, so it can't be going very far, right? And right here it does say on the box, magnetized, do not ship this by air. I don't know why that is the case, why you cannot ship this box with air freight, but it does say it clearly right there on the package, so I'm not going to argue with that. And while this box sits so comfortably on the bed this morning, let's go ahead and get this thing opened up. All right, now that the box is open, you have a hint as to what is inside. And there's a lot of empty space in here and not a lot of padding, which I think is kind of ridiculous, but hey, it did come at one piece, so you can see right here, there's a clue. It is a Polk Signature Series item. Let's get this thing out of this box. We don't need this where we're going. Now, before we get started on unboxing this, I just wanted to give you guys a good look at the side of the box. This is the ES35 Signature Elite center channel speaker from Polk Audio. You guys know it because we already have one in the home theater room. I bought one for the bedroom. I did notice that as I get older and my hearing gets worse, I do not enjoy the in-ceiling, very crappy old center channel that we have up there. So this is a addition to the bedroom sound because I do enjoy watching sound in the bed and watching movies. Let's go ahead and get this thing completely out of the box now and see what's inside. I'm assuming it is exactly like what we did have in the home theater room, which is the same exact model number and ordered from the same exact link. Let's get this thing opened up now on the channel. Got one owner's manual in here. I now have two of the same ones. Just go ahead and dump this out. The easiest way to open it, and I guess we don't need that either where we're going. And it is surrounded by some protective styrofoam condoms, and I was finally smarter than that. Do not eat these, even if you're hungry. And then it's also further protected by a nice little protective foam thing. And this is the Signature Series by Polk. This is the front grille. They are magnetized. This is a close-up look at the center channel. This is the ES35 Signature Series center channel from Polk Audio. And you can see right here 6 drivers on the outside for low frequency, mid-range, and 1 single tweeter right in the center for your high frequencies. It is very compact. It has great sound, great reviews, and on the back it just does have a connector for either speaker wire or banana plug. We are going to be using our Gear It. There'll be a link in the description for these. We have a short run, so we don't need anything long. So this is going to sit right on top of the Marantz Cinema 70S in the bedroom and look so flying fresh. This thing does have 6 3-inch balanced dynamic reinforced polypropylene. That's the correct pronunciation, and it does have 1 high resolution tweeter. Now this tweeter is crossed over at 2.7 kilohertz. Everything 2.7 and below will go down to these 3-inch woofers. There are 6 of them. This does have an option for you to be able to wall mount it. So you do have that capability on the back. There is a bracket back here, and on the other side there is one of those plus brackets for you to be able to wall mount. Now these can also be used for left and right if you wish. If you mount them up and down in a vertical nature, these can be your left and right speakers mounted to the wall right next to your television. Or they could probably sit on a bookshelf too. It looks like they would probably balance on the ground. Now this guy will handle anywhere from 20 to 150 watts, and its overall frequency response is 66 hertz to 40 kilohertz. So you will want a sub if you're using these for your left and right channels, obviously. Small woofers are not going to handle very low frequencies below the rated capability of this speaker. These are 89 dB sensitivity as well, if you're wondering how sensitive they are. And this has single gold plated 5-way binding posts. Now the dimensions on this are 4 high, so it's 4 that way, that's what they're calling height. They are 24 inches wide, so that would be 24 this way, so they are 2 feet like this if you're trying to figure out if they will fit somewhere. And they are 6.1 on the depth up here, 6.1 inches, due to this power port right here that is for the bass. This guy right here weighs in at 14 pounds. If you were wondering the weight, this is 14 pounds, pretty heavy. It shows that there's probably some good size magnets inside with some good quality. All right, let's get this ES35 into the forum, which is the bedroom in the back, and let's get this guy connected up. What do you guys think? But first, let's put this awesome magnetic grill directly on it. It does fall right into place. No issue whatsoever with that coming out. You can see it has little feet that go inside of holes, so when it sits, there's absolutely no way that this thing is going to come off at all. Let's get this thing into the bedroom. We are out here in the Supercar Street Racing Garage at the SCSR compound with a new sponsor today. NUTIC is so generous to have sponsored the channel, and they provided us with this extension cord outlet cover that is pretty dang cool. There are a lot of cool uses for this. One example I would say would be your refrigerator. But this thing is great. All you have to do is just put it on top of a regular outlet cover and it will basically create an extension cord. I went ahead and plugged it in right here. Plugging it in is simple. There is no trick to it. It literally just slides right over an existing outlet just like that. And when it comes off, you can see it's just a single plug like that. And what that does create for you is a nice 3 extension cord with a nice power light as well. So this is great. It allows you to add power basically anywhere that you can't have something poking out. Just like that. That's how you install it. And notice right now, it does have a nice green light on, letting us know that it is powered up right there. NUTIC, thank you so much for sponsoring Supercar Street Racing on the big game day that we can't say the name or we go directly to jail. Check out the description. We'll have a link to this. Go ahead and buy this product from the description and support Supercar Street Racing and NUTIC for the generous sponsorship today. Enjoy the game. We're in the Supercar Street Racing bedroom and we're in front of the Cinema 70S the 7.1 surround sound Marantz receiver. And when I did this install, you guys can watch it on the channel. I did go ahead and label everything nicely with my label maker. And so that makes it easy to go ahead and find the center channel. Center is right here. So we are going to be taking out this. This is really a 5 1/4 when you look at it. It is called a 6 1/2, but all these speakers, the inner ring is like way less than what it's rated on the size. You can see right there. So yeah, I'm gonna be going ahead and taking out the center channel right here, and we're gonna be plugging in our brand new Gear It banana plugs right to there and connect up this nice Polk Audio ES35 center channel speaker. These have good reviews on Amazon, so I went ahead and got them. Let's get these Gear Its out. Now here's a look at the Gear It. They are nice and braided. They cost a little bit more for higher quality. And you can see right here, they have nice sleeving on them. So all we have to do right here and right now is remove. There is no banana plug on the center channel. So I did just remove positive and negative. And this will just gracefully fall somewhere back here. We're not using it anymore. Here's a good look at the banana plugs that don't fit. Notice they don't go in all the way. They don't seat properly. Let's see if the Gear Its do seat properly. First, we're gonna close these terminals so that they don't rattle. Let's see if this is a proper. Now, the Gear It is marked right here. This one is positive, this one is negative. Let's go ahead and go for the negative first. And they did seat all the way, which is something I was curious about would happen. Yep, those go in all the way. As you guys can see, look at the ones next to them that don't seat right here. And then look at the Gear Its, they seat perfectly. Okay, we can go ahead and push our receiver back towards the wall now, very gently, so no wires get messed up or kinked up. The Gear Its are especially thick, like overly thick, so I think this is perfect. And we do have to worry about our Wi-Fi antenna. I'm gonna go ahead and rotate it down and to the side so it doesn't get smoked by the center channel. And we got our center channel speaker, and it does fit nicely under the TV as well. There's one thing you have to know about these Polk audio speakers. When you buy them, they do have caps over the banana plug section, so you have to pop those out, and it is not exactly easy. Okay, it did pop out, but it's not easy. They are in there. That one popped right out. Now you can see you can get the banana plug in there now, and we'll go ahead and move this without damaging the Marantz. Okay, this is the way the Polk ES35 looks on top of the Marantz. It sits nicely right on top of it and underneath the TV, and it can actually go back some more if we wanted it to, like that. Unassuming, just sits nicely there, and we are no longer using that junky old 6.5 or 5 1/4 or whatever it actually is. Now the next step is to go ahead and run the Odyssey setup again so that it can measure with the new center channel speaker. Let's go ahead and grab the Odyssey mic and get that going. Mic is already connected. Next, sub is plugged in. We're gonna go 6 measurements. We gotta put the microphone at ear height. So let's put it back here in the bed, right up here on the pillows. All right, that's fine. These LED lights are causing a hum. And when we hit next, it is going to start calibrating. Okay, I did go ahead and run the Odyssey setup for all of the positions that are in the bed. Sorry about the hum on the video. It's these LED lights that are interfering with this camera, and I cannot figure out how to get it to stop. But anyway, I did go ahead and run Odyssey setup from the 2 positions there. This thing is ready to go. I'm gonna go ahead and put a movie on now and check it out, but you guys can't listen to the audio because it will be copyrighted.
Things before you're coming. This world is beyond cruelty.
All right, guys, we successfully installed the Polk ES35 signature center channel speaker right here in the forum, the bedroom, the Supercar Street Racing bedroom, with the lights humming like crazy on the video. But hey, it sounds awesome. I went ahead and watched a little bit of Dune 2 with Dolby Atmos, and it sounds really good, just like in the home theater room over there. We accomplished our goal of putting this speaker in and getting a little sample. We aligned it with Odyssey, so we put Odyssey on, or Odyssey, however you like to pronounce it. We did run Odyssey and go ahead and make sure that all the levels were correct, and then watched a little bit of Dolby Atmos, and it sounds pretty freaking cool. Now let's go ahead and go back over to the SCSR Studio B and take a look at this on Amazon and let you guys check it out and see if you like it. And it woke up for that. All right, we're back in Studio B in the Supercar Street Racing office. This is our second editing studio. We have the studio outside, and then we have Studio B right here in front of me. And we're gonna take a look at the Polk Signature Series, the ES35 center channel speaker on Amazon, so you guys can see how you can get your own. All right, guys, you can see right here we have Amazon up in front of us, and we have purchased this item a total of 2 times, and you can see the ES35 chilling right there on the screen at a 4.8 star review. Think about that high level review. I'll put a screenshot up right now of the 4.8 on the Polk Elite ES35 Slim center channel speaker. It has a 1-inch tweeter, 6 3-inch woofers and power ports, and it is in black, and they do make a white version as well. There's a good look at the actual speaker, which you did see in the bedroom, and there is a video here that we will play for you guys.
When it comes to experiencing the full impact of music and movies, deep, powerful bass is essential. To improve bass output, speaker enclosures often incorporate a port, which lets air flow freely in and out of the box. This puts the sound inside the cabinet to work, helping to deliver louder, clearer bass. When a lot of air flows quickly through the port, that airflow can abruptly change, causing chuffing sounds and other distortion. And when a port is noisy, the energy used to produce that noise is no longer producing the intended sound, bass. Polk's patented PowerPort technology solves these issues in a few ways. Our original PowerPort reduces air turbulence by guiding airflow into the listening space using flares and a diffuser. This promotes a more streamlined flow, which creates less port noise, letting the speaker deliver cleaner bass. The tube-shaped port can also behave like an organ pipe, creating resonances that can mask mid-range sounds. Export has a set of closed-pipe resonators called eigentone filters, which are tuned to absorb unwanted port and cabinet resonances. When the open end of these tubes is placed in the center of the port, the resonances of the port and the filters are in opposite polarity, so they cancel each other out. Because there's less port resonance, bass output is cleaner. Polk's PowerPort 2.0 combines our PowerPort technologies for the best of both worlds. PowerPort's carefully engineered port design reduces the flow of air as it exits the cabinet, and Export eliminates cabinet and port resonances. Together, PowerPort technologies deliver cleaner, tighter bass and a more detailed mid-range. But no matter which version of PowerPort your Polk speaker has, you'll hear louder, cleaner bass that brings deeper thrills to your favorite music and movie.
And like I said, I gave you most of the specs already. This handles 150 watts. As it has really good bass, I agree it does pretty good considering only 3-inch woofers and the power port. Looks really good also. Does have that Polk magnetic grill on the front as well. And in the theater room, I do have the full set with the tower speakers and the ES35. And I want to thank you guys once again for over 50,000 subscribers. We are at 55,730. We just passed 55,000, and we have been featured on a lot of different main channels. So I think that that has
something to do with the fact that the subscriber count is going up. The video counts are going up, especially for the older videos as well. People are actually tuning in and checking out the older videos. Now there will be a link in the description to this Polk audio speaker. Make sure you go ahead and buy that or anything you want from Amazon by clicking through any of our product links. If you do that, it gives us a couple of dollars and helps keep the channel relevant and making content. But guys, that's going to do it from the Supercar Street Racing office. We're going to go ahead and call it a day because it is Football Sunday. We can't say the word or we get arrested and hauled out of here. So we're just going to call it Football Sunday. But again, buy from our affiliate links and go ahead and like and subscribe if you are not a returning watcher. And we will see you guys on the next one. We have to get out of here and go get breakfast and prep for the big game. Let's do this. We're back again at Supercar Street Racing, all the way out here in Studio A today, where it's nice and cool, but it's hot outside, and today we're looking at Pixverse. Now, Pixverse reached out to Supercar Street Racing to see if we wanted to talk to you guys about this very cool AI video and image service. It's sitting right up here on the screen today. I have spent quite a bit of time using it now. I'm going to tell you what I did, how we're going to use this, and you're going to see it in this actual video. Let's get it done. Let's take a look at Pixverse and how it can help you and your creativity. Back in Studio A once again with Supercar Street Racing. I'm so happy to have you guys in the studio with all the fly lighting and cool equipment we have in here. And today, Pixverse reached out to us to see if we were interested in working with them on the Pixverse AI video and image generation tool. And it's sitting right here in the background, and I have spent quite a few hours with it. I made some cool things that you're gonna see today in this actual video, and I might even switch from my traditional AI program to this. Now, as you guys know, if you watch my videos, I use AI a lot in them to add a little bit of fun to the videos and kind of as bumpers and on the opens. So I spent a lot of time working on this on camera for you guys. So the first thing we need to do is go ahead and throw it back into Studio B, where we can take a look at all the cool features of AI in Pixverse. Okay, we're here today with a new sponsor. Pixverse reached out to us and wanted us to show you their very cool, very creative website where you can do so much with AI video. So we're gonna go through the first part of this right now, and that is image or text. So let's get our prompt up here. We're gonna paste our prompt right here. So I pasted this into the prompt area, and then all we have to do now is just give it some sound. You can see I've created some stuff already. So it's in the queue now at 3%, and there is the final product. And that's kind of an idea of what the image to text can give you. All right, so the next thing we're going to talk about here is called transition. Basically, you give it a first frame of video and you give it a last frame of video, and then you describe what happens. If you look on my screen right here, I basically took a picture of the astronaut on the moon. That was my first frame. And then my second frame was another picture of an astronaut on the moon. And then I added a prompt down here. The astronaut on the moon turns to look at the American flag, then looks back at the camera. Here's some of the cool things that it did with that nice effect there. And you can see the 2 frames here, and then you can see what the AI generated looks very awesome, where the man turns on the moon and checks out the flag, and it looks very realistic. Now this is using their version 5 up here as well, which is their newest version. So this is cool. The 2 actual pictures are right here. I used this photo, and that's all I did
to do the transition thing, and it looks very cool. Okay, so now let's look at the extend feature of Pixverse. This is pretty cool. You can extend a video, and I am going to do that to one of the videos that I created already. All right, I am uploading a video that I created with another AI service. It did switch the resolution to match what we have, and we're gonna make it 8 seconds. Let's create it. It's gonna cost us 80 credits. So here's the prompt I used to create the video, and it stopped right there. Let's see what it's doing. It is done. All right, let's see what it came up with. It's supposed to extend this. A little bit of clipping there on my leg going up the ladder, and he's going up a ladder that doesn't exist now, but it did extend it. If we gave it a second shot, it would probably do better. But that's how extend works. It took my 5-second video and made it into 8 seconds. And technically you could take something shorter than that and also make it into 5 or 8 seconds. All right, sound I have not done yet. Apparently sound allows you to add sound to any video by describing the scene. So let's do that with the same video. The sounds of rockets taking off, and that is fast on that one for sure. And here it is, let's download it. And it did work, it did put that sound in the background, that's pretty cool. You can also select to keep the original audio as well, and you can go in off-peak mode, meaning it doesn't cost you as much because you're generating in off-peak hours. So this next one will allow you to upload a video and then generate a script for it. So I'm gonna do that for this video that it created. So I'm gonna put this in there. This is the video that Pixverse just extended. I just typed in, the man is walking up the stairs, he's ready for a trip to the stars. And it is going to automatically pick a voice. Let's go ahead and create this.
The man is walking up the stairs, he's ready for a trip to the stars.
All right, it did work.
The man is walking up the stairs, he's ready for a trip to the stars.
And of course you can pick your own voice.
Hey, I'm Ethan, just...
Hi, I'm Adrian, young and free.
I'm Oliver, full of energy and...
I'm James, been through a lot.
I'm Liam. With time, I've gained wisdom from experience.
All right, I'm gonna reproduce this with Liam.
The man is walking
it
up
made
the
his
stairs.
voice also.
He's ready for a trip to the stars.
All right, it did make him say it as well. All right, we're taking a look at Restyle right now. That allows you to upload a video and pick a style to change it to. For example, let's go back and upload a different video than we just worked with. I'm gonna upload this video, which was created with AI. All right, I uploaded another video of a Titanic-like scene, and all you have to do after that is pick a style, or you can customize it in the style of a classic no sound movie, black and white. Let's see what it can do. All right, it is done. Let's see what it did. Okay, so that is how it decided to put this scene. Pretty cool, man. I love this. And now the last one I want to show you guys is the most important one for me. Now this is called character. This is what I use the most for my videos. This allows you to upload a character reference and then explain what the character is doing, and it will create video for you. We're gonna go ahead and use that. We'll call it Brad. We did create it, so now all we have to do is grab him, Brad1 right here, and go ahead and hit create. It will cost us 80 credits. And we're gonna go 1080p. All right, not bad. I like it. Let's go ahead and put that somewhere for later. But let's see what it can come up with for Captain Jack Sparrow as me. This is actually not bad. I'm gonna add sound to that later. Let's go ahead and throw that in our folder too. Perfect. So good. All right, it is done. Let's see what it came up with. Guys, that's the new open that we made with Pixverse. So we made the whole thing in Pixverse. That was pretty cool. Now let's throw it back to Brad right here again to show you where you can get Pixverse and how you can get it. All right, you guys just saw how cool Pixverse is. We went through all of the different things it can do, and we actually created some cool videos with sound, and we also used them in this actual video. So what I gotta do now is throw it back to Studio B with Brad and show you guys how you can get Pixverse, and you can get your 30-day free trial on Supercar Street Racing. Let's throw it back inside to Brad for some more Pixverse stuff. All right, guys, I wanted to quickly show you this template creation, and all you have to do a template is pick a template out of all the available ones, and then you put a photo in, and it will generate a scene for you based on what you see right here on the screen. This one right here is called Who is Arrested? And it took my picture. And I did get arrested. And so, yeah, you can take any of their templates and put your picture in it or other people's pictures in there and generate anything you want. This one's called Welcome to My House. It says a sip of red and the rich life appears. Now, also taking a look at the rankings, check out where Pixverse stands. Here's your AI leaderboard here. Pixverse is at number 2, image to video. And then text to video, check it out. Look at that. Pixverse is also at number 3 on that. They wanted me to show you guys those rankings as well. All right, guys, we're right in front of the PC now in Studio B, and you guys just saw how we made that brand new open with the cool Pixverse AI. It was pretty cool. We made a new AI open like the old one I made in another AI program, but this time we did sound and new music, and it came out great. I encourage you guys to try out Pixverse. The first 30 people will have a code down in the description. You got to get there fast though to get a code. Check the description out in Supercar Street Racing down below in this video and go ahead and get your 30-day trial for Pixverse. And guys, thank you for supporting the channel. Thank you for 200,000 subscribers. We have to get out of here right now though. We have to go to dinner. We got this tiny little charger sitting next to this brand new wine fridge, and we got the peel sat. That's so good that you love. We peel it right off of here and it gives you satisfaction and you love it. And there's a tiny charger next to this fridge.
Hurry up.
Oh my goodness, look at this, guys. Whoa. Oh, it's melting. I wish it would explode right now. What? That was insane. All right, I'm ready to shoot some video, and man, we got to do something about this. Welcome back to the channel once again, guys. I am so hyped to have you guys here today that I just cannot express it in words. And our mission today is quite simple. This is the home theater room, as you can see here. This is the closet of the home theater room. I need a place to put my charging station and store all of the equipment for Supercar Street Racing, and it is not cutting it in my closet. So our mission today is we are going to get this stuff out of the closet and organize this closet, run power, do all that in order to be able to charge here in the Supercar Street Racing home theater room. So our first step is to get this stuff out of here and get it moved under the bed in the other room so that it can be stored. We don't need these closet doors under here at all. So let's get to work.
we got the biggest obstacles out of here. I save a lot of things that I shouldn't, but for example, this projector, I tried to sell this projector a while back. Nobody's interested in it. It does not work. The light is very dim. I tried replacing the bulb. That didn't work. So it has an issue. It can go bye-bye. And here we have a box for the pile speakers. We don't need that anymore. That can go into the burn pile. This is a TP-Link box for the TP-Link router right there. No point in keeping that anymore. Thing's too old to return anyway. Up here we have a, looks like feet for my Fire TV in the bedroom. Probably never use those. Kind of pointless. Up here we have some old sheets, an old Govee RGB ICTV backlight that can be trashed, a Fosmon home theater wall plate that can be trashed, and a mount. I think this was for the Fire TV in my bedroom, no longer needed. The remote for the projector, no longer needed. The actual Nebula Cosmos Max box, this thing is well out of warranty now. We can probably go ahead and make sure there's nothing in the box and go ahead and trash that. And really the only bad thing about this whole area is that I had to cut the wall open to do some work on the plumbing. I sealed it once and then it broke again. So as of right now, there's a hole in the wall. We could probably put something on the back of it to kind of hide that hole. But this is the old bulb for the Epson, trash. And the rest of this is just clothes and blankets and sheets, which I can redo the top shelf if I want to store blankets and sheets up there. And then down here on the bottom is where we're going to do the actual charging station. So let's get this clothes and blankets and sheets and stuff out of here. Okay, so I got the closet completely cleaned out, and of course the GoPro battery is almost dead after using it for 10 minutes, which is that is my life. So I got the closet cleaned out now, and you can see we have a nice fresh palette to start with here. And what we are going to do right here and right now is we are going to clean this floor thoroughly. So let me go grab the cleaning supplies. Alright, we got the area all nice and clean. I'm thinking about buying an metal access hatchway for that. Not sure at this point, but we are ready now to look at the next steps. And I am going to be moving that table into the closet for a charging station base and pulling power through that wall there and putting a receptacle right there, because I have power in the closet right behind that. And actually there's power right there, but it'll be kind of tough to get through. I guess what I could do is push power through the other side of this and put an outlet there and go from there. But really, honestly, that's probably what I should have done in here when I made the whole home theater closet, is taking power from there, but I wanted power from the attic, so I did it that way. So yeah, so the next step is get this old crappy dilapidated table into here where our charging station is going to exist. Perfect. I'm going to come off of our power in the home theater, the audio closet right next door. And we are also going to do LED strip that runs up the side here and up and around and down this way to light the inside of this. Going to figure out a cover for this somehow. I don't know what I'll cover it with, maybe just a framed print or something like that till I can figure out if I want to put an access port in there. And we have storage down here. As you can see, we already have stuff being stored in these pockets that come out of the side, like the TV legs. That all is going to come out, and then the only bummer is I can't really use that side because it's going to be blocked. So yeah, I'll figure it out though, but we have 2 levels here to put stuff on for storage and for the all the stuff for Supercar Street Racing Productions. And then over here we got room to put the tripods and anything larger right there, and then we still have the top shelves for other storage. Okay, this is the wall we'll be making our cut in, and we need to make 100% sure that there is no stud where that thing is going. So we're going to use our stud finder here. Okay, I don't think there's a stud between this. If it is, it's going to be terrible for us. So then we just need to find the center. Alright, it's 24, so 12's dead center. We need to know the height, so all we have to do is measure an existing outlet, and the top of the wall plate is generally about, looks like, you guys can't see this over here, but it looks like it's about 17 inches, the very top of the wall plate. You have to take into account that the wall plate also has a little lip on it. So I'm gonna go, actually I'm gonna go a little lower so it hides the outlet. I'm gonna go about right here. Let's see, the table. Table sits at 16. So I want the top of the box below 16, so I'm going to put the top of the box at 15. So right there, and then the center so the center, where is my drywall saw? Somewhere in there. Now the center is 12. Got close, not quite.
Okay, we are back here in the theater room closet, and I got the outlet done. It does stick out a little bit, not sure why. It's just the way the box is. The box pokes out a little bit, but you can just always caulk around that. But this is how it came out. I put 4 power in here, and then let's put our electrical tester in. And you can see we have a middle light, and that is just a ground warning. Other than that, there's no reverse polarity or anything. I just got to hook up the ground on the other end. But yeah, this side is done on the electrical. It just pokes out just a tiny bit, and I don't know why. Back into the old charging station, and our next step here is to get everything disconnected and get this existing huge power strip off of this table and bring it into the other room and do our planning. So let's get that done. Alright, this is my temporary layout I came up with, and then over here on this side will be the tripods and the lights. I'm actually about to order a light set, so I'm going to put that right here. I've got power over there for anything I need to do now. I've got the huge power strip. This is looking good. Now we got this big old mess to clean up and get everything reorganized in here. So let's get moving. Hey guys, welcome back, and we're out here in the beautiful 4K production studio for Supercar Street Racing. And as you can see on the video right here, I got a new outlet installed in the closet today, moved all the charging stuff over to that area, and now there is also space for the tripods and lights that I'm about to order. And I will cut to the video of this finished product right here, right now. But yeah, we got all this done today, and I really encourage you guys to subscribe and like the videos. And please buy everything through our affiliate links. It helps us out so much. We appreciate you being here. We hope to see you for the next project on Supercar Street Racing. I'll see you guys later. I'm out.
all the way to 8,000. Second gear was worthless. I know they had to do that.
Kitty, what are you doing? Why are you so hyper? And then this is your baby, and this is your dead baby, and then this is you. Why are you so hyper? And your baby's dead, and you don't even. All right, a little update. I got the first wall partially up, and I just put a coat of black paint on it just in case you can see between the foam tiles. And this is just gonna dry real quick, and then I am going to start laying the foam work at the top and see what happens, and hopefully I don't mess it up. I'm just trying to decide whether I should go all the way up or leave a gap for the board at the top. If I go all the way up, the board at the top is going to squish right up against this foam, but I think that's okay as well. I think it will just kind of push it in, but then it'll look like the top layer's gone. So I don't know what I should do, but anyway, got all the electrical finished on this wall. At least for this board. I've got the TV mount. Boy, this was a nightmare with this foam insulation. Didn't think it was going to be this bad, but yeah, it was really tough to put these boxes in because of the foam. But yeah, what I'm going to do next is try out some of these acoustic tiles. Hey guys, welcome back to the channel, and I just wanted to give a quick update video and let you guys know that we are live online right now on Supercar Street Racing channel with the studio build, that I kind of wanted to go over everything that I have done in here before I keep working. So stepping back towards the door of the studio, this is kind of what it looks like. It's kind of a mess right now, but as you can see here, we basically have all the wiring done for the speakers. So we're gonna have 7.2 audio. So there's speakers. My main speakers are these Harbinger powered monitors that will go up in that corner and that corner. We have a center channel going there. We have side surround here and side surround there. And then we have the rear surround there and in the other corner. You can also see here that we have HDMIs run for the 50-inch 4K monitor there and the 50-inch 4K monitor there. We also have all of our Cat 6 cabling run. So we have all the Cat 6 going up here to the corner where there will be a switch. We have a Netgear, I think 25 port switch that goes up in that corner, and Ethernet runs here for a television there, and I don't know what I'm putting there yet, probably one I already have. It runs back here for 2 workstations, one there, and it runs to the TV up here. Now I had some issues here with the wall box because I had never done it in foam, and now I understand how to do it a lot better. So I've messed that one up completely, but it'll be covered. You won't see it at all. It'll be covered with the wall plate. All right, so yeah, so long story short, 43-inch television here. This power here is for a wall light. So just like a regular, regular old wall light goes there. That's a little bit poking out, but that's okay. It'll be covered too with foam. And this will be a wall light. I still have to do the power for that. I haven't done that yet. That will be power for the Echo Show 15. And I still have to make a mount that comes across here for it. It's going to go right there, Echo Show 15. Down here is the other workstation, and we're going to have HDMI available here. That goes up to this 43-inch TV in case someone wants to have a second monitor, or I want to do a second monitor up here from a workstation. I can do it right there. There's power right there. There's going to be Cat 6 there. Again here, there will be power Cat 6 for that TV. I think I already said that. And up here, this is actually moving. We're going to have a webcam either in that corner or in that corner looking down at the studio all the time so we can go live. And I have all the power pretty much run everywhere. AC unit is going down here at the bottom, right at the very bottom. It is remote controlled, so no big deal. And I want to be able to plug it in right here. So super easy, reach over there, plug in. Futon will go over here. This whole wall will be completely covered. I already started sealing the door up. It is mostly sealed. I foam sealed all the bottoms of the joists down here, all the way across there, and all the way across there. And then out here in the rafters, I ran out of clear silicone caulk, but I started sealing all of these joints up here. You can see it's still kind of wet right there, and it did shrink, so I got to fix that. Yeah, all that was caulked in yesterday. I'll probably come back and do a second coat there. And that is it. There will be power down there, but you can see here all my wiring runs down here where the editing PC will be. The editing PC will sit right here in the center with two 4K monitors and then the two 50-inch monitors there and there. And we'll have 7.2 surround with a 7.2 home theater receiver. So that is what we have going on now. And by the way, the Harbingers are powered. So I ran RCA cables up from the preamp. It's going to hit the preamp output on the receiver to run the front speakers that are powered. And they will actually be hanging from these corners up here with chains and bicycle hooks. This power is for the Harbinger to be powered, and that power up there is for the Harbinger to be powered. Now all I have to do is finish a lot of power work, a lot of no fun cutting of drywall because it's very hard to cut. I don't have the right tools or a nice big long straight edge. I really need to go buy like a drywall T-square super long one, because that was this cut right here. I got lucky because it's on the ground and it'll be covered up. Oh, I forgot to show you guys. So the plan is for the walls is going to be foam sound insulating tile. Now yes, I know that this stuff is cheap and it doesn't really insulate sound, but I like the look. And so as soon as the roof gets on, we will start right here on the side and start laying foam tile all the way up against the ceiling, all the way across in one pattern. You know, like we'll start with this pattern and then we'll, on the next row, we'll go up and down like that. And notice it's gonna cover the whole wall. It'll be glued on. And then when we get up to these switches, we just literally cut around them or either cut holes in the actual foam, but it looks like we'll be able to just cut around the switches. It'll be pretty easy. These cut with scissors. So that'll be the whole entire studio will be covered with these foam sound tiles, including the ceiling. And that is it. I have ordered a bunch of these already and I wanted to see if they were going to work out, and we're going to add them to the wall with this Super 3M multi-purpose adhesive once all the foam board gets up. So we're attaching the foam board directly to the studs and the ceiling joists, and that is how we are doing the wall covering. And I have been working through electrical because of course now we have wall boxes that are some of them are inset because I did the power ahead of time. So when you put the wall board in, your electrical outlets are too far back. So I have an electrical outlet extension kit that has little extension screws and everything you need to pull the wall outlet out just like that. That one is actually on extensions. And then I use this box here for Ethernet. So that is a, I think that's called an old work. I can never remember the difference, but this is the one that kind of bolts and clamps to, this clamping to the foam just fine, but that one I really messed up because I didn't cut the hole big enough and I didn't have a template. I have a nice template for these guys. So that is going to do it. We are live streaming
on supercarstreetracing.com. So make sure, not .com, Supercar Street Racing YouTube channel. Make sure you're watching the build live here with us on the channel. There's some nice music playing in the background. And I'm going to go ahead and get this uploaded, and we will see you guys soon with another update. And we will be moving into the studio within a couple of weeks. Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. I'm giving another studio update today. And today we got a lot of work done in the studio. Probably another 5 or 6 hours worth of work, so I kind of wanted to go over what I did and what I'm about to do. So I got the TV mounts fixed. So what I did is I spanned across these joists, or actually studs, and I made mounts for the TV that look just like that mount. And so basically on the outside of the foam insulation, the TV will mount directly to these boards, and they are bolted to these boards, and the TVs really don't weigh that much anyway now. So I've got like 4 screws in each one. That should be fine. I've got them bolted to the studs on the side. So I got that done today. I got more Ethernet run. So I made another run from the switch is going to be up here down to where I'm going to have an HDMI cable here running up to the 50-inch monitor and an Ethernet jack, so that you can actually plug in another computer here and feed this monitor. And I also ran Ethernet across here. It's actually down there right now. For the same thing on this side, it will basically be a Cat 6 cable and an HDMI port for that TV. So I have all that stuff now. I have all the stuff from Amazon to put that in. I actually connected power today, so I connected power there on that side to all the accessories that are getting power. I connected power over here as well, and also put the female plugs on for the speakers, the powered speakers. The Harbingers are going up here in the corner. You can see the power and the RCA cable for that. This has power in it. The ceiling has power now for the extra lights. And next I am going to be running this USB extension from down here up to that corner for our webcam that's going to be live in the studio. And that is a lot of work today. Got this HDMI also ran for the HDMI and Cat 5 jack down here that you'll be able to tie into this television if you want to. So yeah, got that all done today. It was quite a bit of work. You can see all my Cat 6 cables here for the switch. They're all labeled with numbers and then numbered on this end, and then I will label the actual boxes as I put them in. There's another HDMI and Cat 6 for that monitor to be tied into if somebody wants to park right here. And then there's lights up on the wall to feed sconces or LED type lights there. So I also just got the new Echo Show 15 in. I was waiting for the bracket so that I could make the wall mount for it. So here we have the bracket, and that is going to be how it mounts, just like that. So it will mount just like this, and the power will run right into the wall there, and then the foam will actually, this thing will be kind of flush mounted because the foam is 1 inch thick. So think about with the bracket on top of the foam, the bracket will be on top of the foam, and then I was thinking maybe doing it either way. I don't know if I should put the bracket in now and then cut the foam around the bracket. If I do this on top of the foam, then the actual acoustic foam tile will run up against the side of the show and kind of make it look flush mount. So I think I'm going to do that, but that is the way that is going to be mounted, and there is power for that. So yeah, just a little update. Wanted to keep you guys posted, and I'm still making progress and busting my butt in here trying to get ready to put up. I guess I'm going to do either this foam insulation next or start on the ceiling. I kind of need 2 people to do the ceiling, so I'm holding off on that. But guys, I appreciate you keeping tuned into the video.
and checking out all the progress on the studio. It'll just take me probably another couple of weeks to get it done, and I'll keep you guys posted. And we're constantly streaming live on the channel as I work, so please tune in and like and subscribe. We'll see you guys again tomorrow. Okay, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing, guys. Second update for the day. I've been working really hard today, and we are about ready to test the front channel audio system for the studio. A little background, I got these Harbinger speakers about 3 years ago, and I have used them a total of 1 or 2 times. They are powered speakers. They both have individual inputs, and they are awesome, and they will be fed by a 7.2 receiver that has preamp outputs for the front, and that will be fed by the computer up front, by one of the video outputs on the video card. So we're ready to test the sound. Everything is connected. We're going to listen to some royalty-free music so I don't get copyrighted. And we are going to shut this door with no AC yet, and it's going to be really hot. One sec, guys. All right, sorry about that. Take 2 hands to close the door. All right, let's test it. We're ready. So this is Purple Planet royalty-free audio. The phone is stereo, so you should hear the actual representation. First overall impressions of the room. It'll be much better when the sound is knocked down with foam. So we still have some reverb going on in here because of the lack of sound insulation. But all that will change, don't worry. They actually sound really good. They're turned down almost all the way. So those will be flying up in that corner. We'll have hooks into the studs there, and they will be flying from the top corner, angled down at you. And then the center channel will be in the ceiling. You'll have side surrounds there, and then rear surrounds back there for the ultimate surround sound studio. And we'll either have, most likely we're gonna have a futon right there for guests, and then 2 workstation setups here for guests if they want to sit. But that was a test of the front stage of the upcoming studio sound. I did get some more wiring done. I got the HDMI cables run for the second output of these monitors to feed a workstation if we want to. Same thing over here, got everything labeled really nicely. And now all we have to do is put the wall boxes in when we put the foam insulation up. Guys, thanks for watching. We'll see you next time.
Officer 1088, proceed with recovery of felon 5241 SEN. Current position.
Central Expressway number 364, southbound A1Z, that was 14A1Z.
Let there be air. Get back on.
us be thankful we have an occupation to fill. Work hard. Increase production. Prevent accidents.
You know if you laugh that it's true and you were laughing the whole time because you know it's true. If you laugh, it's true. And then you were laughing the whole time and it proved my point, and then you got put on YouTube. That's what happens when something happens on you. You go on YouTube. You talk funny, you go on YouTube. Blessed day. I hope you have one. Guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing. Today we're in the living room again because we've got an exciting project coming up. I love doing projects, and this is an important one because it's for out by the pool out there. This project is going to be amazing. Everything is sitting right here on the table. There's a very long story as to why this has to be done, and I'm going to tell you that right after this awesome open on Supercar Street Racing. Guys, we're in the Supercar Street Racing living room. It's a place you've seen before, and today we have a special project, and the whole reason for this project is due to one thing, and that is because the nice company of Amazon has decided to rob me of the ability to use this dot right here to feed the speakers in the house with the home theater feature on the Fire Stick. Now, you used to be able to do that. You used to be able to have a Fire Stick somewhere in the house, and you could transmit that audio over Wi-Fi to one of those devices there, and that was what I was using to let audio come out of the TV and onto the patio outside by the pool. They robbed me of that feature. I can no longer do that, so I have to do this a different way. I could use Bluetooth and then Bluetooth to this whole home audio system over here, but I actually want to put a subwoofer and an amplifier outside behind the TV. So right here in front of me, we got everything we need to do that. Let's take a look at what we got right here. Directly in front of me, and also right here in front of me, is everything we need, minus one more of these cables, which is on the way right now on a truck. We have everything that we need to go ahead and get the outside audio system working again. Now, another thing that broke is the right channel speaker outside is not working. I have not figured that out yet, but I believe the wire has a short in it. So I have to pull a new wire in order to reconnect the right from this whole home audio system back to out by the pool. Meanwhile, we have a nice big television out by the pool that does not have Bluetooth or anything, and I want it to be able to play different audio than this system right here does as well. So what we're gonna do now is we're gonna go ahead and fix that, and we have a few things here that we need. Right here, we have a monoprice 8-inch powered subwoofer, and there is a reason that I only went with the 8-inch, and you'll see that soon. It is due to where this is going and the space. We'll unbox that here momentarily. We also have a FOSI audio amp. I thought it was much bigger. It's 100 watts per channel, but it is very tiny. And then, anticipating problems with heat, I have two fans. One is for this amplifier to strap it right on the back to blow some air on it to keep it warm. I said warm. To keep it cool. To keep it cool, this is gonna go on the FOSI audio and also on the heatsink on the subwoofer. I know it gets very hot out there. At least it's under the patio, so it does get shade. This is going to feed audio from the television to the amplifier here, and then we have another one of these that comes out of the amplifier and goes to the subwoofer. It is another little guy right here, mini to RCA male. We have two of those. We have some insulated wire. Make sure when you do anything outside, you get insulated wire. It will literally fall apart if you don't do that because of the heat and the humidity in Florida. And then we have a shelving system here. This shelving system basically is going to hold the subwoofer up. We have these nice big shelves, and what we're going to be doing is using Tapcons into the stucco. So this is not going to go anywhere. It's going to be very, very good for this subwoofer right here. It'll be plenty
It'll go right against the wall like this, and the subwoofer will sit right on top, and this is going to be behind the television. If you don't want it to stick out so far, you go this way. Then what you do is you go underneath and you screw this to the subwoofer, and that will keep that sub on the wall with absolutely no problems. The other RCA to Mini is in the mail. It should be here any second. Let's get the rest of this stuff unboxed. I want to see this amplifier, and I want to see this powered sub. The Fozzy Audio, or Fozzy Audio, depending on how you like to pronounce it, is sitting right in front of me here. And what I plan on doing right now is going ahead and unboxing it. Let's move these fans. Now we can go ahead and unbox these now, I guess. These are USB fans, so it'll be great and easy to power up, and they should keep enough airflow on our products to keep them cool. Now, if I have a problem with the amplifier staying cool, I may do some modifications to the amp, and I'll show you that in a little bit. But here is the first fan. Pretty cool. It just has a USB connection like that. We can plug it into any USB connection, or we can do a power brick into the wall. So I have two of those, one for the amp here and one for the subwoofer. And on the back of the sub, there is a heatsink that we will put that on. Now here's the Fozzy Audio and the Fozzy Audio power supply. So this is a 24 volt power supply at 4.5 amps. Here is the cool little Fozzy Audio amplifier. It uses integrated circuits. And on the back, the cool thing about this is it also does Bluetooth, by the way. But the cool thing about this is it has a subwoofer output or a preamp output. You can use this with a powered subwoofer. And the input is also MIDI. So that was the plan, to come out of the television's audio output jack. We go right into the input here on the Fozzy. We come out of the output here to the subwoofer, and the output of the speakers is going to be going to my speakers outside. And then there's the Bluetooth antenna, and there is the power. And the good thing about this is the size, and we do have a bass and treble and one USB. This can play music from a USB stick, because we could use that for one of these fans. We could literally come from the front. We're gonna zip tie that fan on, and we could just power it just like that. Now this says 100 watts per channel, and it does support 2 ohms. So we have 4 speakers will be paralleled on this. Let's see if this has power. It does. Look at our fan, and that is outputting quite a bit of airflow. Right in front of me is the Monoprice 8-inch powered subwoofer sitting right here on the table for you guys. It's very light. First of all, I would say it probably weighs 25 pounds if I had to guess, which is great. It's compact. It breaks your table. This project is over for today. The subwoofer's broken. I was unboxing the subwoofer. Joe called. I pulled the grill off the front of the subwoofer to show you guys, and a screw fell out. And I thought that was weird. Where would that come from? And then I started looking around the woofer, and the woofer had 2 screws pulled out, and the wood was like separated from the actual enclosure there. So this is broken. I'm about to hit the return button, and I'm about to drive it over to UPS store. All right, that was a whole ordeal and a half trying to get my GoPro to work, because it's a piece of crap every day. We did get a replacement subwoofer in today to get unboxed after the first one was damaged. Now it was damaged on the actual woofer itself. A screw fell out, and I saw that happen when I opened the box, and then I basically opened the front grille, and 2 of the screws were ripped out of the wood that hold the woofer in. I returned it immediately. Let's take a look at the new Monoprice subwoofer and make sure it is not damaged. It looks good to me. Much better condition, no problems. You can see the 8-inch woofer here with the port. Then I'm gonna try something with this speaker that's not working outside. And I think there's a short somewhere between the middle of the attic and the outside. Audio is on only to this speaker outside, and I do have my test speaker in my pocket. No, nothing. I'm gonna try to pull a wire through, but it is... that's worse.
Got him!
So much for that part of the project. Okay, we're not doing that today. We're gonna have to use the fish tape and pull a new wire up, and we're gonna need another person for that. So this part of the project has failed again. going to use a little bit of spray foam to keep this on. Just a little bit on each side, I think, is all I need here. Without making a huge mess. That should do it. It's a sacrificial can, but that should keep that from going anywhere. That should dry very quickly and allow us to have a nice cooling source on our sub. There's still room to plug in the cables, so we're good to go there. So that's just gonna sit there and dry now. Keep that fan tight on that subwoofer forever. It's going to feet are basically 9.5 inches apart. So our measurements are going to be, we're gonna do 8.5 inches on the wall. So our brackets are gonna fall between these 2 feet. The sub's gonna sit right on the 2 brackets. It's gonna sit like this, right behind the TV, this part on the wall. For that, we have Tapcons. Now let's get you guys back outside. We're gonna go look at this. Here we are behind the TV outside, and as you can see, there's plenty of space up here for our amplifier and our subwoofer to sit right on top of that. What I'm gonna do literally is just go right above the power strip right there, and I'm gonna put the sub directly above that. You won't see it because of the television. Top of it will be 12 inches above this, so it will just be that tall. I'll center it right in the center. Come down more. I have my Tapcon drill bit here. That should be level. All right, so I'm actually going to do heat shrink on these. I've got my connectors. I need 2 more of these. I'm just going to put these on the end here. So I'm going to make sure that they are oriented the same way. And then crimp. You use the color codes, so you use yellow, just like that, and then you heat shrink them. Will that work? Yep, that'll work right there around the power cable. First set of cables here, the U-green cable. There's also, we gotta not block these on the back, and the other one goes right there. One of these feeds the subwoofer, one of them comes from the television. Our fan will plug directly into the front. We gotta get our fan mounted to this. Our fan will plug right here, and then our other fan will need a brick for our subwoofer. It'll need its own brick. That's on there, see if it still works. Things ripping. That's awesome. Check it out, guys. It's just zip tied to the side of it. And that'll give a little bit of cooling to this thing when it's outside because it gets very hot. And I don't know, if that doesn't work, I'm gonna drill holes in the top and the bottom and get some more airflow. But that's putting out some good air right there. Our sub looks dry enough to go back outside and mount it. What the? This one broken too? It's a screw.
Got him! Got him!
Fucking screw rattling around. There's a screw rattling around inside of this that I know is going to be annoying. Now I got to take the woofer out. This is crazy. This is the second one I got that had issues. How in the world can they make 2 subwoofers with problems? I don't get it. All right, I took the feet off, but now I'm putting some screws back in where it left a hole so there's no air leaking out there. I don't want to use caulk on this part. That's how it's gonna sit, just like that. And it's perfect. Not in the way of the TV at all. I can still get to the back of it if I need to adjust, if I just have to get on a little stool. Perfect, look at that, guys. This came out really good. Now I just gotta figure out mounting the amplifier. I'm gonna wipe down the back of this television. It's all dirty with pollen, but I think the amp can go right here somewhere. And then the wires can go up and up to the top, and they're gonna go up the soffit right there to that speaker. Get something to drink first though. I'm gonna mount it just like that. You guys can see this. The TV can still move and articulate either way. If it needs to, it can articulate all the way this way to about right there, or all the way that way without this being in the way. Our fan should be on the back of our subwoofer now. It's cooling the sub. So I do have enough power right here. I've got enough power for all three. Now the next step is to get this wiring up and over. And so I'm putting this speaker wire in the soffit. There's a little lip on these soffits that this one can run behind the sub. That side's done.
Got
it! Well, I broke my... I'm an idiot. I literally threw the GoPro on top of the barbecue grill and broke the mount for the audio, but I did get this side done. I'm gonna go ahead and go up there and push that wire in the back. I didn't see that hanging down. This side is completely done. All we gotta do now is finish the wiring here underneath the television. I'm gonna go ahead and plug everything in and give it a test real quick before I do anything else right now. So I'm gonna give this a plug in real quick. All right, we're watching Supercar Street Racing. The audio does work. I was the power. I had to get the remote out and do power with that. Everything is working. Those speakers are on. I have not heard the sub yet, but I'm gonna probably try to test that out. I can't play music with you guys on here, so it'll be copyrighted. So I'm gonna check the sub now. Guys, we're in Studio B again. As you can see, Supercar Street Racing is playing on the TV right behind us right there. That's actually us on TV, but today we are live in Studio B to show you
this project that we completed for the outdoor speaker system for the pool. There's a big TV outside that Joe Dukes of Duval gave me. It's a big Vizio TV, and I wanted to put sound outside. Now the full home audio system sound is broken to one speaker. I think there's a short in one of the wires, so I have to pull that again. But meanwhile, I wanted to get sound from the TV outside and also add a subwoofer. So we did add this monoprice 60-watt powered subwoofer here. And as you saw in the video, I had to get one return, and the second one was also bad. Both of them were damaged. One of them had screws missing in the woofer. The other one had a nut inside the actual amplifier loose. But I fixed the second one rather than return it for a second time. There's the monoprice subwoofer. I have not rated it yet. I'm gonna rate it appropriately for being damaged twice when I got it. Now it is 60 watts and it does sound great outside, I'm not gonna lie. We did put it right up behind the television on some L brackets that I'll show you here momentarily. Here's the 3.5 millimeter to RCA cables we use for input and output to the amplifier, one of them feeding from the TV and the preamp output going up to the powered subwoofer. Here's the Fozzy audio amplifier that we used, 100 watts per channel, Bluetooth. It does have preamp outputs, which is awesome. It uses integrated circuits for its output, not transistors. It does have a remote control with power and volume as well, and I love that. So far, so good with this amp. These are the metal wall brackets I used. Pretty simple. They are heavy duty. No problem supporting the subwoofer, and I did just screw the subwoofer right on the bottom of the L brackets there. That holds the sub right on the wall. This is a speaker wire I used. Anytime I use speaker wire now, I use this insulated speaker wire. I learned my lesson outside. Regular speaker wire in Florida will deteriorate after about a year. This sub helps keep the speaker wire more protected. All right, guys, you can see right here on the dashboard that we have 165,675 subscribers on the channel. We couldn't do that without you though, guys. Thank you so much for liking and subscribing to all the videos. Buy all your products through our product links. There will be links in the description for all of the stuff we used today on this project. I gotta get out of here though. I gotta go to Dukes of Duval's house. All right guys, welcome back to another episode. We got the guys here starting to refinish the pool today. And so, looks like they're draining the pool now and washing it down. Let's take a look. All right, if I put you on video, man? You mind if I put you on video for my channel? My YouTube channel? This guy's out here doing his work, man. He's got it. He's gonna refinish this pool. My frog pond. So they're draining the pool right now. So what's the next step after you drain the pool?
Take the hollow spots, rotten spots.
Okay.
Then I have to try to tear them out as much as possible.
Uh-huh.
And then if I do that, it just start with a rinse down like I'm doing now, rinse down again. Then I bond coat it. Bond coat primer for your interior of your pool. With the paint.
I see.
The interior sticks to it.
Okay, gotcha.
That's what I apply. And I seal up all around your little turn. Yeah, I tip that around now.
Right.
Around the rest of them. I'll reseal around them, maybe around the light, and we'll be ready to run the world in there.
So that light's actually coming out. You can.
Yes, sir. I'm gonna take it out.
Oh, okay. All right.
And then stick around it, reseal it. I've been leaving it hanging there until as long as you get it replaced.
Yeah, I'm replacing it.
We gave you electric a replacement. Then I guess they'll be ready to see it finished.
Hopefully.
When the light gets in.
Do you actually do the Pebble Tech yourself?
No,
you guys do that?
I'm just a prep man. I tile them. I do everything but that.
Ah, gotcha. But you're not doing the step tile, right?
No, sir.
Okay.
Step tile usually goes on when the inspector comes. The inspector guy usually puts on the step tile. But he likes to put it on top of the bar.
Oh, right. Okay. Man, yesterday we had a big old hawk sitting right here on the step watching the frogs.
That's a good look, man.
I know.
What the Indians say, all sparks is better.
That's what I heard, man. How you get all that out? Just with the pump? All that dirt and stuff?
All that dirt, something. We're going to shovel all that crap.
Right.
We're going to shovel all this crap out.
But that stuff will just go.
We'll get it out for bucket.
Gotcha.
Shovel all that, get all nice clean.
It's nice having the pond to dump the water in.
Dang. Really? Minnows are going crazy around the... Look at the minnows. That's insane. Minnows are like hoarding around it. There goes the water. And of course they're going to shovel up all the debris that's left here. All this water is just groundwater. Yes, sir. There's all the rest of the water. Attracting the alligator right there. Sitting right there too. Might be another one on the bank over there.
Those are smaller Smith & Wessons. The key is you don't need to throw it that hard, really.
Notice you can hit the back too because I got back points. There you go, man. You're a natural.
First shot.
Oh, that was bad.
You went way down on that one. Well, you got 2 out of 3.
Yep.
Epic. That's what's left. Over there. He's trying to get as much of the water out as he can. ports and the light to reseal. There's the drain. Got water in it already. Seeping up through it, and the pump's just going crazy. Making the greatest noise ever. But yeah, he ground out around the light and then all the ports, so we can reseal those before they start doing whatever they do next. And we got a bunch of dumb frogs in here too. There's one. I guess they're left over from before. He's cleaning the pool out now. Got it almost clean. Scraped everything. Now they're just going to put it all in that bucket. And try to keep it clean. Got him. Got him. Got him. I know, man. It's a hot day. It was hot yesterday. Heck yeah, man.
slimy as
This is the only time you've been in a pool and been hot.
right?
Yeah.
Hey, you actually use that as a joke.
Yeah.
Yeah, when you be in a pool and like,
When it's empty.
right.
Or if it's a hot tub. I think this is the original finish on the pool. I don't think it's ever been redone. Do you? I mean, it's pretty stained. I see something happening out here. Let's see what he's doing.
pretty cool. Looks like that's the, I think that's the permacoat. That stuff. Cover the whole pool with it. Stuff dries fast. It's already drying. Awesome. Drying already. Pretty crazy. update you guys when they get done. All right, guys, so just wanted to record a little outro here. My security camera footage did not save properly, but looking at what we have this morning, yesterday, my yard guy came and cleaned all my gutters out, and I won't have a problem anymore over here because this was my biggest problem. This palm tree would drop into these gutters and cause them to clog up, but he came yesterday and cleaned all that out till that guy starts dropping leaves, and then it'll probably get clogged again. I also asked him to do some trimming on this tree, but yeah, so this is what we got this morning. Looks like everything's drying except for that little patch, and I let them know that that might be a problem because it didn't really dry because there's water coming up from the pond, obviously underground. It actually needs time to dry, so I don't know if they got to put 2 pumps in there to let it dry or if it's going to be fine like that, but this looks mostly dry. So I think the guys are going to come today, would be my thought, but I'm not 100% sure. So that's going to be all for today. I hope you guys are enjoying this. It's actually kind of fun to watch this come together, and we'll see you guys on the next one. Smartwatch peel. Satisfaction granted. So slow. All right, here goes Patricia ripping the plaid. Go for it. That wasn't to the floor, was it? No. All right, just waiting for us to actually pop up. All right, I think we are. Yep, I just got a notification that we're live. Hopefully our audio is working and everything, and we already got 2 viewers, both of which are me. So yeah, there's that. So yeah, we're live today. I noticed some interesting things happening and with the car market, and I wanted to kind of get together with you guys and take a look at some cars today. I'm watching myself live over there. I don't know why it looks so bad. Oh, because I have the bitrate turned down over here on my stream. Let's see, quality 1080p. That's better. All right, hopefully that looks good. I'm not sure. Let me know in the comments section if anybody actually is watching. And we're gonna start looking at some cars. So here's something interesting I noticed today. Even though the stock market had a bad week on Tesla. So if you go to Tesla.com here, you can actually look for cars and order them here. You can do it. You can order the car you want custom, or you can see what they have in stock. If you get one that's in stock already, you can actually get a good deal on a brand new Tesla. So I'm looking at a Model S Plaid right now, and if you notice here, if you hit custom order, you can order whatever you want, but then if you go up here and say early delivery options for 32225, which is my zip code, and then over here you click the Plaid. So these 2 Model S Plaids are available right now. They both say demo vehicle. I'm not sure what that actually means. If anybody knows, drop it down in the chat. But like, if you notice right here, here's a 2023 Plaid. So I'm in Jacksonville. This is in Orlando. This is in Tampa. Now notice here, look at this price. So this price has come down from over $125,000 to under $100,000. The car is brand new, 50 miles. It's red multi-coat, which I really don't want red. Like, I would rather not have red, but I guess at $100K for a Tesla Plaid, that is a pretty dang good deal. Now, this one's more, but it has 21-inch wheels. I don't want the 21s because I'm going to do aftermarket wheels anyway. I already talked to the wheel place where I always buy my wheels, Mod Bargains, and they have some good packages for the Plaid. So this one has the 19-inch Tempest wheels. None of them have full self-driving from Tesla directly, but this one has 19-inch wheels.
It has black carbon fiber interior. I really want black on black, but let's look at this car because this is kind of a good deal directly from Tesla, brand new. I really don't want red, to be honest with you, but there's the Tempest, the 19-inch Tempest wheels. This is not the exact car. This is just a stock photo. So it is red multi-coat. I think that costs a lot more when you order it, like from Tesla. So this is kind of misleading, this $94,000 saving. It's telling you what you're going to save on gas after like owning the car for a certain number of years. And if we look right here to loan, which is I'm going to finance it through Tesla, except I'm going to do 36 months. It's going to be more than this because that's a down payment. I'm putting 0 down. But I am financing the taxes, so it's going to be quite a bit more than this. It's going to end up being about $108,000, I think, with everything. $3K a month, not bad. And destination fee, I don't know what that's about. But yeah, so it's a 5.4 APR, which is actually better than ViStar can give you. So yeah, that's not bad. A 5.44 APR. So if we look up Florida state automobile taxes. So what is the taxes? I think it's 6% or 7%. It's 6%. So you would have to do, let's get out the calculator. They don't calculate the taxes in the Tesla website. So the sale price here is what? Forgot what the sale price said. 100,450. 100,450 times 6%. Whoops. 100,450. Dude. 100,450 times 6% equals 6,000. So we're financing $6,000 in taxes. And of course, this is a write-off for the channel because all this content will be on the channel. So this is a tax write-off. So it looks like we're going to finance for $107,000. You can't change this finance amount. It does that for you. Of course, if I can come up with 10 grand, which wouldn't be that difficult, drop the payment a little bit. But I'm paying this car off within a year. So somebody's texting me. Who's texting me? Oh, Joe Dukes of Duval texting me. I just told him I was live on YouTube. We're talking about the keto diet, so we both are on keto. Joe has lost a good amount of weight. He's not exercising, but he's on keto. He has been for like a month, and he's lost, I want to say, 10 pounds. You'll fluctuate like up and down overnight, but like I've lost 23 pounds now. I started at 169. I'm at 146 today even. So 1 pound lighter than last year at this time and ready for some pool parties this year. Joe, you know what I'm talking about if you're watching live. Pool parties are happening this year, brother. Yeah, so this 2023 Tesla is sitting in at brand new $100,450. I've never seen a Tesla Model S Plaid brand new for that price, and the reason is there's two reasons why it's cheap. I don't know if demo car is one of them. I don't know what demo vehicle actually means. It has less than 50 miles on it, so it's not like it's been driven a lot. This one is more because why? It has the 21-inch Arachnid. And I don't want black and white interior. I don't like the way it looks, and I'll show you why I don't want it. Joe, I know you're watching this now because I told you we were live. Hopefully you're watching. This is the deep blue metallic, which I don't like. These are the 21-inch Arachnid wheels. 21-inch Arachnid. The 19s are called the Tempest. This is the black and white interior. I can see where some people can dig this. I'm not a fan, dude, of white interior in a car. It's really hard to keep clean. And I don't think it looks good, honestly, unless it's really fancy. Like, I like the BMW M8 Competition white interior, but it's like miles above this. Let's look at the M8 Competition because I was also looking at one of those. But I want a 2020 because the ones after 2020 have locked ECUs and you can't tune them. They're having a difficult time with that. But I like the M8 Competition convertible. M8 Competition convertible. This is a $160,000 car that you can get now for about $90,000. So M8 Competition convertible within, I don't know, any. It says R8 Competition. M8 Competition. BMW M8 Competition. All right, so that's a 2023. Forget that. That's a 2022. We want to go to year. Let's do 2020. Remember, anything over 2020, mid 2020, the ECU is locked. You don't want one of these. These are coupes, which they look absolutely fantastic. They don't say competition, though. I don't know which one of these is none of these are competition. Let's see. Body style, convertible. None of them say competition, but I put it in there. M8 competition. So these are brand new. Let's go back to 2020. 2020. And let's just look at this one. This is, look at this. I don't want that many miles. I could deal with 9,000 miles. I don't think this is a comp. Oh, it is. Competition. So the comp, I forgot what the horsepower is. I think 617. Let's go look at this M8 Competition while we're car shopping. This is an E-Car 1. So there's a big... In my mind, I'm conflicted about a nice twin-turbo V8 supercar or a electric Tesla Plaid that is way faster than all these cars. This is the M8 comp. Wow, their pictures are terrible. Let's see if I can get bigger. Nope. Don't like the chrome grille. See if it has interior pictures. Yeah, so the M8 Competition has a great interior. Love the seats with the quilt. This one's got red stitching on the doors, I think. No, it's just lighting. Yeah, it's just the lights. Kind of a boring interior with just black, though. Let's go back and see what else is available on this. I'm not really... I like the black on black, though. Too many miles, too many miles. Here is a 2020. I don't know if it's a comp. It is a comp. It's at Burt Smith in St. Pete. Oh, it's like green color. Seriously? One picture? You got to be kidding me. You got to be kidding me. One of one photo. All right, so this is $99,000. It's beige in the inside. You can kind of see it there, but like, really? You got one picture up of your $99,000 vehicle. Okay, it's kind of dumb. Let's go by miles. Actually, maybe there's one close to us. Let's go by distance, closest. 32225. All right, so there is one. This has got to be sponsored. It's not, yeah, see, 900 miles away, but that's pretty though. Man, that thing is sick. This gray is so nice. This one is too many miles, too many miles. This is the one in St. Pete, I think. Isn't this the one we just looked at? Bert Smith? Yeah. That looks black to me, brother. Okay, this one is at Carmart. Too many miles. Too many miles. Look at the miles. This one's got 15,000 miles. It's in Fort Lauderdale. That looks like a stock photo to me, Broham. Let's go. Joe's going to drive me to get my car. Location. Fort Lauderdale. Pre-owned. M8. There it is right there. They don't have any pictures. M8 competition? Oh, they got a bunch of these. I got to go to freaking Fort Lauderdale and buy a car, I guess, if I'm going to get an M8. This one's sick, but I don't want a 2022. M8 competition. This one's white. I don't want white. Here's a comp with black with this weird interior color. Let's check out this interior color. Says like I've never heard of this color interior. Let's see. Please have interior pictures. Don't be dumb. Yeah, I see it now. Nah, nope, nope. No red interior. It's literally red. I'm a no on this one. I used to like red interior. I think this looks tacky now, man. I mean, I could maybe see it in a Lambo or something like that, but yeah, pretty cool car, but I don't want red interior. And then they have silver with red interior too. They have black with Silverstone leather. That's not a comp. They have black on black, and we looked at this one, I think, already. Let's see. Yeah, we looked at this one already. Website's slow. Dude, what is up with their slow website? This isn't bad. I love this lip. Yeah, that's black on black there. Pretty good. Now, let's go. We've already looked for a Tesla Plaid brand new. Let's look for a 2022 Tesla Plaid. Tesla Plaid. I've looked this up every day for the last 3 months. There's never any in my area. And I don't like some of these because you don't actually get the name of the dealer. At least with Auto Trader, you get the name of the dealer. 32225. Let's go 500 miles. And Tesla Model S. Plaid, there's 57 of them around. Wow. There really is 57 of these, but I want 2022. That's the oldest I'll accept. They changed some things in 2022. They improved the headlights quite a bit, so they have better headlights than they used to. Now let's do distance. Whoops, not price high. Some of these people still have their Plaids
in the $120,000 range, which is asinine, completely ridiculous. Some of these are also wrecked when you go into their Carfax, so you got to be careful. So these people think they're going to get $118,000 for a car that's selling brand new for $100,000. Sorry, not 108. Brand new. They're as much as this guy. What are they thinking? Seriously. This is not even good for one with 21,000 miles. This needs to be in the $90,000 range now. So see these miles? That's a no for me. 115K and it's reduced price. Carvana too is still way too high on their used ones. So let's go by. So I really want black on black, and I think there's only one black on black here. I think this is black on white. I've looked at it. Too many miles. That one's black on white. Otherwise it would be perfect. There's this one that sold already. I was all over this, and I went to the website and it was gone. Prestige Imports. They actually have some really cool cars. They have a lot of really, really nice cars. So there's a lot of white ones around. This is in Atlanta. There's a lot of white ones. The prices are still not there, and there is no... Here's a red one, like the one I was looking at Tesla. It's more than the one that's brand new at Tesla. It might have full self-driving. Who knows? It's 493 miles away, and it's got white interior, so there's really not a lot out there. And when you go to Tesla, you have this $100,000 red one that could be the one for me with the price is right. There's a lot of Tesla wheel and tire packages out there, so I'll take a look at that. But yeah, so that's the current state. I like the 2020 M8 competition, and I like the Tesla Plaid. I looked at McLaren 765 LT. They're in the $250,000 range just to start. They're just starting at that range. I looked at Lamborghini Huracans. They're in the $200,000 range. That's it. I'm going to end the stream here. I'm so glad you guys joined me, and we'll keep looking for cars, though. I'll see you guys later. This is how you get stuffed olives when they don't have any.
They bring you the stuff, you do it
your
yourself.
own olives with blue cheese.
Best way to have a martini.
Right? Amazing. Today on the channel, our mission is simple. We have removed these appliances in prep for our new appliances to match the internet fridge there. Down here, we don't have anything to do. I removed the old range. I gave them to my friends. And now I cleaned under here as well. So this is ready to go for the new bespoke Samsung stove on Supercar Street Racing. All right, the installer just left and he finished putting the dishwasher in. This is a Samsung Smart dishwasher. So to add it to the Smart Things app, you turn the power on and you hold down Smart Control until it says AP, which stands for Access Point. And what it does is connect to your phone via Wi-Fi and then add this device to your Wi-Fi network. However, I was not able to get it to add earlier, and I actually have been having issues with the internet for the last hour because we turned the breaker off. So I'm gonna go ahead and try that again and report back to you guys how that goes. All right, the installer did just install. This is the Samsung microwave, and there you can see it sitting in all of its glory. And now we have to register it on the SmartThings app, just like we did with the dishwasher. And this dishwasher literally cannot hear a single thing it's doing. It's the craziest thing. And they are coming in with the stove now. Okay, they did just finish installing the range, and this is the brand new Samsung range with all touchscreen induction cooktop, and it does have ambient edge lighting right here that is adjustable via this menu. I will do a full tour of this range, but now I need to get the range and the microwave connected to SmartThings. Okay, I did get the stove and the microwave added to Samsung SmartThings, so they are now available on the app. I'm gonna go ahead and put everything back up above the microwave now, and also get that stovetop cleaned off so I can get these lights installed now. Welcome back to Supercar Street Racing, and you got Brad here, and I just wanted to talk a little bit about the Samsung bespoke appliances. Right here on your screen you can see the refrigerator that we got. This is a counter depth 4-door flex refrigerator. It's a lot smaller than the fridge I had, but I never had a lot of food in that fridge anyway, so this worked out perfect. Here's a bigger picture of it for you on the screen right now, and you notice basically it runs on like an Android type operating system. Now you can't put just any apps you want on this. There are limited applications available for it, and I did check and there's no way to sideload anything. People have not figured out how to get around the security and sideload, but it does have some pretty cool applications. You can do things like Samsung TV. You can obviously do weather, as you can see on the front there. You can see the weather widget. It also has intelligent AI to track what foods are in your fridge when you take out and remove food or put food back in. It does track it with a camera, and it can tell you when you run out and when your food is going to spoil. It also has this cool feature called Flex Zone, so you can make one of the bottom areas also either a fridge or a freezer, and that's pretty cool. And in the upper left-hand part, it has a little beverage center, so it has a pitcher and a ice water dispenser. At the bottom, it does have a door that opens and your ice is down there in 2 drawers. And that's a look at the Samsung bespoke fridge that we got. And on the screen right now, you can see the Samsung 24-inch top control tall tub dishwasher, and it's in stainless steel. Now this dishwasher is the most quiet dishwasher on the market. It makes absolutely no sound whatsoever, none. You can't even tell it's on. And it does have smart features as well. You can hook it up to Samsung SmartThings.
and it will tell you when your dishes are done, or you can start it remotely. It's very nice. I like it a lot. It's a big step up from my last dishwasher. Here's a good look at the dishwasher up close, and you can see on the front, it does have a nice digital clock to tell you when your dishes are going to be done. Here's a Samsung bespoke microwave here. Pretty nice microwave. I like the design of it. It's very clean. There is no handle on the front. Light-in induction stove. Now this thing is awesome. It has an air fryer or an air sous vide, 6.3 cubic feet, pretty big. And this thing does all kinds of cool things, but the thing I like best about it is the edge lighting on the front, and you can change the color of the edge lighting as well. I'm gonna go ahead and put a link in the description to all of these guys, and I'll put a couple of videos at the end of this video of some of the appliances, and I hope you guys will enjoy your own Samsung bespoke appliances. We'll see you guys later. We got a million things to do, but watch the video at the end. Hey guys, welcome back to the channel, and today we're going to be taking a look at this Sane Logic mini chainsaw. That's right, it's not the Insane Logic, it's the Sane Logic mini chainsaw we have right here. And this is actually a gift for Mr. Dukes of Duval. Oh, hey guys, I didn't know you were in there, but today we're going to be taking a look at this Sane Logic chainsaw that was sent to me by Sane Logic to review for you guys. Let's get going. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing once again, where we have the Sane Logic mini chainsaw. Sane Logic was kind enough to send me this chainsaw in order to take it out, take a look at what's included in it, and show you guys how good this chainsaw can be. And once we look inside the box here, we do see the main brushless Sane Logic chainsaw here, looking so fresh and beautiful. I like the color blue. And it looks like on top, I don't know what that little, oh, that's chainsaw oil right there on top. And right here, right now, we have the off, yeah, okay, we'll have to come back and see what that does, but I think it locks and unlocks the actual head there so you can turn it. And then, of course, we have the battery connector down here at the bottom, but we will take a look at all that stuff here momentarily. And right here inside the box, you also do get 2 gloves for free. You've got the Sane Logic battery, and it doesn't indicate whether it is 21 volts, but right here on the packaging, it does say it is 21 volts. And then right here, right now, you have an extra chain for your chainsaw. You have some safety goggles. You have the plug there for the wall outlet. And you have this little bottle here, where assuming you would have to add oil to it, you could use that. And now let's take a look at the instruction manual and see what it says.
All right, taking a look at the manual, it doesn't say much about oiling the chain or anything like that, but it does explain to you inside the manual how to loosen and tighten the chain, and also how to change the chain when you need to. And the loosen and tightening devices are right there on the side of the chainsaw. Up top there is the oil bubble and where to add oil, and then right here on the side is the lock, and the trigger after you unlock it is right there to operate the chainsaw. Now let's get these batteries ahead into the charger and see how long that takes for those to charge. So let's bring those inside. We are inside now with the chainsaw charging station, is what we'll call this. And we can just plug it in here just like this and see how long it takes to charge the batteries. The other chainsaw that I reviewed did not take that long, but it plugs right into the back of the battery like this. And the light has turned red, so we will see how long it takes now to charge. We're back with the same logic chainsaw here, and while this battery charges, we're going to go ahead and load this battery onto the same logic and go do some testing. And so the battery goes on just like this. And it's hard to snap it in with one hand, but there it goes. And then the same logic lock mechanism is pressed. And the chainsaw works just like that. Now we will go test this thing and see what it can do.
All right, we have finished with the Sane Logic chainsaw usage, and we placed it right back in its container right there. And now we are just waiting for both the batteries to charge. Actually, we'll put this battery inside with the other one. Sorry, today is an airplane day for whatever reason. And we have one battery on the charger now, and this one waiting to be charged. We'll let you guys know when that is finished and how long it took. Guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing and the beautiful 4K production studio you can see all around you right here. And we do have the Sane Logic mini chainsaw, cordless electric 6-inch handheld chainsaw, electric chainsaw for gardening. Great name right in front of you here. And it is the Sane Logic, not the Insane Logic, so don't get that twisted up. And we can see right here and right now that this guy is $79, and there is a 50% off coupon right now. So a good deal right now on the Sane Logic mini chainsaw. Some of the things I did like about it, it was easy to use, and it was still charging after about an hour on a battery, so I don't know how long the charging will take. Not a big deal though, because they give you 2 batteries, so it doesn't really matter. And you can see right here, this thing has a 4.5 review, and there's some pictures right here of it. And the only thing that I did not like about it was the gloves. The gloves are just like cloth gloves, like you would use, like, you know, if you were cold. They're not the type of gloves for like that would protect your hands from anything, so they probably need to change those gloves out if they really want to sell a lot of these. But you can see it comes with almost everything you need and then some. It actually comes with a extra chain, it comes with the gloves, it comes with protective safety goggles, 2 batteries, it is 21 volts, and I think there's not much more you can say about the Sane Logic other than I highly recommend it. And it does have some good reviews right here on Amazon. You can see it's up at a 4.5 star, and I have not produced my review yet, but I plan on doing that soon. So please go check out the Sane Logic mini chainsaw. Go ahead and purchase one from the link in the description of the video. It'll be down below. Also, guys, thank you so much for supporting the channel, and I appreciate everything you guys do. And when you buy things from Amazon, anything, you don't have to buy this exact chainsaw, but if you buy anything from Amazon, please click through one of our links. It helps the channel greatly because I do get a small commission on that. Please like and subscribe, and we will see you guys soon on Supercar Street Racing. Today, we are getting everything out of this garage and into my new storage shed. All right, we are inside the new Suncast shed. And this is what it looks like on. Alright, I have the cover plates for the 2 boxes in the ceiling ready to get painted matte black. I know the lights up in the ceiling are white, so it doesn't really matter, but these will probably show up a little bit more. So let's go ahead and paint these guys black, and the screws. we have the next part of the garage makeover puzzle here, and this is the CASA app-based TP-Link Wi-Fi outdoor plug. We do have two of them, one for the outer square, one for the inner hex. We're going to go ahead and get those programmed up here in the CASA app real quick. Okay, we have one smart plug plugged in right here and one plugged in over there. That's another thing, you can't fit two of these in the same outlet. They hit each other due to the cord. You would have to have some kind of extension thing. But we're going to go ahead and go into the CASA app, click add device, and it is a smart plug. They're orange and green. There are two of them plugged in right now, both flashing orange and green. Let's go to the top one here. Go ahead and connect it to Wi-Fi. It wants you to be on the same Wi-Fi network, so it is now connecting this guy. I see it turn green over here on the plug. It is connecting, and then we will name this either outer garage square or garage hex. Then we'll put them in a group called garage hex lighting on Alexa. And the light is still flashing orange and green on the front. And we did get a prompt on the phone to connect to the device. We went ahead and said yes to that. And it's asking for the Wi-Fi network and the password, which I did provide. And you have to be on the same network on your phone when you configure this, or your tablet. And here we go, garage hex lights. Now all we have to do is be helpful to label these. So I'm going to grab my labeler real quick, and we'll do that. We got our label maker. Let's go ahead and set this to uppercase, garage. And let's go garage square. There's garage hex. And these guys are ready for install in the attic. Okay, we have successfully added the smart plugs, and now we have smart control over our garage lighting. So let's turn off the hex lights. And we can see we can just go with these if we want to. We can turn off the square lights and just turn on the hex lights. And now all we have to do is go into the Alexa app and make a routine called garage lights. And we can turn on both of these at the same time. Back here in the garage, and we have added all of these lights to a group called garage lights. So now we say, Alexa, turn off the garage lights. And they all go off except for the middle one, which is controlled by the garage door opener. Alexa, turn on the garage lights. And they are all on now. So this part of the project is finished. All right, we're gonna pull the Model S Plaid out into the driveway and cover it up, and then start touching up our paint up here on the ceiling. That is the last step of the painting process. So let's get this thing out of here.
new.
Yeah.
We are out here in the Supercar Street Racing Garage, wrapping up this part of the garage makeover. And the first thing that we see that we have done in the garage is we successfully painted the entire garage black, including the ceiling, because I saw that look online and it's something I really liked. So I do have pegboard on the wall. I did leave the pegboard. The only thing we need to do now is go and order a Supercar Street Racing banner for this side of the wall. The goal of this garage is to have nothing on the walls whatsoever except for banners. So you can see what we did. We painted all of the walls and all of the ceiling black, including the speakers. I did leave the recessed lighting white because I didn't want to deal with painting those, and you can barely tell anyway. And that is the first part of the makeover. The second part of the makeover was done earlier, and that was the little garage electrical reel. That was done a while back. We also then put up the garage hex lighting, and we did successfully run the garage hex lighting to 2 smart plugs where now everything is controlled smartly online. And also we removed the little track spotlighting that was here because we had an issue with power. We were putting too much power on the circuit that's in here, and so I removed that light, and I also removed this regular light from up here to decrease the energy consumption in the garage. As an earlier part of the makeover, we also put this nice smart LCD dimmer switch in. Even though these guys right here are smart, we do have this little LCD dimmer switch on here. After we painted the walls black, and by the way, the windows in the house are all getting replaced in 3 weeks. We're waiting for them to be delivered. We also went ahead and painted a red stripe on the top, and I tried to match the line of the bulkhead up here, whatever that's called, the beam or whatever runs across there, and I did paint a red stripe all the way across to the other side. Also part of the garage makeover, we installed these recessed smart lights that are all controlled by Alexa. Oh wow, I didn't wake it up. So these are all Bluetooth controlled, so they all are linked to a device via Bluetooth, and they are available to change colors and everything like that. The last part of this section of the garage makeover was that we moved everything out to the new Supercar Street Racing storage shed. Getting everything off of these walls was a priority for me, and so that was the next move. Everything that was in here went out to the new shed. So for the last part of this makeover, which is not going to happen for about 4 to 6 weeks, I have ordered a new garage door, and that type of door is a surprise. So you will not see it until we actually get it installed. It will be replacing this door. It is a much better door than what we have now. And also going in is a jack shaft mounted opener, which will eliminate this guy and eliminate this track that runs overhead for a much cleaner look, and also the ability to do more on the ceiling. So the garage door is the last part of the SCSR makeover until I redo the floors, which is going to happen. I need to repaint these floors completely now that we don't have anything in here. So that's going to do it for this episode. I hope you guys are enjoying the series. There should be a couple of more parts to it, so stick around, and we'll see you guys again next time on Supercar Street Racing.
The feeling of a bike coming by at 200 miles an hour is a visceral ripping of the air as it flies past. See this 200 mile an hour pass, the exhaust coming out the dump pipe on the left side of the bike.
Turned it, huh?
He blows my camera sideways. Yes, there are very few things that rival the sensory overload associated with burnout. You've got the smell, you've got the smoke, you've got the vibrations. It's awesome. People love burnouts unless they happen to be wearing a law enforcement uniform or something like that. Burnouts are necessary for drag strip runs to heat up tires. Generally on the street, you don't really need to do anything like that, especially with roll-on races. So, burnouts are just for pure pleasure. That's what we like to see. The impressive thing about these burnouts are the fact that they start at about 40 miles an hour. So this black Supra has enough power to break the wheels loose at about 40 miles an hour, both wheels. Gets a little sketchy sometimes. Being careful about the rider in front. It's majestic seeing the smoke just pour off the wheels in the back and disappear behind the car. Keep in mind there's a camera bike back there. That burnout was seen by an officer perched at the side of the road about 5 miles away, so we had a little talk afterwards. Everybody drove away and lived happily ever after.
3.5 Supra hardtop. Very rare. There's only a few hundred hardtops made in that year. Running 74mm innovative turbo, 1000cc fuel injectors, and I have 264 cam springs and retainers on stock motor.
You guys might want to take another 100 yards just so that you're comfortable right where you want to be when you take off. It's nice to roll at your speed and just set your gear where you want to be. So about another 100 yards.
This is a great matchup. The rider on the ZX-10 is a fairly large guy, but still the ZX-10 managed to squirt away briefly before the 900 horsepower Supra takes it down well before the finish line, and then just adds to his lead as the speeds get up higher and higher, and the ZX-10 begins to lose steam aerodynamically.
I think that boy has about 900 horsepower. That was nice. That was actually really good. You just squirted past him, and then he was trying to hold. You lose it, you're gaining ground just a little bit, and then he just took you in.
189 miles an hour, 28 pounds of boost, which is about 7 psi into my max.
Very nice.
It's probably got another 100 horsepower.
Oh, you'll need that for the ZX-14. That was really good. It was about what I expected, in that he took off just a little bit, you chased him down. Once the speed gets high, he's going to run out.
That was pretty wild.
The Supra allows the Lamborghini a little bit of a jump, knowing that it's got enough horsepower to chase it down, which it does quite handily as soon as the boost comes on.
Super's fast.
Super's fast?
Lambo's not so fast.
Yep. We got some angry individuals upstairs right now. What did you guys do? What did you do?
Go. You do it, I do it.
We can't do it like him.
Do it.
He's so light. He's like, you don't even see anything. Like, what the fuck? Oh my God.
Out here at Titan Live. About to get this thing up. There's the dyno. Outdoor dyno. Cool setup. Somebody post my link in Jack's Turbo. I don't have time. Probably less than a quarter of a tank. I'm just not sure. The gas gauge doesn't work. You know, have you seen the gas where the gas gauge like starts full on 3/4 and then it drops to like half and then it drops to like a quarter, like with the AEM and the factory ECU? That's what that one does. So I know it's, I mean, it's straight E85 right now out of the pump.
Probably want to put another 5 gallons in.
Okay, 98. He said 98, but yeah, that's fine. You hear how it like wants to stumble on idle?
Yeah.
Yeah, when you turn the AC on, it wants to die. Okay, thanks, man. Getting all set up on the dyno here. Here's a good look at their all-wheel drive dyno jet. Seems like that would be bad for the components being outside. So do you still put fans and stuff on it out here? Yeah, you have to, huh? Because they're not moving. Uh-oh. That's not good. Aha! New hood. Quick releases. Doesn't matter. I just throw it under there anywhere. The little rubber thing came off the top of it. Getting it strapped down right now. You're gonna have to get RPM under the coil pack cover?
Yeah, unless I can pick up number 6 and that.
Okay. It's kind of hard to get off with the strut tower brace on there. It like will scratch it because it was right up against it.
You know what spark plugs you got in there?
Yeah, they're the NGK, the ones that replaced the older ones that everybody was running. There's a new series that came out,
You don't know
but
what heat range?
they are. I'd have to look and see what we put in there. They're the BK7 REs. Yeah, they're the replacements for those. They're a whole new series that came out. They don't make them anymore. Car strapped down. These bad boys. So they're going to Australia day after tomorrow, and they rented 2 shipping containers to ship their cars over to Australia. Pretty expensive to think about to go drag racing. Wonder if this tire still has a nail in it, or a screw or whatever. About to get this thing cranked up. Crazy lightning out there. Looking rough over there. I just was asking Ryan what you guys had, and he doesn't have anything. I'm gonna get that. I see it goes from 3 to 2.5 right there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep. Sucks. I haven't had a chance to do anything about it yet.
Turbo, you should really have 4-inch all the way back.
I'm gonna look into that. You know, it's tough when they don't make hardly anything for this type of.
Yeah, you gotta just make some, have some speed.
Yeah. Go to the exhaust shop and tell them to do it. I was gonna do that. Right, getting this thing ready to be put down some power. It's nice and cool out too. It's really like, definitely feel the weather coming. It's nice and cool out.
Yeah.
It's weird, yeah. Yeah. More humid. Looking for that RPM sensor on cylinder 6. See if we're gonna have to pull off the valve, the spark plug cover to get RPM signal. Got this Titan Motorsports truck back here. Weather's looking rough up here, everybody, but it's nice and cool out, just a little bit humid. Trying to get the tach sensor hooked up, get a little RPM. it ground? Take it? Not sure. So these guys are really recommending 4-inch exhaust with this turbo. So probably in the next week or so, need to go to S&S Custom, give them the order, the V-band, flanges and stuff. Get that done. A lot of dynos in there. Ready to blow some stuff up. We need to do fuel now? Like add fuel?
Yeah.
I need to get Ryan? Oh, okay. Sweet. Got the laptop. $16.50, I think, fuel injector clinic. Yeah.
Jay-Z to that idle hunt. Idling really good right now. Yeah. So I guess he's taking a look at Tracy's default, Tracy's tuning, and seeing what he can see.
see 2,000 horsepower. You see it right here. 2,000. There it is, proof. 2,000. Yeah, you can just fill it up with 98. I was thinking, if you don't, I mean, what do you think?
Fill it up?
Might as well.
Yeah.
Unless you need to do other stuff. Sweet. Got to get that 4-inch downpipe and exhaust ASAP. Next week, dude. Next week. S&S custom exhaust. That's what's happening. About to put some fuel in this thing. Hopefully it'll be enough to get me home and also to Cars and Jackasses tomorrow. So, where are we all meeting tomorrow morning? Someone posted in the live chat. Somebody make a comment. Where are we meeting for Cars and Coffee tomorrow. Comment right now. Go. Ready, go. I don't see it. I'm waiting. Where are we going? Where are we meeting for before Cars and Coffee, fellas? All right. Anyway, Airtight Motorsports getting the car dyno tuned on high boost. Hopefully, about to find out. So the funny thing is that he says that the spring was fine. It's a 50-pound spring, so it should be making plenty of boost on the boost control solenoid. If that does not work, then he's going to have to figure out why. But as of right now, it should be on the boost control solenoid. It should make enough boost to blow the engine up. Live out here at Titan. There's Titan's truck parked in the back. They got a good parking lot here. I think they do meets here sometimes. Like, they got enough space back here to put like a bunch of cars in this lot. Waiting on the fuel. And I had to go back inside, check on my work real quick. Super right here. This one. Got a pretty sweet Lexus right here. 370Z. 911 Turbo. Another 6 Supra. Supposedly these are the tires to be running these ET Street SS's. Mickey Thompson. Got a slow Corvette, Chad's Corvette. Got another black Supra with a sick body kit. Up front we got this thing. It's only safe when it's parked, and then even so it will kill you. I'm gonna stay back. I'm gonna stay back. Get away from me. Get away. Get away. Heading up to the showroom. Don't know who's in here. Nobody. They got me all set up right here to work. So we're just gonna check on my work. And there comes Ryan, doing a live stream. I think he's putting fuel in it right now.
Yep.
I told him just to fill it up with the 98 stuff. Got a whole one person watching. Super famous. Some of the stuff in the...
He's doing straight E85. So he want to go to like E99, be like mixed blend or something, be too much.
Oh, he doesn't want to do 99?
So he's going to do straight E85 for
okay, that's fine. Right. But it's the good E85, not the junk from the pump. Somebody thinks they're fast out here. I hear them getting on it. All right, headed back over to the dyno. No idea what the gas mileage is. But check out those HRE wheels on the Supra. I think I've seen better days. But, this thing's fast, by the way. This thing will smoke every one of you guys. Every one of you. Every last one of you. Can't show there's a secret car in there. Can't show. Look at this Mark III. E85. This is the good stuff too, not the junk. So did that IAT actually work when you plugged it in? Are you concerned about it at all?
Yeah, you need to have one.
Yeah.
Gotta get one installed in the intercooler pipe.
Okay. So what is that going to do for our tune and stuff right now?
It's gonna change the based on, you know, air temperature, weather.
And that's not something we can do now?
Take too long.
Yeah.
Gotta pull the pipe off, all the bunk.
Okay.
Install the sensor, wire it up.
Right.
I'd rather get you tuned now and then you can put
Come
it
back.
in. And the biggest thing that's gonna happen is it's gonna get air fuel ratio get a little richer
Okay.
as you drive it.
Okay.
You don't have the air temperature compensation that you need. But if it gets cold out, which obviously it's not gonna be cold
Right.
anytime soon, but if it's cold out, you could go leaner.
Leaner.
Have the air temp.
Okay, cool.
You just gotta get it installed sometime soon.
All right. Are we going to need to pin the AEM and all that to get it installed? Like install the pins on the...
They may already be ran to the patch harness. I don't know, I'd have to look.
All right. So, not getting an IAT sensor hooked up, which is a huge bummer. A waste of my time driving 2 hours in a hotel room to not get stuff done. So that's a fucking super ass bummer. Whatever. Filling it up with real E85, not this, not the pump stuff that Chad uses to blow up his engine. This is like legit E85. Costs more. Chad's too cheap. He just buys like pump E85. He won't get the real stuff. That's sweet that it made 2,000 horsepower though on the first pull without even going full boost. That's sick. That was like a half RPM pull too. So, you know, that's like 4,000 when he goes full. Gotta get some of those ET Street SS's. Somebody comment. All two of you. Throw a comment. That better not be a scratch. Right there. I will be so butthurt. Yep, it is. That's a big scratch. Look at that. Just happened too because it's white. Man, I don't even have the paint for this car. That's a bummer. Hopefully that'll come out. every bit of it. Gallons. To get on the diner.
after the first pull. Thing spools so crazy. So crazy. Sounds so good on the dyno. Must be the boost duty. Duty cycle. There we go.
Tires pretty quick.
Are they really?
Yeah.
Well, they're road racing tires. They're like.
They're spinning a lot.
Are they really? Dang, they hook really good on the street. Spinning on the dyno. Tires are spinning. Because 2,000 horsepower. That's what happens.
Here we go. Try again. Spinning on the dyno. Making big power or terrible tires. Who knows? Alright. Here we go. See if it spins. Let some air out of the tires, trying to get that from not spinning. Here we go. Sounds so ridiculous on the dyno. You guys would freak out in person. Yeah, I don't weigh much.
I can get somebody else.
We don't have any blocks or anything like that we can throw in there? Cinder blocks? We'll probably have to get somebody bigger than me. I weigh like 130 pounds.
Yeah, I'll grab
And that thing's full of fuel too, so that's got a little bit of weight in it.
yeah, let me get Taylor.
Okay. Alright, cool. I'll get back here too. Gotta get in the trunk. Spinning. Going to get somebody heavier than 140 pounds. But I mean, I guess I'll get back here. It's going to be pretty crazy back here.
Wanna come with?
Yeah, man. Let's go for a ride. See what happens. See if we blow it up.
Last time I say okay. I just think
And
you don't
there's
have
like-
any problems with these tires rubbing, do you?
Nah. Usually don't.
You want to switch sides actually? This is exhaust stuff.
Yeah.
See, I'll get a picture or video, whatever. Yeah. Good boy, sorry. This is where I shine though.
I can't believe this thing's spinning. It's gonna be fun. Hold on. I know what I'm holding on to.
I got you.
Yeah? Get on with it. It's gonna be weird. Sure you've done this before, right? There we go. Pretty loud. Didn't spin that time, I don't think.
No, you grip good.
Out here live. Look, we got a bullet. Is that better? Okay. You guys don't have like big blocks to put in the trunk?
Big block. A lot more density than the we have to do it quite often.
Yeah.
Once you start getting a little horsepower, you have to.
Yeah. What did it do that time on power? 7. What kind of boost it made that? 26. That's like the most I've ever been able to get it to do.
Yeah, it's maxed out on the duty cycle on the weight on the boost cylinder.
So what does that mean? What do we have to do to get it higher?
Well, you know, it should be higher than that. One wasting.
That's what I was really concerned about.
I'm wondering if you have a leak somewhere. You got the small housing too, that's part of it. There's two different kinds of housings you can get.
Yeah.
The turbo. One's called an H cover. That's the one that you should have on this car. But,
I mean, that seems awfully low for that turbo even.
well, if I get it to make more boost, it'll probably make a little more.
That's what I'm thinking.
But no, you need the H cover. I mean, I've never run the small cover on this turbo before. Normally it'll make 900 plus. You know, about 32 pounds.
We gotta get more boost out of it.
Get it up to 30 something. I can bleed the side of the wastegate to get a little more boost. It's not ideal.
I mean, something's got to be wrong, right? If it won't go over 26 pounds of boost.
Not necessarily. You know what exhaust housing you have on here?
I don't know. I do know that he said that he had to take off. That's why the solenoid was off, because he couldn't get it to make enough boost with the solenoid on.
You make the solenoid can do the exact same thing
as a manual.
I don't know what that's
Yeah.
So you're putting full pressure to the top port of the wastegate. That's all you can do. Now I can take and bleed some off to the side. Maybe get us a couple pounds more, but
yeah.
usually either you got a leak or that's just all the turbo loss.
That'd be disappointing. That's kind of the main reason I came.
Yeah. We can try to leak down. We can leak test it. We got something leaking.
Yeah, I mean, we have a little time. I guess we should. If you think that's... That one kept popping off, so that's what he put on there to keep it from popping off, that diesel size one. I don't know, whatever you think, man. All right, we're gonna stand down for now. It made 700 at 26 PSI, but it's not able to make any more boost for whatever reason. So we're gonna look into that right now, and then we'll come back after that later. Alright guys, welcome to the stream. So today we're taking a look at the Starlink mission. Trying to figure out if my audio sounds good or not. So I'm listening to it in headphones here. Oh, it actually does sound good. Okay. Wonderful. Alright, so today we are looking at the Starlink mission. And this is for SpaceX to put another batch of Starlink satellites up. And I don't know if you guys heard or not, but SpaceX actually put Starlink satellites up over the Ukraine so that Ukrainians could have internet access.
LWO1 Weathernet, lift up conditions.
And here we go, so they are starting the stream now. Lower that volume a little bit there. Make sure that still sounds good on my headphones. Sorry guys, this is my first one, so I'm still trying to fine-tune everything. Yep, still sounds good. We are live. And there is Starman there.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Good look at Falcon 9 with the vapor trail coming off the back of the engine there. There's a double landing.
Good morning. It's Thursday, March 3rd, and you're looking at a live view of the Falcon 9 awaiting its 9:25 a.m. Eastern Time launch from Launch Complex 30.
So it looks like we're still go for a launch here in about 10 minutes. And so right now they are fueling the rocket. You can see at the bottom of the screen right here where the RP-1 was loaded, and then the LOX loading is still going. They're going to chill the engines around this time at about, I can't remember how long it is before the actual liftoff. They retract that strong back right there, and then we should see a timely liftoff here this morning. The weather looks perfect. It's actually, I'm actually in Florida. I'm about 2.5 hours away from the launch site. I can't see them usually, unfortunately, but sometimes at night, I suppose you could probably see it from Jacksonville. So he's just talking a little bit about Starlink now and how SpaceX has operational satellites over the Ukraine. Let's listen to see what he's saying here.
Similar to our previous Starlink launches this year, or some of them anyway, we won't have ground station coverage during payload deployment, which means we won't have live audio.
Okay, so we're not going to see it.
Of payload deployment in real time.
We're not going to see the video of the Starlink satellites being deployed. So what happens in the Starlink is that with the deployment process is that the Starlink satellites are stacked up inside of the bay there. The fairing pops off because it's no longer needed once in the vacuum of space. The fairing is just there to protect the payload on the ascent phase of the mission. Once they are in the vacuum of space, they jettison that fairing, which then falls back into the ocean. It's retrieved and reused. Now, SpaceX has been trying to refurbish these fairings now for a little bit because of the expense involved in them. So they are reusing the fairings. This will also be the 11th landing of this particular booster, and not sure which booster it is. But it will be the 11th time that it lands. And so you can always go to can always go check out like launch schedule. If you don't know, if you can go to Spaceflight Now and you can go to the launch schedule here, and here we're looking at, so it's Starlink 4.9. And it tells you the exact time. So this is supposed to go off in 7 minutes. And then we're going to launch 47 satellites. And so we're going to get to see a drone ship landing, hopefully for the 11th time. But yeah, we are live now. We're 7 minutes away.
Depending on the payload that we're flying. Above the first stage, we have our black carbon fiber inner stage. It's got that distinct color from the unpainted thermal protection system on the surface. This structure
interstage.
connects the first and second stages and houses our pneumatic pushers that are used during stage separation in flight, as well as the Merlin vacuum or MVAC engine on the second stage.
Notice this condensation coming off the rocket is normal. So what happens when the cold surface of the rocket meets the warm Florida air? It's probably about, I don't know, it's in the low 60s here in Jacksonville. Maybe a little bit warmer down south.
Payload into its destined orbit. The first stage will then return to planet Earth.
So there's a good look at, just read the instructions.
11th time on our drone ship named Just Read the Instructions.
And they're pre-watering that deck for the heat that's going to be generated when that landing burn is activated there.
The Starlink satellites until we get to space. About 3 minutes into the flight, once we've exited.
It's a good look at the fairing right there that they actually do recover. So this is reused. You can actually tell here that they refurbished this one. So that fairing is to protect the payload, the Starlink satellites on the way up to space. Looks like we're about 5 minutes away.
T-minus 35-minute mark. Falcon 9 uses two propellants, a refined form of kerosene called RP1, or rocket propellant 1 as its fuel.
The RP1 and then the LOX
as its oxidizer. The liquid oxygen is chilled well below its boiling point.
Yeah, so what SpaceX does to increase the performance of the engines is that they actually load propellant all the way up until the launch time, even with astronauts on board, which is unprecedented in spaceflight. And what this does is that gives the higher performance on the engines, because the fuel is super chilled, and that produces more performance. We're about 4 minutes away now, guys, from liftoff down at Kennedy Space Center. And they are at LC-39A, Launch Complex 39A, as you see right there. About 4 minutes away, guys. We're still adding fuel here. About 1 minute into when we're going to launch here, 1 minute before launch, the vehicle is going to go into startup mode where the flight computers are going to take over. And at that point, if the computer sense anything wrong, it will automatically scrub the launch.
To pull away from the rocket slightly, and then
he's talking about the strong back here. That's going to fall back and allow the rocket to lift off.
TE fully retract away, clearing the way for Falcon 9 to lift off from the pad. Now, the TE is a structure that provides liquids, gases, and electrical connections to the second stage. It also
make sure that we're actually broadcasting here. Yep. Okay.
You can see on your screen that it's starting to retract away from the second stage.
Look at the strong back here. It's actually moving backwards.
At this point in the mission, the first and second stages are almost completely loaded with propellants. Fuel loading is complete. Coming up in about 10 seconds, we'll hear a call out for liquid oxygen loading complete on the first stage, followed about a minute after by liquid oxygen loading complete on the second stage.
So they're almost done with fueling now. We're just waiting to hear that call out.
Speaking of that liquid oxygen, you're seeing some gassy clouds around the
that
vehicle.
there.
Those are actually caused by that liquid oxygen. We periodically vent some of the gaseous liquid oxygen in the tanks to maintain the pressure as we top it up. And once that cold,
some of that you're seeing is venting. Some of it is just the rocket reacting with the warm Florida air.
And forms literal clouds around the vehicle. The payload, the Starlink payload, continues to look healthy. We're not tracking any issues with this.
Coming up on about 2 minutes to launch here, so these launches are so common now that it's really easy to zip down. If you guys haven't been down to KSC to see a launch, you should definitely go down there. I saw the in-flight abort test from Kennedy Space Center, and although the weather was not great, we did get to see it go up, but we did not see it come back down. Coming up on 2 minutes here, fueling should be pretty much done here momentarily.
Now, shortly after LOX loading completes on the second stage, we will also see venting from the transporter erector. Call it there, indicating that propellant loading is complete in
So
preparation
propellant
for
loading
today's
is
launch.
done. So we're about to get
There's that venting from
a
the
go for
transporter
launch
erector.
here.
As I mentioned earlier, it provides the fluids and gases to the vehicle. So as we're preparing for launch, we clear out those gases from the transporter erector. In about 15 seconds, Falcon 9 will transition to internal control.
This is what I was talking about a little bit earlier. The flight computers are going to take over here in about 7 seconds, and we should see that on the screen.
Through the rest of the mission. And then shortly after,
Falcon 9 is in startup.
So it's in startup now. Then we see right here, flight computers are taking control. Let's listen to this amazing set of sequences here.
From the launch director.
We should hear go for launch here momentarily and see some exciting lighting of a candle. "30 seconds till launch."
T-minus 30 seconds.
LD, go for launch.
All right, we just got to go from the launch director. LD is
Under
launch
30
director.
seconds to go. Launch director giving their final go for launch. Let's watch the final seconds here of terminal count as Falcon 9 takes these 47 Starlinks to low Earth orbit.
T-minus 15 seconds.
We got 15 seconds to launch unless we get a scrub
10,
here. 10 seconds.
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Ignition.
All right, our telemetry is on the lower left-hand side there. And there we go. What a beautiful shot this morning at Kennedy Space Center. You can see your speed on the lower left-hand side and your altitude. Now here, coming up here shortly, we are going to see this vehicle reach max Q, which is the maximum stress and aerodynamic pressure that are exhibited on the vehicle. Good shot down, looking back down the vehicle.
Falcon 9 lifting off from Space Launch Complex 39A at the Kennedy Space Center.
Check out the coast there.
Carrying 47 Starlink satellites to low Earth orbit.
Nice shot.
Now, we just throttled down the Merlin 1D engines in preparation for max Q. That's the point of maximum aerodynamic pressure.
Falcon 9 is supersonic.
That's the point when the combination of the velocity of the vehicle and the density of
So the vehicle is now traveling faster than the speed of sound, and you probably could see it pass through the sound barrier, and that might have been what that plume was just there.
So with that, we are through the point of maximum aerodynamic pressure.
Okay, made it through max Q, which is the most dangerous point for the vehicle. You can see they're going almost 2,300 kilometers per hour. They're at 19 kilometers in altitude. We're going to see the main engine cut off here momentarily, at which point the first stage will spin around and fire its engines and head back towards the drone ship. Just read the instructions.
Using those pneumatic mechanisms in the interstage. Right after stage separation, the first stage will be making its way back to Earth.
What a great shot, man. They are doing so good with their coverage these days.
Today on a drone ship stationed out in the Atlantic named Just Read the Instructions.
Vehicle is following a nominal trajectory.
Almost 44 kilometers in altitude, almost 6,000 kilometers per hour at this point. We're going to see Miko here in the next 10 seconds. Main engine cutoff. And hopefully we'll see that first stage flip around and head back towards the drone ship.
Cutoff followed by stage SEP and then SES1.
There's main engine cutoff. Now we should see that shot from the vehicle. There goes first stage. You can see those the engine firing.
Fairing deployment as well.
There we go. So stage 1 is headed back to Earth now. We can see the telemetry. There's your grid fins.
Seeing space for the first time. There's a shot of the Merlin vacuum. You can actually see the fairing halves heading back to planet Earth. And on the left of your screen, you can
Yep, you can see the fairings dropping off and heading back down as well. But on the left side, we've got stage 1, and we see our grid fins. You're looking down towards the bottom of the rocket here, and we are going to have an entry burn. What that means is that thing's coming in hot, so the entry burn slows the vehicle down enough where it doesn't burn up re-entering the atmosphere. On the right-hand side, we see the Merlin vacuum engine performing amazingly, and we can see the stage 2 telemetry on the lower right-hand side. We are not going to see the deployment of the Starlink satellites today because they won't have tracking station available. So on the left side, you can see those coal gas thrusters orienting the rocket as it makes its way back down to just read the instructions. So those grid fins, basically what those are for, those are to steer the rocket when it gets more into the denser part of the atmosphere. Those things are worthless in space, obviously, because they are air-based fins. So until the rocket gets into a place where there's more atmosphere, they're kind of worthless. On the right side, we can see almost 10,000 kilometers in speed as this thing makes its way up to a final speed of, I don't know, 25,000-ish miles per hour or something like that. And it's 165 miles up. Left side, we see stage 1 headed back down towards just read the instructions. And we do see the ocean there underneath. Still traveling at 6,800 miles per hour, and it will have to have an entry burn here shortly to slow the rocket down substantially. You can see our altitude's dropping though. We're at 129 kilometers now on the stage 1 on the left-hand side. Still gaining speed on the second stage though. We're at 11,400 kilometers per hour, almost 183 miles. On the left side, we still see stage 1 heading back down to just read the instructions. And it's traveling, actually accelerating in speed, but we're going to scrub some of that speed off here shortly with a entry burn. It's going to fire those Merlin engines and slow down quite a bit here. You'll see on the little clock timeline there when that hit entry burn. We'll see our entry burn on the left side.
And as we get back into the Earth's atmosphere, the first stage only uses those grid fins.
Now the only thing that's going to keep this guy from burning up in the atmosphere is this entry burn. If you come in straight down like that, you would literally burn up in the atmosphere. I notice it's speeding up more. That's going to happen as it enters the atmosphere and gravity starts taking a hold of it. And as that gravity starts taking a hold of it and it enters the atmosphere, the more heat that builds up around the vehicle. So that, therefore, they'd slow it down with a entry burn. All right, we're at 70 kilometers in altitude for stage 1 now. And we should see those rockets fire, those engines fire right now on stage 1 on the left. Right in here somewhere. There we go. So there's the entry burn. Notice the speed dropping substantially there. So that's what the entry burn does. It brings that speed down enough so that this vehicle can withstand the heat and the atmosphere coming in. And notice we're still at 39 miles, or 39 kilometers, sorry, in altitude there. And the right side's almost 17,000 miles per hour, getting up to 26,000. I'm saying miles per hour, it's kilometers per hour, sorry. Used to the standard system. Okay, we're at 5,000 kilometers per hour.
The exhaust plume from that entry burn, we actually deposited a layer of soot on the rocket.
Notice those grid fins starting to steer the vehicle now. Well, we lost our feed on the left, but as that vehicle gets closer and closer to the atmosphere, those grid fins can have more of an effect, and so you'll see those actually working more. And it's too bad we may not see stage 1 at this point because we lost our feed.
Deposited onto the vehicle. Coming up about 20 seconds from now, we'll have landing burn on the
So 20 seconds away from the landing burn, as you see right here. And then Seco is second engine cut off. Now we should, hopefully we can see this, but it looks like we're going to miss the landing burn. So it's going to be an uneventful feed here. We may just get video of when it's actually landed. We may not have live video from just read the instructions here, which is a bummer. All right, it says that we have landed. Well, actually the speed's still scrubbing off here on the telemetry. So we should see that landing. We're not going to be able to see it. There it is, live from just read the instructions. 11th landing of this particular booster. And of course we lose the satellite feed because the instability of the antennas on the ship and so there we go, guys. 11th landing of this particular rocket, and it has hit the X marks the spot. So another successful day for SpaceX in spaceflight, and they are going to be putting out these Starlink satellites, which we will not see. So at this point, I would say so far mission accomplished. And we're going to end the stream right there. Guys, thank you so much for watching. I hope to see you guys again on the next one. I want to do these more. And I got.
All right, this is how you punch it in a 1,000 horsepower Tesla in Mexico. Punch it. Oh my God. What the hell? Today we are in the Supercar Street Racing Garage. What's up?
So we have a total of 4 of these speakers itself, which we'll be installing.
We're just kind of running them down with a ratchet.
It's not gonna fit.
And then we need another, we actually need this for that side. All right, guys, we're back again with another episode of the Golf Cart. And today we are in the Supercar Street Racing Garage waiting for Joe to head over. But meanwhile, I am setting up here to go ahead and check and see what wiring I have. I'm going to get out all the wiring and go ahead and lay it out right here for you guys. We're going to get it all organized and look at it and see what we got right now. Oh my goodness. But now it's time to clean it all up. All right, let's get this outside to the garage. Back out here in the garage, we got all the production lights set up and the mics and everything. And now I'm just gonna go ahead and start putting stuff on the table to get it all organized. Okay, directly in front of me, you guys can see Joe's 4 new speakers for the golf cart, his old voltage inverter, and his old fuse box. And then right there is the new voltage reducer, 60 amps for the new system. Let's go ahead and get his dash out of the kitchen as well. So here is the new dash and the new digital display, which we haven't figured out what we're going to do with that yet. This new dash is already prepped for speakers. You guys saw that in the last video. Put that there. And now let's go ahead and get our connectors and everything out that we're going to need to actually do the wiring. What's up? What's up? Camera's rolling. Really nothing on Amazon at all. My work suppliers. There are strippers. And there are the crimpers. All right, we're back out here with Dukes of Duval, and we are in a brand new day and the next video. And as you guys saw a few minutes ago, I went ahead and got everything laid out on the table and got the garage set up for work. So we have all of our wiring connectors here and all of our wires in somewhere in here maybe. But do you want to kind of go over what we have right here in front of us?
All right, so one of the things that we decided to do with getting this new lithium battery was to do a couple upgrades that I've been really wanting to do for quite some time. I'm a music guy, I love music, so I wanted to put something really cool in here. And one of Brad's videos, we did a full audio build out for him, and it was a great design. It sounds amazing. So I wanted to kind of mirror that. Pretty much the same thing is going to happen with this particular golf cart, where we're going to be adding a new dash. We're going to be adding 4 6.5 speakers along with an amp and a subwoofer. So pretty excited about this build out. On the table, we have most of everything that we need. There might be a couple of items that we're still lacking, but for the most part, everything that you see is going to be a part of this full build out. So the first thing that we did is I went on and found myself a new dash. That's a replacement for the club car itself. On here, you see that it has 2 speaker openings, has a couple of cup holders, has a little dash insert here for you to be able to hold stuff in there, and then of course a little coin tray. More importantly, on the front of this, it has a single DIN opening for a radio. I purchased this, but there was a couple of different options that you could have went with. You could have went with a round style that they have for some of the, and with this particular setup, we went with a single DIN. The likelihood is that we're not going to use a single DIN radio in here. We have plans to potentially put something in here to have a tablet or some sort of an iPad to cover this over. We're gonna figure that out. We haven't got to that point just yet. So once we get to that, we'll make a decision. So with that being said, additionally, a part of this setup, we got a new amp, which this is a little bit difficult to find something that worked really good for our particular setup. So what we wanted was a 5-channel amp. We wanted it to have Bluetooth. Unfortunately, finding anything for a reasonable price that has a Bluetooth option is very limited. We searched Amazon, we searched local radio shops. I mean, I went through and through to find something that made sense. So I went with this Boss Audio option for us. Everything that I read online for Amazon says it's got good ratings. I believe it's like 4.5 stars, and it's gonna have everything that we want from a amp perspective. It is not a marine grade, which is fine, because inside the cavity where we're going to be putting this, where the battery compartment is, we should have no issue with any moisture or any problems with anything getting in here, so it should hold up just fine. Along with that, we have a couple of other items that we bought specifically for the radio. So I went out and found these on Amazon as well. These are 6.5 full range SCAR audio. These are weatherproof, and the reason that we want marine grade weatherproof is because this will be on the exterior, so it will be exposed to the elements, unlike being inside the battery compartment itself. These are great speakers that we found. They have really good ratings on them. We kind of opened them up already to start doing a little bit of work, but I just wanted to show you guys real fast that one thing is that it does have a single tweeter in the front. Yeah, so these are great speakers. They are marine grade, so you can fully water them down when you're cleaning your golf cart, so you don't have nothing to worry about that. And that's the biggest thing for me, is if it's somewhere in a compartment that I'm not concerned with getting to the elements, then I don't go marine grade on anything, or I avoid it if it's at a cost. For this, I did pay the money to get a marine grade, and these are solid, really heavy speakers. I have a good feeling these are going to sound amazing in the golf cart. So we have a total of 4 of these speakers itself, which we'll be installing. So we decided to upgrade this. This is basically the converter. This knocks down 48 volt down to 12 volts. Most of the accessories and the radio and the stuff that you use all runs off 12 volts. So you have to have something to step down all that power. This is a much better voltage reducer than the last one I had, so it's going to have a lot of ability to run power. So one thing to know is that we could easily hook up to one 12 volt battery when you have a multi-battery system. In this particular case, we have a single 48. So you don't really have that option. And even with a multiple battery setup, you never want to run off of just one 12 volt battery, because that's draining from one 12 volt. So you want to share the load over the entire 48 volts. So that's why you use a step down from a 48 to a 12 volt. It makes the ability for it to have a longer lasting power, and it's not pulling off of one particular battery. So this here is an inverter, and what this is going to do is take our 12 volts that's going to be coming off of this knockdown to a fuse panel and convert this over to 110. It's going to allow us to have a couple of outlets here. with this is really nice if you're someone that likes to decorate your golf cart or do various things on it that you need 110. This is a great thing to add.
Also, the really cool thing about this one is it has USB ports as well. If you have anything that needs to be powered by USB, which we do, you can directly power it off of the inverter. So we're actually going to take advantage of that, correct?
I believe that we will, but also on top of that, we went out and sourced a couple of these particular aftermarket USB ports that you can add to the golf cart. They run off of basically 12 volts, so we can add that to there, and that's probably going to be an option for us for the front of the golf cart. We do have an option for USB that is on this inverter here itself, which we might use in the back in some capacity. However, in the front, what we wanted to do is have a couple of options. One for external charging if somebody had their phone or something that they needed to charge. We wanted to add that. So what we went out is we found a couple of these online. They're pretty cheap on Amazon. Runs off of 12 volt itself, and then has obviously the female adapter or the USB. So this we'll do two things with it. One, we will have an option for charging, and two, we will have an option for the tablet to stay there permanently for it to stay connected, so that anytime that I bring the tablet onto the golf cart, it'll automatically connect to it real fast, and then we'll have power feeding it. So along with those USBs that we were just talking about, we bought an external one here as well that's going to be mounted to the dash. This one's nice because it has a cover for it, so in the event that you're going to be washing the golf cart down, you can cover this up, which is going to make it where it won't get any water into it, which is really kind of nice. So that's going to...
Right here in front of me, we do have our fuse block. This came off of the last golf cart. We're going to go ahead and reuse it. And if you can see right here, it does have a place for both positive and negative. You feed it positive up top here, negative on bottom there. It has a negative bus bar at the bottom, and then it has individual positive bars here for each one, and you can select what fuse you want. For example, if you're running a 12 volt amplifier off this directly, you would want a large enough fuse to go directly to your amp. However, these guys usually have built-in fuses, so I'm not sure that we need to go through this fuse block for that. We'll have to figure that out in the long run. But that is going to be our fuse panel, and then that's our ground that's already connected that we'll be able to reuse for something. All right, so right here we also have a Elecan Bluetooth adapter. This is the exact same one that I have on my golf cart. Basically all this is for is a receiver, and then it actually connects to the amplifier via RCA cables. It has a proprietary USB power supply, and I will show you that right now as we unbox the Elecan. It's not your typical connector on the back of here like a lot of USB stuff have. It's actually a pin connector. So if we go inside the box here, there's an instruction manual here. Here's the actual adapter. And then inside of there, you can see right here, you would output from this to your amplifier. It also has an auxiliary, and it also has a little pin connector there for power. And inside of the box, we should have a power connector. We do. There's a power adapter in case you're using it at 110. Here is a USB adapter in case you want to use it for 5 volts. And then they also give you a pair of USB to headphone or mini to use in the auxiliary port. All right, also right here on the table, we have all of our tools we need to go ahead and do anything with wiring. We've got automatic wire strippers. These are crimpers for some special type of connectors that we have. And then these are workman pliers that we use for electricity. And then moving over here to the side of the table, we have all of the heat shrink and the connectors and everything that we're going to need to go ahead and put ends on it. Because for example, when we have something like a voltage reducer and we have these screw terminals here, we're going to want to go ahead and put ring connectors on the end of our wires to make it clean. So we'll just remove these screws, put the ring connectors over, and then screw these back down. We have some ring connectors inside here. Those are for small gauge wiring. I don't have very many yellow ones for big gauge. So we're going to have to see if we have enough to do what we need to do. But we also have spade connectors in here and other types of connectors that we might be needing. So we have all that out. Here we have some clamps to keep the wire nice and clamped up and against the side of the golf cart body. We have heat shrink tubing. We have heat shrink spade connectors and other type of connectors here. These, all you have to do is basically put the wire in. So basically all you have to do is just run your heat gun on these and it shrinks over the end of the wire itself. So that's it. We have all the stuff here that we need to hopefully move on to the second part of this golf cart build. We're probably just going to go ahead and reorganize everything now since we unboxed it, and then we're going to assess whether we have to buy some more stuff. So let's get busy getting all this stuff back in shape because we just made a mess here, and then we'll start getting to work.
All right, so after doing a little bit of engineering, so to speak, to remove some of the plastic, the battery is in now, fits very snug, but what we need to do is get it bolted down. So the way that it's set up now, we have it pushed over to one side. The only issue is that it does have a couple of spots on each side for you to put bolts on to get it to obviously strap down, so to speak. But here it's very, very tight. So what we have to do is try to figure out a way that we can mark the spot where we need to drill, because we're going to through bolt it. And it's going to be a little bit of a challenge to try to get down a socket down in there to hold the top of that bolt down, but I think we can get that done pretty easy. So we're going to take the time for a couple seconds, figure out exactly how we're going to get that bolt to get in there and make the get the hole cut, and we should be able to get this thing fastened down pretty quick.
Okay, do we need to take the battery out?
Yeah, so the first thing we want to do is obviously on this side, we want to make sure that we can get the socket down in there to hold the head of the bolt.
Okay, so I need to grab a socket.
Yep, so we're going to grab a socket. We're going to make sure we can slide it down there. If it won't, we're going to have to just budge this over just a little bit. From there, once we know we can get our socket in there, we'll make a mark so that we can drill a hole. And I think for this particular setup, we're just going to concentrate on one bolt on this side and put a couple on this side, and that should be more than enough to hold this down.
Perfect. Let me go get the sockets and we'll do that.
Okay. All right, so what we wanted to do here was to make sure that when we go to bolt this in, because it is pushed all the way to the side here, that we have room for our socket to go in. So just added the socket for the bolt that we're going to use, and then just test to make sure, and it went down, no problem. So our biggest issue now is going to be to find out exactly where we're going to be bolting this down. So what I'm probably going to do is take this extension right here, and I'm going to put something on the end of the tip of one of them, and I'm going to make a small dot right where we're going to drill our hole, which will be easy enough, it should be, and then we'll be able to pull the battery out, see where I marked, drill the hole, and then from there on this side it will be much easier because it's all exposed.
That you used?
That's it.
That was leather cleaner?
Yeah, all I needed was just something, so if we yank it out,
now we'll have a dot.
We'll have a dot, yep.
Okay, perfect.
So
where are we going with it?
We're gonna pick it up and then we'll set off to the side here.
I don't know if I'll be able to from here. I don't have any leverage.
So it is on one of those ribs.
Okay, we're back again, and Joe is putting the bolts on this side all the way through. So he's just kind of running them down with the ratchet.
If you have an attachment for that drill, make life a little easier.
All right guys, we're back and we just got the battery mounted. Now we're here with the voltage reducer and the voltage inverter, just laying out just a rough layout of where we're going to do everything. We're trying to plan for an amplifier, so we want to make sure that we have enough room at the bottom. So we're thinking of putting the voltage reducer somewhere right in here. That leaves enough room for an amp to slide underneath this if it had to. Plenty of depth, like height. Then we can get our wires directly off here, come over to our inverter and down to our amplifier, so we could just come down.
Should we just go ahead and mount it, call it a day?
Sure.
So we need to mount this fuse panel too.
Yep, we do. Fine. It's just on this side of the hump though. It's like,
we're gonna have enough room for these wires to bend and go the way they need to go. This one just...
Yeah, I'll turn it straight that way.
Good?
I think
it's good.
Okay.
Here you go. Good.
Okay, I am working on the wire that's coming from the voltage reducer to the positive side of the battery. So I have put a ring terminal here for the voltage reducer side, and it will go just like that. And I got my crimpers here. I'm going to go ahead and crimp using the yellow. That's perfect. We need to run an amp wire now. It just needs to come down literally right here.
Yeah, I think
come
that
straight down and right here, but is that anywhere near long enough? redo this ground so that it runs up that way instead of underneath right there.
Up and over? Well, it's got room behind it. It's got a...
Well, now I was thinking this side up. Oh, so right there.
Little toad.
All right, we're out here with Dukes of Duval
and Carter.
And we're on the beach in Mayport, and we're about to do the craziest burnout.
A sand out.
A sand out. Let's go. Oh, let's go. Dang. That's it. That's it. That's everything. Guys, back in the Supercar Street Racing Garage, you're starting a very ambitious project in here. I have ordered hex lighting for the garage, and part of this project, I want to get this garage cleaned out and painted black. So today we start the process on the channel, and I'm so happy you guys are here with us for the whole thing. Back once again in the Supercar Street Racing awesome garage, which needs a makeover. And so part of that, the very initial stages of this are hexagon lighting over the Tesla, new RGB smart lighting where these little in-ceiling lights are, and then also we're going to be painting everything that's brown here, and everything that's white on the ceiling will be painted black. This back wall is going to remain the color that it is. So that is what we're doing first today. We got to get everything off these shelves. We're going to paint these shelves also black. The shelves are kind of in bad shape. I might just remove them completely. But yeah, we got to get this out, at least removed or something, and figure out what our next move is. So let's do that now. So this is interesting. There's some house numbers up here that say 19324. No clue what that's about. It's been here since I moved in the house. And it's not my house number, so I don't know where it came from, what it means, whose it was, but it is time to delete 19324 forever. And it is deleted. Okay, we have everything cleared off of that wall that is going to be cleared off. I'm going to paint that thing because it's gray and ugly. But I'm going to go ahead and test part of this paint right now and see what the paint color looks like. It's a flat black that I got from, I think, Ace Hardware. I want to make sure that's what I want, so I'm going to do a little test hit here. So this is the paint. It's Ace Hardware black 2132-10. Flat black 126B440, whatever that means. But that's what's going on there. And I have a good amount, so we can probably do the whole wall.
subscribe to my channel. And also press this bell icon.
Just a little update, guys. I have one side done completely. I'm about to start on the other side, but I have decided that these wheels and tires have to move to this side of the garage simply because there's no room to walk next to the car. All the stuff is going away. Let's get busy. Hey everybody, Supercar Street Racing here. Took a little bit of a break. I know you guys noticed if you watch the channel that I've been gone for quite a while. Had some personal things going on in my life that I needed to take care of, and so I took a small break. I actually toyed around with the idea of doing SpaceX related content, but there's so many other channels out there that do this already that I decided probably wasn't going to do that. And I was going to actually live stream SpaceX launches with commentary behind them and all that. That is not going to happen now, but I did want to get back to the channel, maybe start posting some updates. Car needs a couple things and had just a couple things done, so I will talk about that here shortly. But also I think the channel is going to be renamed back to what it was again, because I'm going to hopefully get some car content going, so I hope you guys stick around for that. So just wanted to give you guys a little bit of update of what's going on with the car right now. So also shooting an 8K video for the first time and hopefully editing in 8K, but not sure what Premiere can handle. But the car does have new wheels, and I believe that was featured on the old channel. And so looking good with the new matte black powder coated wheels here. And other than that, the car hasn't given me any issues except for the radiator. Now, those of you who know BMW know that the radiator is plastic, and there is a history of those things cracking because this car is 11 years old. So decided, had a few weeks left on my factory warranty, decided to go ahead and pony up and get the Mishimoto. So as you can see where the coolant was leaking there, but this is a Mishimoto radiator in there. Waiting for one hose that was back ordered for 7 days that they patched together, but the car does have an aftermarket radiator. No other modifications have been made to the car except that. In the next couple of weeks I'll be ordering the digital ID4 display, which replaces the analog gauges here and is programmable. But for now, what I'd like to do is concentrate on what today's task is, and that is I want to get all this chrome trim here, or polish trim, or whatever you want to call it, metal trim, to matte black. So what we're going to do is go through the process of how you do trim. It's different from emblems because you on emblems you just, and these lights even, you just spray all the way around them with a big square and peel them off. Well, these guys you have to tape off, and then you have to spray a wet coat after you've got about 3 coats on it, and then peel your tape while it's still wet. What happens is the Plastidip on top kind of softens the stuff on the bottom, and then it allows you to get a sharp line. Otherwise, you start peeling dry with the tape, you're going to pull all the Plastidip off. So the first thing I'm going to do is clean this stuff. So I'll get back to you with that. So I've just got some Windex here and a standard, what do we call it, soft cloth used for cleaning the car. I'm going to go ahead and clean all this trim up just like this, just to get all the exterior dirt off. You can see here how difficult this is going to be to get right under here. That's going to be fun. But see this cleaning job here, and you notice on the back we have this long strip here. It's got some black stuff on it. I'm going to do my best to get it off of there. So I'm going to go ahead and clean the whole car, and I'll get back to you guys after that's done. Okay, so I cleaned the entire trim here all the way around the car. Even though there's still some black right there, I can't seem to get that out, so I hope that isn't an issue. Plastidip is usually pretty resilient and it will stick to almost anything. So I got that all cleaned off. So the next thing you have to do now is tape off the trim and mask off the car. Otherwise you're going to have Plastidip overspray everywhere. Now it will come off, but I don't recommend that that's something you do, is try to do that and take it off. Go ahead and cover the car up, mask it off with plastic, and I've got some 3M blue tape to facilitate that, and I also have a painter's tarp, and I'm going to use sheets for the inside of the car. Now this is a 2-step process. There's trim here, and then when I put the top up, there's going to be more trim that's going to be all the way around this back part here that we're going to have to do, and up on the window. It's going to be a 2-part step. Each step needs about 3 to 4 coats, and they take 20 minutes each, so this is going to take a while. So I'm going to go ahead and start the masking process, and I'll get back to you guys. Car had to go by, of course, but we're back with a little update. So I just want you to be prepared that this prep process is very time consuming. And I know why I started doing this one time and then quit. Now the other problem I'm having is, of course, this tape sticks to literally nothing. It doesn't even stick to itself, as you can see here. So you're going to have to do your best to get everything taped and hope that your tape actually sticks. Mine does not, and that's becoming a huge problem. So what I've done here is I've got some sheets on top of the car like this. I'm going to tape around, and then down at the bottom I'm going to be doing this plastic drop cloth. I'm going to work on that, and I'll see you guys shortly. Alright, so a little update for you guys. So I've got most of the top taped off, except where you can see here the tape does not stick to anything. It literally will not stick. It sucks. But I wanted to give you an update on how I see this happening. And you notice here, again, the tape is not sticking to anything. So before I hit that coat, I'm going to have to go around and push everything back. But here's what I did. On this side, I tried doing it without rolling the windows up. And I wanted to do a little experiment on this side and see if I should roll the windows up. And then I figured out it's hard to get in these seams
where the trim rubber is. But then I had this idea to take my little trim removal tool here and just kind of push it into the cracks. It works so much better than trying to, like, originally I was trying to get the tape into that seam. This just absolutely destroys that. So I use this little trim removal tool and I just push it down in the edges there. And anywhere it's like extra, if you can just like push it in there. Now don't forget, this is all going to be in view. If you have tape lines, you're going to see them right here, and then actually you probably can go up this way too to tuck it under. It works awesome. Can't believe I didn't think of this beforehand. But you see, like right here where the edges go in there, I mean, there's a little bit of a gap right there. Hopefully you don't see that. I'm really trying to get that fixed. But now the issue I have is that the tape is all coming up, and hopefully it sticks right here where it matters most. But yeah, you see here like where the edges are? If I run this up, it should tuck the tape underneath there. This is a hard area right here. It's not sticking to anything like up here. Hoping that this just will stick long enough for me to spray the car, but I still have to do the bottom masking, and I've got the plastic ready for that. So I'm going to first finish this side up here and around this mirror, and then I'm going to start masking off with plastic. All right, no, yeah, I agree. This is the most cluster FS I've ever seen in my L. I mean, life isn't even a curse word, but so this stuff here, you want to shake it for like 1 minute straight. Got some practice on other stuff. And then I'm going to show you guys how to start this process. Get all your tools out of the way like I didn't. Those over here. Oh, oops. Well, I guess I just lost some scissors because they fell into the tray. So shake that for like 60 seconds and then I'll get back to you. Alright, so very important with this Plastidip, even though this isn't legit Plastidip, it's Rust-Oleum, is that your first spray, and sorry I'm working with one hand here, your first spray needs to be out in the open to clear. This is every time you start a new coat. Out in the open, spray it to clear the nozzle, and then run your fingernail over it too if you've already done a coat so that you clear it out. And then you can start your first coat. So this is like me ruining my car. Okay, so first coat is light. It may not seem light from what I'm doing, but it is, trust me. And if you miss some spots, it's cool. And like under the mirrors here, this is a difficult spot, so nobody can see it, but you still have to paint it. And so check this out. So watch this. So, you know, it's not going to be completely covered the first try. And don't forget, you're going on an angle, so you got to do the angles too. Otherwise, somebody will see the top and the bottom. So do the angles. And if you're properly masked, you won't see this. And so just, you know, I mean, you're on kind of a flat surface, so it's not going to run, hopefully. But you got to remember that first coat is just, and look, the tape is coming up as I speak. That first coat is just that, first coat. So if you don't cover everything, don't worry about it. Just be like, go easy on it. And I brought 2 cans. I don't know if that's going to do it. But notice how I'm like accepting the fact that it might not get covered. Now you have like a little bit of leeway on flat areas because it's not going to run. So this, you can probably get a little bit more generous on your coatage. Is that a word? So this is how I'm going to do the rest of this coat, and it's really hard with one hand, so I'm about to stop the video, but you guys get the idea.
Make sure you're going on all the angles. Remember, this can be seen from every angle. So you need to be like thorough on your... See how I'm cutting at this from every angle? Sorry. Alright, so at some point my video cut off, so I'm just trying to tell you guys that you want to get all angles. So see the bottom here, where you can see the edge? People can see that, so you want to get from up here, and I know my camera keeps tracking off in the distance, and you also want to get from down here. So get the top edge, and then the bottom edge. Beware of drips, but at the same time, you've got to get these edges. See how that covered that whole edge there? Don't go too crazy on your first coat. Your second and third coats will stick more. Okay, so, I mean, yeah, you see how that isn't covered on the underside edge? With that, like this. And if you got any issues later, you can always touch it up. But look, see that? You got to get that edge. And then underneath here, where people can or can't see, you still got to get that. And then cover this top edge. See that? I know my camera, it's really difficult because it's such a small field of view. But that's the first coat, and I can already see where we missed this edge. So come back and get that whole entire edge on the bottom. If you don't, people will see it. They're going to be calling you out on your work, and they're going to call me and be like, dude, what happened? Alright, we'll be back with the second update. Let this dry for 20 minutes. Alright guys, so the timer just went off. Evidence. So we're headed outside to the garage to do coat number 2. Always remember, like, on your second coat. So the goop can get caught in the nozzle. So scrape that with your fingernail. Take it a little bit. Walk outside. Give it a good spray. Start coat number 2. Oh, coat number 1 looks so good. So let's start number 2. Coat number 2 can be a little bit more thick. Just remember, like, when you do this coat, to get the bottom edge and the top edge. Even in the places you can't see, because your passengers can see it. So let's start with coat number 2, and I'll get back to you guys for coat number 3. Alright guys, so the last coat is about to go on. So this is the 4th coat, and this coat is spray and then pull the tape while it's wet. So I'm about to do that. So it's a 4th coat. It looks amazing. I'm hoping like it stays amazing. If anything weird happens, I guess lesson learned, and it'll go on my channel, and that's just what happens. So many golf carts in my neighborhood. Alright, so I'm about to do the 4th coat and then peel. Alright, so I just finished pulling the tape and issues. So overspray right there, and I'll let you decide. Yeah, so that just came right off. So I gotta fix that. It literally peeled right off of there. I don't know if I'll be able to fix that properly, but I'm gonna try. Right there. Issues. 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 Overspray. Overspray. Now, mind you, this will come off, all this overspray, but these little missed spots will not. Missed spot right there. Overspray. Overspray, even though I masked. So I'm about to work on that, and then I will work on fixing the issues that didn't get covered. Alright, so I just got done touching up all the spots that I thought had issues, but I'm sure I'll find more as the days go on. But here's a good look at what, some of it's still wet by the way, and I see right there I got an issue. I'm gonna have to fix that. And right there, so those are still bad. The problem is once you have an issue, it's hard to cover that up with a fix. And clearly on camera you can see that there's some kind of white spots there, and I guess I can work on that later. But as you can see, like, okay, there's also an overspray right here, but that'll come off It comes off easily. Overall, I mean, that look is 1,000 times better than the look with the metal trim. But I still have to do the whole top of this once the top closes. So I'm gonna let that dry overnight, and then I've got another probably 2 hours to do that, and then I still have issues after that. Is it worth it? I'm not sure. Gonna have to see what happens after I'm totally done to see if it's obvious. And I'm a stickler for perfection, so I hate these little metal edges showing and all that. So I'm gonna continue this tomorrow with the second part, which is when the roof is up, and I'll see you guys then. All right, it's the next morning. Went ahead and put the top up. I drove around last night. There's some imperfections I need to fix that we'll do later. But now you can see with the top up, now I have to finish the rest of this enjoyment. So I'm going to start taping this off right now, and I will update you guys as I get closer to being ready to do this. All right, I got some music playing. Hopefully you don't get immediately copyright struck and demonetized because it's playing pretty low. But I got one side taped up here. As you can see, it's super fun. It takes forever, and yes, I did it, and there you go. I'm going to work on the other side now. Just a little update. I kind of wanted to show you guys this tape that I'm using. It is number 2098 multi-surface. I've never used it before this, and I bought it by accident. And it's almost like plastic. I really like it. The only problem I have with all these absolutely ridiculous tapes is that none of them stick. They don't even stick to walls. Like, I've done this 100 times. I've painted 100 times in my house, and this stuff, literally you put it up and it peels off the wall 5 seconds later. But yeah, this is like a plastic type tape. So give that a try if you ever need to tape something off like this. It really works pretty good, except for the fact that it doesn't stick to anything. All right, so we are done prepping for the second round of trim, and see a little gap already right there I need to fix. But you can see I just used plastic and sheets, old bed sheets. But we're ready to start painting, and you already know how that goes. So remember a few things about Plastidip. If it's cold where you live, make sure you pre-warm the can up. Just run it under some warm water for a little bit. Also, on your first spray, make sure you spray away from where you're actually going to be spraying, so you clear the tip of the can. And 15 minutes between recoats, 4 coats total. Your first coat is light, your 3 coats after that are heavy. And make sure you shake the can very well. So this is a brand new can here. Shake it good for about 1 minute, and if it's cold, which this one is not, it's been sitting in the garage, then make sure you warm it up. But yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and start. All right, guys, well, we are on the 4th and final coat, and this is the coat where it goes on wet, and then you peel while it's still wet. So if you don't do that when you start peeling, if it dries, you will take the Plastidip right off the trim. The only time you peel when Plastidip is completely dry is if you're doing logos or lights or anything like that. You make a square around them with tape, and then you peel dry, and it will peel off around the edges of the emblems or the lights. With trim and with tape, you have to do it while it's wet. So if you've tried it and you've had bad luck, that's why. So I'm going to put a wet coat on here and start peeling. All right, everybody, so I just got done peeling this tape, and I had some issues, unfortunately, that I'm going to have to fix. It did start peeling the Plastidip in a couple of areas, and it does not look good, so I'm going to have to redo this little part here. I don't know if you guys can see, but it started coming off about right there in some places, and that's probably out of focus. But I'm going to work on that real quick and get back to you. So I just got done with the touch-ups, and have to say it came out good. I don't think I've ever spent this much time on a project on this car. It was relentless, but you can see here it was worth it. Now I just have to say one other thing. There is overspray. It will come off, but even taping everything off, I got overspray on the car, and that will come off pretty easily, and it'll wear off over time. But you just get like a soft cloth and some you know, some detail spray, it will come right off. But just in the process of peeling the tape off, just remember when you do your touch-ups here, you want to peel your tape wet on your touch-ups. So any place you missed, tape it off, spray it, and the second you're done spraying it, peel your tape off. Now I didn't have to do that up here because this has a real big edge underneath the trim here, so the tape doesn't actually touch the Plastidip. But anywhere that the tape is touching the Plastidip, you always want to peel that wet if you're touching up or on your last coat. Had some issues, of course, with mine on my last coat. I don't think I put wet enough coat on for the very last one, but that's it. Car is completely blacked out now, no chrome at all. I did all the lights, all the trim, the rear valence, the emblem in the back, the front grille, and that is that for this project. I hope you guys enjoyed it and learned something on the way.
All right, is that gator still out there? John, where you going, buddy?
Get some more shrimp, man. Hot!
Hey guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing, and today we have the Marantz Cinema 70S, and we're going to be replacing this old, tired Pioneer VSX 1021. So hang out with us while we take a look at this flagship Marantz receiver. Now, about 1 year ago, we did create this nice 5.1 surround sound system in the Supercar Street Racing bedroom, and we also added this nice big Fire TV from Amazon. It has a UE Error 22 showing on the screen, and for some reason the sound cuts out all the time or just gets really loud and blows you out of the bed. So we're gonna have to disconnect this and get this brand new Cinema 70S connected. So let's get this thing unboxed and see what's inside. Okay guys, we got the brand new Marantz Cinema 70S in front of us. Let's go ahead and get this thing unboxed. Now this is the flagship, one of the flagships of the new Marantz lineup. And this is replacing the NR1711 that we have in the Supercar Street Racing Studios as the new updated model. I was a little bit too early to get this model when we built the studio. Let's get it turned around. And inside the nice packaging, very, very nice presentation. You can see already, there's a nice Marantz box on top here. There is an Odyssey mic for calibrating your sound. And then there is your power cord. And inside the box here, check out the presentation. We have the remote, the Bluetooth Wi-Fi antenna, some batteries, and a nice quick start guide. And then under that, it tells you how to use the HEOS app to listen to high resolution audio. And then there's an antenna right underneath that for FM and AM radio. Very, very nice. Once inside the box, we see this nice presentation here of the Marantz Cinema 70S. Let's go ahead and get the mic out. This is unlike any receiver I've ever unboxed before. The quality and the presentation is very high end for a $1,100 receiver. And you can see the nice wrap here of the Marantz Cinema 70S. We are gonna have to get it off the table now to get it out of the box. And it is a slimline receiver. Okay, that is all that's inside the box of the Marantz Cinema 70S. Now here's the Marantz Cinema 70S compared to the VSX 1021 from Pioneer. This Pioneer receiver did come from a thrift store a while back, and it is giving me quite a few problems. But notice how well built this Marantz looks compared to the Pioneer and how much more high-end this looks. All right, now that we have the Cinema 70S up against the Pioneer VSX 1021 here, let's go ahead and get this VSX 1021 disconnected and get this Pioneer out of here. All right, taking a look at the back of the Cinema 70S from left to right, we do see one Wi-Fi Bluetooth antenna upper left, and then we see our phono inputs. We've got our standard audio inputs here, right next to our antennas. At the top, we've got digital inputs, we've got a coaxial, and we've got an optical input. Then we've got our Ethernet input jack here. And then we've got the preamp outputs. It does have preamp outputs for all the channels, which is important if you have a high-end system. Right here, there's a remote control. And then at the top, all your inputs for HDMI, and we will be using the ARC input for ours. Now, ARC is audio return channel. This will allow us to play audio from the TV through the receiver. And then you have your speaker outputs at the bottom, front, center, surround, and surround back and surround back. And then your standard power jack and your other Bluetooth antenna. Now, I did not label these wires when I put them on the back of the Pioneer. I have enough slack where it shouldn't be a problem. All right, we got the Marantz out, we got it plugged in. We have the audio return HDMI going to the television. And so this is what it looks like here in front of me. Looks so good, so much better than the old one. And I have the remote control right here as well. And I decided to go ahead and just use Wi-Fi because I was using a power line adapter before and it is very slow. To do anything fast, we're gonna need better network. I would like to run Ethernet to this room eventually. And here is the remote control for the Cinema 70S. All right, so we have the receiver plugged in. We have power to the remote control. Let's go ahead and power it on. It did come on, and on the front it does say Marantz here. Really cool looking display. Input. We should see the setup for this. We do. Okay, we have the setup on the screen now for the receiver. All right, now you guys can see the AV receiver setup assistant here. I'm gonna go ahead and click English. I'm gonna click next. Already got all that stuff done. Okay, is this the speaker setup? Yes, okay. No height speakers, no front, top, no that. No, I don't have Dolby Atmos. Yes, that's already connected. We're gonna play a test tone, so let's see. Set the subwoofer at 30. I do hear front left. I do hear center. I do hear front right. I do hear right surround. I do hear left surround. I do hear the sub. And we have the Odyssey calibration. And we are going to go ahead and break out the microphone for Odyssey. And there is a microphone jack on the front right here to do Odyssey setup. So go ahead and get that plugged in. Go ahead and hit next. But I'm gonna go ahead and plug in. I'm gonna plug in the Odyssey mic. It is plugged in. Connect the calibration microphone to set up. Main listening position is gonna go in the center of the bed back here. Main listening position is going to be with a pillow, just like that. And let's go back to the front. Okay, it's ready to test. Main listening position. Okay, I'm moving the mic. All right, it is done. I stopped at the third listening position. It says disconnect the microphone. Went ahead and did that. The antennas are actually already connected to the back here, and it's going to connect us to network here. Firmware. Let's go ahead and try to update the firmware. Yep, there is an update. Okay, it does say 1 minute left on the update here. And you can see the TV went into screensaver because the receiver has switched off the HDMI signal. Okay, it is not outputting audio to the subwoofer. This is what I was talking about. I need to find that setting. Okay, I did figure it out. It was set on full range. For the front speakers, I set it to crossover at 40 hertz, and now we have subwoofer audio here on the front. And I don't know what surround sound mode we are in right now. I'm gonna go ahead and get the app opened up, and I'm going to record it when I do that. And let's find the app now, Marantz. Go ahead and open the app. Now don't forget we have 2 Marantz AVRs now. Now it's detecting. It found master bedroom and it found studio. I'm gonna select master bedroom and it is loading. Now it is on Dolby Audio, Dolby Digital plus Dolby Surround, so it's on auto. Welcome back to Supercar Street Racing. I'm Brad. You're in the 4K production studio, and we are taking a look today at the Marantz Cinema 70S, as you can see right here on your screen. And this 70S Marantz is one of the flagship Marantz models, and it is a slimline model as well. Now, this receiver has 50 watts on all 7 channels. It does 4K 120 and also 8K. Now, right here in the Supercar Street Racing studio, we have the old NR1711 from Marantz, which is also their slimline model. And unfortunately, I got it right before the 70S came out, so I wasn't able to pick up the new 70S. I did pick up the 70S for my bedroom, and you guys remember we did a 5.1 audio project in the bedroom about 1.5 years ago. And I did use a thrift store receiver at that time. It was a Pioneer, and I was trying to save money, so I just picked that up, and it got by for a little while. Now, the Pioneer started giving me errors like UE22, which is something to do with updates. And it is so old that it is no longer supported by Pioneer. Now, checking out the Cinema 70S right here on Amazon, you can see that if you buy it from this person, this seller, it is $11.93, but you can actually get it for right around $1,000, and I will put links in the description for both of them. When you take this link here, you can actually pay it in Amazon payments. The $1,000 version, you cannot pay it in payments. And this receiver has a 4.2 star review out of 52 ratings. Now, I will tell you on YouTube, this receiver has great reviews, and it's one of the best receivers I've ever personally used. Just the packaging and presentation was so nice on this receiver. When you open it up, you immediately see the quality there and the effort that they put in to make this a little bit of a higher quality experience for its customers. And going online here, you can see the pictures here of the receiver. And there's the front of the receiver. It has a really nice, modern looking high-end feel. Here it says elevated performance for the Cinema 70S. Soundmaster tuned using precision components ensures your listening experience is extraordinary. And right here you take a look at the back of the Cinema 70S. And we did go over all this stuff in the video, and I showed you the connections on the back there. But notice here, one of the higher quality things that it has are preamp outputs for every channel. You can see right here, that is something that a lot of manufacturers are leaving out of their receivers now. And right here to the right of that, you can see all the speaker outputs and the HDMI inputs, including the 8K monitor output there. And you can see it does 4K 120 as well. It also does have 2 subwoofer outputs. And they're just letting you know right here that it has an included microphone, so you can use their Odyssey setup to perfectly tune any room. And right here, it's showing you the style, which I think is pretty cool, honestly. And it's telling you here in this slide that it has the most modern technologies available right now. Now, this also supports HEOS, Wi-Fi, and Bluetooth, and multi-room, so it has multi-zone support. And taking a look at the reviews here, I don't necessarily agree with some of these bad reviews. There are only 52 reviews total on this ad. This one says buggy firmware. I have not had that experience. Now, I did update the firmware immediately when I got the receiver, and so maybe I had a different experience. This one says it doesn't have Odyssey multi-EQ. It does not. It has regular Odyssey. But checking out the 5-star reviews here, you can see that it says pretty happy. Best audio gear I have ever owned. Fantastic sound. Hard to beat the price. I also agree. It is pretty hard to beat the $1,000 price point on this receiver. Incredible sound reproduction. I kind of agree. It sounds amazing. I've listened to music and movies on it, and it does sound really good. Perfect addition to my home theater system. I think the plan is for me to also, in the future, get a second one to upgrade my home theater room because my Yamaha is getting old at this point. So far, everything excellent. I agree with that review. For me, everything is great so far. and this last review says it was just fantastic. So the Marantz Cinema 70S has worked out great for the Supercar Street Racing 5.1 surround sound in the bedroom. And like I said a few minutes ago, I do plan on buying another one for my home theater room to replace the aging Yamaha. Guys, I want to thank you for supporting Supercar Street Racing in every way possible. Please buy all your products through our Amazon links that'll be in the description, including this Marantz Cinema 70S. And you can buy anything through any of our links. It doesn't have to be the product that you're currently looking at. And we have to get out of here right now. We have to go upgrade every receiver in Jacksonville.
The film starts on Pandora, with Jake Sully, Sam Worthington, recapping his life since joining the Na'vi as chief of the Omaticaya clan. He and Neytiri, Zoe Saldana, have become parents to Netiyam, Jamie Flattis, Loak, Britton Dalton, and Tuck, Trinity Jo Lee Bliss, along with another adopted daughter, Kiri, Sigourney Weaver, who is the biological daughter of Grace Augustine's Na'vi avatar. The kids also spend time with a human boy, Spider, Jack Champion, who was left behind with the human scientists after the previous group evacuated Pandora since babies couldn't be put into cryostasis. While the children see Spider as something of a cousin, Neytiri feels the boy would be better off with other humans, in part due to her own hatred of the Sky People. While everything seems blissful, Jake's happiness is quickly shattered when shuttles of RDA ships begin to descend upon Pandora, destroying huge parts of the forest and killing the wildlife. Jake and Neytiri get their children and the other Na'vi to safety, but Jake holds his wife as they watch in horror at the devastation left behind. 1 year later, Colonel Miles Quaritch, Stephen Lang, wakes up resurrected in his own avatar body. While he attacks his former teammates, all now in their own Na'vi skins, Quaritch soon realizes what happened after watching a video log he left himself before their previous attempted mission to tear down the Naivi's Tree of Souls before he and his team were all killed. After gathering their new weaponry, Quaritch decides to lead a team back onto Pandora with one goal in mind, killing Jake. The RDA has colonized Pandora and built a mining base, along with a settlement called Bridgehead City. Jake leads several Na'vi to fly their Ikran to attack the humans' aircraft and supply lines. Netiyam and Loak attempt to join the fight, nearly getting severely injured in the process. Jake gets them to safety but chastises them for putting themselves in the line of fire. The group returns to their camp with the rest of the clan. Jake discusses with Neytiri how these changes are impacting their children's lives. Meanwhile, Spider joins Loak and Kiri as they go to the humans' research facility where Norm Spellman, Joel David Moore, and Max Patel, Dilip Rao, continue to work. Kiri talks to Grace's avatar as her body lies in the tank. Spider then notes that his Na'vi friends at least know their parents, while he knows and resents who his father was, Quaritch. Quaritch and his team arrive at their base and meet General Francis Ardmore, E.D. Falco, who updates him on their operations since his time being dead. Ardmore informs them of the advantages the Omaticaya have on them before telling them how they can gain their own upper hand. The team enters the forest at the exact same time that Jake's kids and Spider are playing there. While Kiri immerses herself in the nature, the other kids spot Quaritch and his team as they survey the former link unit for the humans and their avatars. He finds his skeleton inside the AMP suit where he was killed. The villains find the kids, and they realize they are Jake's kids because they have 5 fingers. Quaritch meets Spider and realizes he is the boy's father. Quaritch calls in Ardmore and her squad to come down while he takes the other kids as hostages. Jake and Neytiri are alerted to the scene, and both are stunned to see their nemesis alive and in a Na'vi body. Neytiri kills some of Quaritch's team before they open fire. She and Jake manage to get their kids back, but Quaritch and his surviving teammates fall back, taking Spider with them. Ardmore subjects the boy to a torture method to get him to disclose information on the clan's location, but Quaritch stops her and opts to try and get closer to Spider to earn his trust. He convinces Spider to ride along with him on their mission, or else the scientists will experiment on him. Jake talks to Neytiri about having to leave the clan now that they are being targeted. While Neytiri doesn't want to leave her home, Jake assures her that it is best for their children and the rest of the clan. He passes on leadership to another warrior, Tarsum, Keston John, and he leaves the clan with Neytiri and their children. They fly their Ikran and head toward the eastern seaboard to the home of the Metkayina clan of Na'vi. The clan gathers with their leader, Tonawari, Cliff Curtis, and his pregnant wife, Ronal, Kate Winslet. Jake requests shelter for the sake of his family, though Ronal and other tribesmen are quick to look down on Jake and his kids for their half-human heritage, as well as the potential of bringing their dangers to this land. However, Tonawari respects the accomplishment of the Taurik Makto and allows them to stay, and also instructs his children Ernung, Philip Gelio, and Siraya, Bailey Base, to show Jake's children how to adapt to their oceanic surroundings. Quaritch and his team take Spider through the forest, with Spider becoming their translator for the Na'vi language that the team is still trying to learn. Quaritch also manages to link himself to his own Ikran, albeit more forcefully than the Omaticaya did. Jake's kids join Ernung and Siraya, plus Ernung's friend Rotexo, Dwayne Evans Jr., as they explore the reef. Siraya shows that they communicate with the underwater creatures via sign language, and they link to them the same way the Omaticaya link to their animals. However, when Loak attempts to connect to a creature, he is pulled quickly through the water and is thrown off. Meanwhile, Kiri has a more natural connection to the creatures and helps one of them interact with Tuck. Jake and Neytiri are shown how to fly the Surak, which can move in the air as well as underwater. Loak gets closer to Siraya, who shows him how to better his breathing underwater. He also takes him and his sisters deeper underwater by using creatures that provide air when resting on their backs. However, Ernung and Rotexo are antagonistic toward Kiri for her being considered a half-breed, leading to Loak punching Ernung in the face. Netiyam joins in the fight along with Ernung's friends, leading to Jake scolding his sons for their behavior. Jake forces Loak to apologize to Ernung. He does so, and Ernung invites Loak to hunt with him and his friends. They go far enough until they trick Loak into going after a creature, just before he and his creature are attacked by an Akula that kills Loak's mount before chasing after him. Loak attempts to swim back up before he runs out of breath, but the Akula attempts to go for the kill until Loak is saved by a whale-like creature called a Tolkien, named Payakin. Loak follows Payakin and finds a harpoon stuck in his fin, so he removes it and earns Payakin's trust. Jake speaks to Kiri, who has been feeling different lately due to what she has been seeing. She claims she can feel the heartbeat of the goddess Awa, and that it is mighty. Jake assures her that there is nothing wrong with her. Everyone then sees Loak return, and Tonawari scolds Ernung for leading Loak beyond the reef when it is forbidden, but Loak takes the blame for everything to spare Ernung from getting in trouble. Jake tells Loak that he has shamed the family with his actions, but Ernung comes to respect Loak. Loak tells his siblings, plus Siraya and the other Metkayina, about his encounter with Payakin, but Siraya informs Loak that Pakayan is considered an outcast among the other Tolkien. After Loak attempts to communicate with Payakin to learn more about his history, Siraya takes the others toward the cove of their ancestors, showing them how the land looks during the eclipse. She also guides them underwater to the Metkayina Tree of Souls. When Kiri connects herself to the tree, she is able to see and communicate with Grace. However, Kiri soon suffers a terrible seizure, and her siblings bring her back to the shore. Jake gets Norm and Max to try and help Kiri, but they are of no help until Ronal tries her hand and is able to revive Kiri. Norm tells Jake that any visions she thinks she is seeing might be a result of frontal lobe epilepsy. Unfortunately, Quaritch's teammate Lyle Wainfleet, Matt Gerald, informs him of a radar picked up off the gunship that Norm and Max came in on. The villains then meet up with a whaling vessel operated by Captain Mick Scoresby, Brendan Cowell, and Dr. Ian Garvin, Jermaine Clement, to give them more of an advantage, since they are already hunting Tolkien for anti-aging remedies. The Metkayina bond with their Tolkien, including Ronal and her soul sister Roa. Soon, Quaritch and his team show up. They mercilessly kill a Tolkien and threaten a Metkayina woman unless they disclose the location of Jake and his family. Spider becomes horrified and tries to get his father to stop. The villains then begin to burn down their trees and homes. Quaritch orders his team to attack to draw Jake to them. Loak once again tries to ask Payakan what he did to make him an outcast. Payakan opens his mouth and allows Loak to enter him and link with him. Loak sees Payakan's memories and sees that he attacked the Whalers because they killed his mother and family. Loak attempts to relay this new information to the Metkayina, but Jake tries to shut him up so that they do not risk further alienating the Metkayina. Loak talks to Sreaming about this, and she believes in him. The Whalers begin their attack, launching harpoons filled with inflatables and piercing the fins of the Tulkun, including Roa and her child. After collecting their material from her, Ronal and the other Metkayina arrive, and Ronal wails in agony at the loss of her soul sister and her child. Tonawari and Ronal, along with dozens of angry Metkayina, turn their ire toward Jake for leading the villains to their land as they knew would happen. When Jake points out that the Tulkun will be marked for death with the Whalers' trackers, he tells the Metkayina to warn the Tulkun before more of them are killed. Loak heads off to warn Payakan, despite Netiyam's warnings against it. He follows his brother, along with Sreaming and Ernung, and then Kiri and Tuck. They find Payakan, already hit with a tracker. Netiyam contacts Jake to alert him, and he and Neytiri head off to rescue their kids. The Whalers initiate their attack, going after the kids and Tulkun. Jake and Neytiri are joined by Metkayina warriors in the fight. The kids are captured in the struggle and are held prisoner on the vessel. When Jake and company arrive, Quaritch orders him to stand down, holding Loak at gunpoint to show he's serious. Jake prepares to surrender himself until Payakan sees his soul brother in danger, so he leaps out of the water and slams down onto the vessel, taking some Whalers down in the process. The Na'vi use this moment to charge into battle. With help from Payakan and the Metkayina, they are able to kill most of the Whalers. Scoresby attempts to harpoon Payakan, but he manages to wrap the wire around their boat, killing the men and severing Scoresby's arm in the process. The kids escape, and Kiri uses her powers to manipulate the ocean environment to kill some Whalers. Spider also turns on the other humans and rejoins his Na'vi family. In the midst of the battle, Netiyam rescues his siblings and their friends, but he is shot. The family gets to a rock where they attempt to help Netiyam, but he succumbs to his wounds. Neytiri wails in despair at the loss of her son, and the rest of the family is devastated. Quaritch contacts Jake, revealing he has Kiri and Tuck as his hostages. Jake heads into the sinking vessel for the final showdown, accompanied by Neytiri, Spider, and Loak. Neytiri ruthlessly slaughters Quaritch's team in retribution for Netiyam, just as Jake goes to face his nemesis. After Jake frees Tuck, Quaritch emerges with Kiri and a knife to her throat. Neytiri grabs Spider and threatens his life in return. Although Quaritch tries to deny his care and relationship with the boy, he relents and lets Kiri go after Neytiri cuts Spider across his chest. Neytiri brings the kids to safety, and Jake decides to end it with Quaritch, fighting to the death. The vessel starts to come down completely, trapping the family underwater. Jake fights Quaritch until he manages to get him in a chokehold and let him sink underwater. Loak finds his father, who tells him to go without him since Jake doesn't think he will make it, but Loak helps him breathe the way Sreaming showed him, and they escape with Payakan. Meanwhile, Kiri summons the underwater creatures to help her get Neytiri and Tuck out of there. Spider swims to save Quaritch, but he abandons him for his evil deeds and rejoins Jake's family, with Jake officially taking him in as a son. Jake prepares to bid Tonawari farewell, but he tells Jake that he and his family are Metkayina now and are welcome to stay. The family then holds a funeral for Netiyam, where his body is given to the Tree of Souls, and they are told that he is now with Awa. Jake and Neytiri link themselves to the tree, where they are able to see Netiyam through memories. Jake, recognizing this land as his family's new home, vows to continue to fight and protect them. Years after Jake Sully joined the Na'vi as chief of the Omaticaya clan, he has built a life and family with Neytiri and their kids Netiyam, Loak, Tuck, and Kiri, who is actually the biological daughter of Grace Augustine's Na'vi avatar, along with a human boy called Spider. The RDA returned to disrupt their tranquil existence by colonizing Pandora and forcing the Na'vi to relocate, with Jake leading warriors to fight them and wreck their supply lines. This forces the RDA to awaken the avatars of the deceased mercenaries, led by the newly resurrected Colonel Miles Quaritch, who has his eyes set on revenge against Jake. After the villains threaten Jake's family and home, he takes them from the forest and moves them to the eastern seaboard of Pandora to the home of the Metkayina clan, who have a deep connection with the underwater life. Jake's children, Loak in particular, bond with Sireya and Ernun, the children of the Metkayina's chief Tonawari and his wife Ronal. While the Metkayina are initially distrusting of the Omaticaya, they teach them their ways and welcome them to their home. Kiri also discovers that she has a deeper power and connection with the creatures. Quaritch and his team work with whalers to hunt the Tolkien, creatures that the Metkayina have deep connections with. Loak bonds himself with Payakin, a Tolkien that is considered an outcast. When Quaritch and his team begin to lay waste to the Metkayina homeland, Jake and Neytiri are forced to fight back. The kids go to warn Payakin, leading to them getting captured. Payakin helps the Na'vi fight back, with many of the whalers getting killed, but Netiyam is fatally shot. Jake goes after Quaritch, who has taken Kiri and Tuck hostage. Neytiri kills the rest of Quaritch's team before threatening Spider's life to save Kiri, and Quaritch relents since he is the boy's father. Loak and Kiri help their family get to safety, while Spider saves Quaritch but abandons him for his cruelty. Jake and his family are accepted by the Metkayina and are allowed to stay. He and Neytiri are able to see Netiyam by connecting themselves to the Metkayina Tree of Souls.
Hold on, I just gotta go into my kitchen real quick and then... Oh. Okay.
Guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing. Today is an exciting day because we have a new sponsor. Imalaza has sent us one of their smart irrigation controllers for you guys to go ahead and check out. And today we're going to be removing the old Wise controller and putting in the Imalaza controller on Supercar Street Racing. Guys, we're so happy to have you back on Supercar Street Racing today, and we have a new sponsor in Imalaza. They have gone ahead and sent us their smart irrigation controller, which is sitting so fresh next to me on my right here. And we're gonna get that installed and remove the old Wise sprinkler controller that we're not exactly super happy with. We're gonna do all that on the channel today and show you guys this thing, and let's get started now. The first thing we need to do in the step on this process is to go ahead and unbox. Let's go ahead and go inside the Supercar Street Racing kitchen and get this brand new Imalaza smart irrigation controller unboxed. All right, we are right here in front of the Imalaza ET Master Smart Sprinkler Controller. This morning on Supercar Street Racing, and our first effort of the day is going to be getting this Imalaza ET Master directly out of the box and unboxing it. But first, we're gonna take a look at the front and see what is actually on the box itself. You can see right here, it does say it has real-time evapo transpiration master technology, and it is the pioneer of intelligent watering decision model. The smart and simple way to water your yard is for hassle-free watering and a healthy lawn. You can see right there. And then down below that, it works with existing weather stations. It is synchronized 24/7, 365 a year with these weather stations. And it does say it has a ultra-stable network connection. We'll see if that is the case. And over-the-air technology gives you nice updates to keep your device fresh and updated with the latest software. Now down at the bottom it does say, see this on almost everything now, that it only is compatible with 2.4 gigahertz networks, and these days, even if your network has more than 2.4, like if you have 5 or whatever, you can still use the 2.4 portion of your network for devices like this, and most smart home devices also require the 2.4 gigahertz networks. Now on the side of the box, it just does say Imalaza. It has their logo on the side. And on the top, it just says real-time intelligent ET master, water smarter, not harder, which is kind of a tongue twister. Now back on the back of the box, it has some of the technologies there. Imalaza watering duration expert. It lets you set up your parameters for your garden's different areas, such as your plant types and your sprinkler type. The watering duration expert automatically generates scientifically precise watering durations that meets different plant needs in different seasons. So we'll see how that works with the different types of plants that we have. Now it has a Weather Genius feature. Now what that means is it does sample weather from your area and then adjust the watering based on that. And then the ET Master continuously monitors the natural evaporation of water and the amount of water consumed by plant transpiration in your garden based on latitude and longitude. So it does know your location and kind of can figure out apparently what your needs are for your specific area for watering. And on the side of the box here, it indicates that it is compatible with rain sensors, and I think it said that it was compatible with the closed type of sensor, master valve, well pump or start delay, minimize water hammer, and then optimal weather station and a water usage report from the Imalaza smart sprinkler controller, which decided to go back up against the wall right there on its own. Okay, now that we've taken a really good look at the outside of the box of the Imalaza, we're going to go ahead and unbox it now, and that simply just means opening the lid here and checking out what is inside of the box. And it looks like on top we have the actual sprinkler controller chilling right here, looking so fly, with this cool Imalaza design on it, which is kind of like mimicking the logo here on the front of the box. And I think this thing probably just comes straight out of the box. So it separates into two pieces here. That's probably for easier installation. And apparently here is the connectors on the Imalaza, and they are clearly labeled on the top here, as you can see. And then it has some buttons here. It looks like a play, almost like a play button, play pause, and fast forward and rewind buttons. Pretty interesting there. And on the back of the box, it just says Imalaza again, smart sprinkler controller, and a place to hang it up right here. And on the front of the box, I do see a reset button right there and a barcode of some kind here, a QR code at the top, and all the connectors right there at the bottom, which you will need a small screwdriver to access. Underneath that, there is an instruction booklet here, and it does show you the wiring diagram. Looks like M is the master valve pump, 1 through 8 are your zones, S1 and S2 are rain sensors, and then your common connector is the common for all of the zone common for your zone valves. Now they give you cool little wire labels here. I already have some on my Wise sprinkler controller, but I have not figured out the wiring yet on that. We will do that out in the garage momentarily. Don't return. It says if you have questions, go ahead and scan that QR code there, and another one of the same thing. And then here's the manual for the Imalaza, and I have not opened that yet, but we will take a look at that next. And there should be a power adapter at the bottom. There is, and some anchors to put into the wall if you need those. We are going on a pegboard. We will be able to screw it directly into the pegboard. Now a brief look at the manual here. It shows you what you'll need to actually install the controller. You're gonna need a screwdriver, possibly a hammer, a drill and a drill bit, and then of course you need the transformer. It says to test your old controller that it is working properly before you change this out. It wants you to take a picture of your wiring. That's pretty smart because you may need that in the future. And then it says to remove your old controller, but it says make sure you turn off the power first. And then it has some instructions here for installing your new controller, and it does say using your previous photo to go ahead and wire your new controller up. Now it says right here if you want to wire up a rain sensor, it does work with a closed rain sensor, a normally closed rain sensor, and it shows you how to go ahead and wire that on the next page. And there is such a thing as a wireless rain sensor. Shows you how to wire it up if you do have a pump. I don't have one anymore. How to download the app and add the new controller to it, and the ways to do it in iOS. And Android comes up next in the list here. And then there is a Wi-Fi indicator here and some instructional videos you can go ahead and scan the QR code and get to. And some network troubleshooting if you do have problems, and then a FAQ on the last few pages. And that is pretty much everything that's inside of the box. Now we need to get outside to the garage and go ahead and take a look at what we currently have out in the garage. Now that we've unboxed the Imalaza Smart Irrigation Controller, there's a next step that needs to be done. We need to get this Wise sprinkler controller off the wall. We did that earlier today. Let's go ahead and take a look at the process of removing the Wise controller right now. All right, we are out here in the SCSR garage, the ultimate compound garage, and we are looking at our sprinkler controller here. We have the Wise sprinkler controller sitting there that has been doing its job for a long time, but to be honest with you, it doesn't do a great job of watering, especially when you have it on a rain program. It does sometimes not water for a very long time. And so today we are going to be removing this and putting in a new Imalaza sprinkler controller where we are hopefully going to improve our watering experience. Now it's a little bit tricky to put this in because there is a wire that has to run down through the bottom here and out of the... Now this is the Wise sprinkler controller. You can see right here it just connects to the wall just by this little, it just has a little clip that it goes into like that. The back of the sprinkler controller is right there. You can see the wiring is labeled. So I'm gonna go ahead and take a picture of that before I disconnect it so I can get it redone if I have to. Okay, looking at the back of the Wise sprinkler controller, there is a 3, a 2, a yellow, and a white, and there is maybe a little bit of slack, that much slack. So that's all we have to work with right there. Let's go ahead and get a good picture of this while we can. Okay, we went ahead and took a look at the back, and this is very clear now. Very, very easy to understand. The white wire is the common wire right here. You see a C on there. The yellow wire is zone 1, the blue wire is zone 2, and the green wire is zone 3, and that is specifically labeled on these tiny little labels right here. Now there is not much slack here, so I can't pull this out very far. I don't know if this is compatible with the new sprinkler, so let's go ahead and compare power. If it's compatible, we will reuse the power. Okay, the current power adapter is 24 volts AC out. And I think that that is exactly what the controller uses, 24 volts AC. Let's go ahead and see if it is labeled as such. Output, 24 volts AC, 1000 milliamp hours. I don't think it'll be a problem. We can go ahead and try it though ahead of time by taking our controller out and plugging it in and seeing if it does boot. All right, and it is firing up, no problem. And it does have some lights on in front of it. So this current power situation looks like it is going to work. So let's go ahead and disconnect the existing wiring and go ahead and rewire it. And you can see here, this is much easier than they give you for the new controller. The new controller has screws. This just has a little thing that you press down and the wire pops right out of the thing. So green was zone 3, that fell off. Go ahead and rewire, relabel zone 3. Blue is zone 2. There's zone 3, labeled. Zone 2 is blue. So I don't have a master valve apparently because there's not enough wires for that. And yellow is zone 1. Make sure that when you put these on, you pinch onto the wire or they just fall off like these other ones did. And then this is the common. So we'll take the C on the common, just like that. My labels are wired. That is power there. We're gonna need our drill now. Take the Wise out, which it actually broke. You can see here it's broken. Gonna have to break out the black paint to patch up the wall here. Now let's see how we are going to mount our new unit. Well, look at that. It covers up the existing almost. I'm gonna do it just like that actually. And look, it also has a place here for you to just run a screw straight through. You don't have to hang it. So this will be easy. And then I'll be able to just come straight up with my wires right to here. This is gonna work out really good. Go ahead and run the screw in right there. The wiring is just gonna go just like that. Common 1, 2, and 3 right over there. Now wiring. So the power will go there. We'll need our tiny screwdriver for this. I'm gonna go grab it. All right, we did get the Imalaza controller up on the wall. Now the next step in the process is to go ahead and download the app and get this controller added to the app. And to do that, we have to download that from the App Store and then go ahead and create our own Imalaza account. Let's go ahead and get that done now. We're at the next step of our process here, and that is going to be to download the Imalaza app. So we have to go online in order to do that. So let's go ahead and get our double view going here of the phone and the GoPro. Guys, today on Supercar Street Racing, we have a new sponsor, and we want to thank the Beard Club for sending us this beard grooming kit for you guys to check out. There will be a link down in the description so you can order your own, but check out this cool beardclub.com kit, and inside of the kit right here, you can see we do have beard growing vitamins right here, and these are supposed to help your beard grow stronger. We have a nice grooming brush right here as well. And this is some beard growth oil to put on your beard. This is vitamin growth spray for your beard right here in this little spray. This is some nice beard shampoo for you right here to use on your beard. And then we do have this Beard Club Derma roller here for you to use on your beard as well. All this stuff is included in the Beard Club kit here, and we would love for you guys to go ahead and check it out. And we want to thank the Beard Club for being a new sponsor on Supercar Street Racing. There will be a link in the description. Go ahead and grab yours today and let me know what you think about the Beard Club kit. Okay, we are recording on both the phone and the GoPro now, and we are going to go ahead and get this app downloaded here. So we are in the Play Store. Let's go ahead and search for Imalaza. Imalaza is right here. Let's install it. It is going ahead and downloading the app right now. I'm going to go ahead and open up the Imalaza app. We have to create an account. We are going to be putting my name in. Okay, we have already signed up for Imalaza, as you can see here. We're gonna go ahead and click Add Controller. You gotta use Bluetooth, allow Imalaza to access your location, but we need to plug in this guy first. And it asked me if I would allow it to use Bluetooth. I said yes. It found our controller right here. I'm gonna click it. It wants my Wi-Fi. You guys can't see this. All right, it went ahead and connected that time. Let's name it. SCSR. Let's do irrigation. It is solid blue now. It wants me to put my address in. We'll skip this part for you guys. All right, so it does have my neighborhood on here now, as you guys can see. It is flashing, kind of pulsing blue. It is pulsing blue, flashing, controller activated. And you can see on the screen here, a kind of look at my address, set up zones. Now it wants us to move outside for this next part. And we need to go outside to do this part. So let's go ahead and move outside. Yum. I went ahead and set the picture here, and let's see a quick run on this to see if it actually works. We're gonna do a 5-minute run. Let's see. There is a play button, and there it goes. Our watering on zone 1. Zone 1 does work. It is cold, so we're not watering much right now. Let's go ahead and stop the zone. Let's move on over here to zone 2, get a picture. Add a photo. All right, let's go ahead and do a quick run on zone 2. All we have to do is hit the play button, and there is zone 2. And we have a problem with this head right here. So we might have to call the irrigation company on that one, but zone 2 is working. Let's go ahead and stop down zone 2 and go backyard to zone 3. All right, here we go in the backyard with zone 3. Let's go ahead and open it up. Let's get our picture sorted, add a photo with camera, zone 3 for 5 minutes. Let's hit play. Let's see if all of our valves work. Looks like they're all working. That one has a little issue, but we're gonna call Millennium Irrigation before summer and get a tune-up. So that is all 3 zones functioning properly. Let's go ahead and stop this one. All right, now that we went ahead and configured all of our zones, we need to go back into the Imalaza Smart app and show you guys exactly how that works and look at some of the smart options and some of the scheduling options on the app and go ahead and configure those for you. Let's go ahead and sit down with the phone and get that checked out. All right, we're on the front page of the app right here where it does show our weather, and you can set up a schedule by going down to schedules and hitting the plus sign. And now it says let's create an optimized watering schedule for your yard. If you hit next here, it says that you can choose between a new grass schedule and a fixed schedule, or an ET Smart schedule. It is pre-selected on fixed schedule. If we go down to ET Smart schedule, let's see what it wants us to do from here and how it knows what to do for us. We're gonna turn on all of our zones and hit next. Now it wants to water everything for 21 minutes per zone due to the fact that we are in a climate that is dry. Let's go ahead and put Smart Cycle and Soak. And what this does is helps prevent runoff by breaking up your watering time. So we've got an option here to skip rain. We got an option here to skip freezing, and we've got a wind skip also. Let's go ahead and select all those. So here is the issue here. It is wintertime in Florida, and right now it is very cold, and so I don't know if it will compensate for the cold weather or not. I have to ask the manufacturer that question. For now, I'm just gonna set up 2 days. It's gonna start on the 31st and end never. It's gonna end before sunrise, and this is going to be winter. And that's as easy as pie to go ahead and set up a watering schedule. You can see there, we have our watering schedule active, and it is going to start on the 31st. I encourage you to look at this heavily for your area and customize it if you need to. I will hit the manufacturer up about the recommended days and the fact that it is winter time in Florida. So that's gonna do it from inside the app. I hope you enjoyed that part of it. And once again, if you have questions, please put them in the comments section. All right, guys, that is going to do it for today for Supercar Street Racing. We are so happy that you guys have tuned in today. The channel is really growing immensely. We have a lot of subscribers coming in now, but we need those video views up and we need your support. Please make sure to like and subscribe and check out some of the older videos where you have time. And we want to thank Imalaza today for being a new sponsor on the channel. You can go ahead and find a link to this in the description down below. You can order one for yourself, and let me know if you guys have any questions that you want me to ask the manufacturer. I'll go ahead and ask them for you and get an answer as soon as possible. But meanwhile, please like and subscribe to Supercar Street Racing. We need that more than anything. We need your support as a viewer, and we need you to go ahead and buy all your products through our product links down below. Thank you once again, Imalaza, for this awesome smart sprinkler controller. We are back at SCSR compound after a short vacation and being sick for a whole week. But today we're going to transform this piece of furniture, which is now a retired mini bike, into something special. Welcome back, everybody, to Supercar Street Racing. I'm Brad, and you know where we are. We're in the Supercar Street Racing compound right now, and I was gone for about a week on vacation, and I just got back last night. It took me like 3 hours to unpack, and I was sick the whole entire time. But nevertheless, we are back today with an important project because this retired mini bike will never ride again, and it is now a piece of furniture. I have decided to dedicate it to the SCSR compound here, and so we're going to make this thing something special today and make it stand out as a piece of furniture. Okay, during my roof replacement, one of the LED strips in the sunlight did fail. They were banging on the roof, and this one failed. So my plan now is to replace both of these with RGB IC because I did put the wrong ones in. This one is done. It is replaced. I ordered that one. It'll be here tomorrow. And so that freed up a RGB LED strip for us to use for the mini bike. It is not IC, meaning it is not individually controlled. It is just a standard Govee strip, and that'll be perfect for the mini bike. It won't do, you know, you can't address each LED, so it doesn't work like that. But we're gonna be using that to light the mini bike, and then we're gonna be using this cool plug-in USB LED for lighting the headlight up. We're gonna come up underneath the headlight, just like that, with my light, and just kind of aim it like that, and it will light up the mini bike headlight and make it look like it is glowing. So that is our mission right here and right now, is to get some LED strips run. And I also ordered a runner for underneath this that is red, and so that will hide all the wires and everything, and then we will get power from back behind there. So let's get to work on running this Govee RGB LED strip now. And my plan is to go start underneath the fender, go up this little cross member under there, under the seat, down under the fender, and then come down under the bike. So it's gonna light up the fenders, and it's gonna light underneath the bike and underneath the gas tank. So let's get to work. All right, we do have our LED strip, and unfortunately it has been stuck already, so obviously it may have some issues sticking, but nevertheless, we are gonna go for it and try to get some work done here. So I'm gonna start under here. I want this whole thing lit up here. Now we may have to glue some of this on because it is kind of, oh, and it's dirty under there. I'm gonna have to clean before I stick this, or it's not gonna work. I do have some spray glue just in case, but I need to clean underneath this. Got our Windex here and our rags. Hoping this lets it stick enough, but if not, I'm gonna use spray glue. Not very dirty, honestly. Only thing I haven't figured out is how I'm gonna get from the fender to the up bar. That's gonna be kind of crappy. Yeah. I guess I'll have to come out. Yeah, you'll see it there. I guess I need a new plan, because my original plan was to come out of the fender at the bottom here and somehow get up to this bar. Now I'm thinking there's no way across here. I think maybe I'm gonna have to go halfway, then up the side, then under. Yeah, I think that's what I have to do. It's just unfortunate that this has been stuck already, because it's going to be really hard to put on. But I'm going to go ahead and start at the front. Again, I don't know where I'm going to start plugging in either. I guess I'm going to have to hide everything under here. Alright, so all we did is just glue the LED strip underneath that, and then we're going to come out the back here and then come up this fork to the side of the fork, and then up and then underneath the gas tank. Okay, so now we need to come up underneath the tank. There's already a black zip tie there, and there's some cables in the way. I'm gonna have to cut that zip tie. It's too bad I don't have any black zip ties. I gotta get some pretty quickly. There's a black zip tie already here for the cables. And that has been cut. And we're gonna try to stay on the back side so you can't see the LED making the run. Okay, a little update here, and I did get the LED run under the fender, and now it comes back out from the fender. It is zip tied to this frame here, but it is not completely good yet. So what I need to do now is finish zip tying it right here and then run it down underneath the body. So I think I'm going to put the stickiness is completely gone. So I'm going to put a zip tie down here. Okay, we can go ahead and test this guy out. We just need to connect the LED strip to the controller over here. Let me go ahead and do that when I get my hands free. All right, stepping back from the beautiful mini bike now, you can see what we did, and it looks pretty dang cool. Now all we have to do really is back here in the back, tape up where these LEDs are showing and reflecting off the fireplace with some black electrical tape. You won't be able to see them at all. And then get some of this LED strip stuck down where it's supposed to be and tied up, and then we will be looking great. So check it out. It goes underneath the gas tank, underneath the fender, down and below the bike. So it pretty much lights up everything underneath the bike. And we will be able to control this with Wi-Fi. And if we come here, we can then make it change colors. And that is sound activated. And so we can go into the app and do more things, but what we want to do now is get our headlight rigged up as well. Okay, we need a more permanent solution to mounting this controller here. So what I'm going to do is bring it out of the back and hide it somewhere back here and zip tie it up all nice. And so I think I'm going to just do it like that. Zip tie it right there. You won't be able to see it. And then I'm going to zip tie it to the back of the fork right here. So let's do that now. Our LED for our headlight needs to be mounted somehow, and it is directly powered by a USB brick here. So my thought was an extension cord hidden back here. Ouch, just banged my head. And then this guy just back here somehow, but I think you're going to be able to see the cord. So I don't know if that's going to work. I'm going to give that a shot and see what I can figure out doing. I really want it to be somewhere right in here. We got our extension cord tied up nicely with our little LED light, but the question is, can you see it? It's questionable until you get right up on top of it. So it's going to have to do for now until I can come up with another solution. Then the extension cord is going to run down the back and to the bottom, and then down there we will have a power strip kind of hidden, and it will get power underneath there behind this entertainment center, which we will grab from our huge power strip right here. Guys, we have finished our project 99%. All we need to do is get some black zip ties, our runner to get under there, and then we will update you guys when that is done. But we have finished all the wiring. We have our LED here for the headlight, which lights it up any color we want. It has a switch on the back. We have our LED underglow there, which is controlled with the Govee app, which I will show you now. All right, we have the Govee app open right now, and you can see that this is set on blue. We can switch it on green there, orange, or if we want to, we can go into a scene. Like emotion, we can go to enthusiastic, and we can go to happy. And we can go to breathe, which is one that I like, and relax. And yes, everything is controlled with the Govee app here. We just have to rename it because this used to be the skylight. And yeah, we're pretty much done with this project. It came out awesome. I'm hyped. And we just took this everyday ordinary mini bike and made it into something special with a little bit of ingenuity and a couple of little pieces of electronics. Guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing. Exciting day today in the Supercar Street Racing living room. We're only in here for one reason, because this box is so heavy I can't move it to the other room. But today Temgo reached out to Supercar Street Racing, wanted to know if we were interested in checking out their 48 volt 100 amp hour lithium battery for golf carts and other applications. This one is going into a golf cart though. So today on the channel we're going to get this thing unboxed right where it sits because it's so heavy. We're going to take a look at it and then install it as well with Joe on Supercar Street Racing. Guys, welcome back to the channel today. It's great to have you guys back on Supercar Street Racing. And before we even get started with this Temgo battery, I want to thank you guys for almost 200,000 subscribers. In fact, that little readout right there says 191,000, and I couldn't do it without you guys. Thank you so much for liking, subscribing, commenting, and checking out all the videos on Supercar Street Racing. Now on to the action. Directly in front of me, this huge box does have a Temgo 48 volt lithium ion battery inside, which is destined and for a golf cart for a friend of ours. Now, Timgo did reach out to us and say, hey, would you guys want a sponsor that has a 48-volt lithium-ion battery available? And we were like, absolutely. Timgo wanted to make sure we had a golf cart to put this in, and we do. We reached out to one of our friends, and we will be checking out that cart later today. But right now, right in front of me, we need to get this thing unboxed for you guys and see exactly what is inside. It's packaged very well. It has these straps on the front. It is very heavy. I don't know how heavy. There is no weight on the outside of this box. The battery is very heavy. I know I put one in Joe's cart with him, and it takes 2 people to lift it up and put it over the battery bay. So let's go ahead and see what we find inside of this Timgo packaging right here. We have an interesting box right in front of me. As I told you guys before, this is the Timgo 48-volt lithium-ion battery. This is Timgo's solution for getting your golf cart up to lithium-ion standards. And inside of this box should have something in here that can accomplish just that. We have to get this open though to see what's inside of it. Might be easier to open for you guys to see if we do it this way. And in order to open this, we have the SCSR patented knife that Rich so kindly gave us, which is very cool. Just pops right out right there. And it does do away with straps and any other objects or persons that you want to. As easy as that. We got the first set of nylon straps off here, guys. And one slice on that side, and we'll manhandle the rest. It just did pop right off. Box is a little bit torn up right there. No big deal. I don't see any damage to the inside though. And then inside of the box, we do see Timgo packaging here with something in it. There is a package with some kind of something in here. So we will have to take a look at that and see what that is. Then there's a nice styrofoam condom sitting directly on top, keeping the battery nice and snug. Very nice packaging, as you can see here. We don't need that where we're going. And then inside of the box, we do see the actual Timgo battery. Better view up here on that. Inside of the box, we have the Timgo 51 volt. It's actually a 48 volt. Sitting inside of a nice plastic bag. It does have some side looking handles with ropes on it. Then there's some other goodies right here next to it, which will make this box lighter, hopefully. So let's go ahead and see what we have inside here. So this is the first smaller box right here that's inside of the Timgo. Okay, inside of that box, it looks like we have a bunch of accessories here. Looks like we have a wire for the readout. We have some nuts and bolts for everything. We have the 2 ratchet straps to hold down the actual battery. That's what these are for, ratchet straps. And then we also have a few random screws here. So those are probably to hold the display on if you want to screw it to the front of your golf cart. So that's all that's in the first box, and I have a feeling the second box is just going to be the charger. Let's get this opened up on camera. It is the charger. I don't know if you guys can get a good look at that. There is some styrofoam protecting it, but basically the way this works is it does not have a port, so you do have to plug into this female with an extension cord. You'll have to raise the lid. Now, there might be a way to adapt this. I could see maybe drilling a hole and epoxying this into the front of the golf cart. I don't think that would be too difficult. Just a small hole, and they might make a kit for this. So they might have something you can buy on Amazon that you can slip this into. And then of course, this just goes directly into the charger here. And then this is the actual charger. It's very small, just like that. That's the entire charger right there. Pretty cool. This goes to your battery, positive and negative terminals, very easy to connect, and that is it. That's all that is in the charger box too. And that is the full kit of the Timgo. I'm gonna see if I can get it out of the box now by myself. I don't know if I'll be able to. So the problem is it does not want to come out of the styrofoam for me to get it out of the box. The whole styrofoam wants to come out. But there goes the Timgo out of the box. And now the Timgo is directly in front of me in the plastic where it shall remain. The battery looks great. It is a orange and white looking battery, and I can lift this by myself. It probably is around 50-55 pounds. No big deal. I know you guys can get a good look at this from the GoPro up there. Pretty nice fit and finish on the battery as well. There is a code to scan up here, And there is also an app for this. This battery is Bluetooth, and actually if we wanted to, we could go ahead and plug it in and charge it, but we're gonna wait on that part. And the first thing inside of the bag is the installation instructions. I'll put a picture of that up on the screen for you guys. Just very, very basic install. There's nothing really too complicated about it. It's a positive and negative. Positive and negative goes to your actual controller. So super easy. Remove the old batteries, and your very first battery leads go onto this. Further into this, there is a whole manual, and they are offering you a 2-year warranty if you share your experiences with other people. And inside the manual, there's just some charger specifications, a installation diagram, shows you how to put the screen on, which is also very easy. And then it shows you how to open up the app as well. And that is about it. That's inside of the actual battery. So that is all for the unboxing part of the battery. Now let's go ahead and throw it out where we're gonna start this install process with Joe and Brad. What's up, everybody? It's early. I just woke up after partying last night, so I'm probably have the worst eyes and voice ever, but I'm ready to work. I got to get some stuff together here. I got some coffee right here going. So once I get this going, get everything packed for production. I got to pack lights, tools, everything else. Drink this coffee right here, and I'm going to get in that golf cart and go over to Joe's house and start working. Let's get it done. I'm ready to work today. I got nothing to do till later. We're in the truck right now, and we're headed over to check out this golf cart. We did find a candidate for getting this battery put in, so we're going to check out the cart right now. Looks like it's 48 volt, and it has some sort of Trojan-like batteries in it now. Yep. And then tow it back over to your house so we can start the process. Also, while we're here, I want to take a look at his dashboard to see where I think a good spot is to mount that display. Yep. And we'll ask him what his preference is on that. Yep. And that's it. And tow to Joe's house. Let's go, baby. We'll Flintstone it. Okay, you guys just saw the golf cart that we're going to be putting this nice Timgo, and so let's go ahead and throw it back outside to that next step in the process, getting those old batteries out. Let's see. B-O-O-B-S. Got him. Dude left me a mess. All right, while the garage cools off, I'm gonna raid Joe's fridge for some breakfast. And there are a few eggs in here I'm gonna steal from Joey. Let's go, son. Let's go. Guess what else I'm gonna steal? Some of this goodness right here. I'm gonna make some egg burritos this morning. 0 carb wrap. I'm gonna let that cool off for about 15 or 20 minutes while I eat breakfast and cook. Okay, so there's copyright music playing, but thanks, Joe, for breakfast, dude.
Appreciate it, brother. Look at these egg tacos, buddy. We're out here in Joe's garage now. We just stole all of his breakfast. We ate all his food for free. We broke into his garage with the code BOOBS because why would it not be? And now we're out here in front of this club car and we're going to go ahead and get all these batteries out. That is the next step. Getting the batteries out of the club car so we can get the other battery in. Now in the process, there's a lot of corrosion on these batteries as well. What I'm going to do is I brought my drill brush and I'm going to go ahead and brush off all this nonsense right here, all this battery acid and everything that has built up, and then take everything off. And if I have to put new terminals on these, I brought everything with me to do it.
All right, we got the battery compartment cleaned out as best I could. It could get better, but to be honest with you, I don't think that it's a big deal. We'll figure it out. Okay, I got the battery into the bay here, and as you can see, it is a tight fit. It is barely fitting, so that's fine though. So all we have to do now is go ahead and start wiring up the battery, and then after that, if the cart runs, I'm going to take it to my house to do the wiring dress on this and get it all nice and tied up good. But you can see the negative cable. Only way it would fit like that is I had to actually cut a lot more of the battery tray out. And then after this is all done, we have to figure out a way to secure it with the strap. But yeah, we're going to have to feed that through the other side like that and then make a slice right there. All right, the battery is connected now. All I have to do is drill a hole for the display. So it makes sense to go right here. And I have to drill it big enough for this guy to get through. So probably the 4th or 5th, and also that has to go through. So yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and send a hole right through here. And that looks like it's perfect. I have to start at the front. So yeah, that works perfectly. I have to start at the front though, so let's find a place to put this display. All right, I have the battery on. It is at 54%. I'm gonna go ahead and plug it into the charger now and let it charge up all the way. I have to mount the charger still, but I have to take a little break. It's on and connected. And here is the charger. Plugs into a regular extension cord here, so got to find an extension cord. Oh, I'm an idiot. Forgot to wire the charger. I am literally stupid. Okay, you guys just saw us install the screen and wrap up everything in the bay. that we needed to get this TEMGO battery all installed for this cool golf cart to make it such a better place to be. Now, there's only one thing left to do. We need to take this thing for a drive and make sure it works and test out the display and the battery. I have not tested the cart yet. I just turned the key on. I turned the battery indicator on and it looks like the battery was 100% charged. I am going to try to move this cart right now for the first time on lithium. I'm going to put the charger cable in here first. And then if this thing moves, I'm going to drive it home and finish the wiring and all that. So let's throw it in gear. All right, it did complain when I went to reverse, so that's perfect. The alignment is way off on this thing. Let's see if it rolls. It does work. Wow, okay. It rolls. All right, let's put my cart in Joe's garage. Back in the garage now, and I brought all of my tools back home, and I brought the cart here as well to go ahead and wrap up the wiring. Now, I don't like to leave a cart in any kind of condition. That's not any way that I wouldn't want it for myself. So I'm gonna go ahead and wrap up the wiring on this cart using all my tools here. All right, we're gonna go ahead and download the app for the TEMGO. So we go TEMGO, looks like it right there, install. It found the battery already. And there is a good look at the battery. We have all of the different cells here available and we can see the battery temperature, but I'm gonna go ahead and plug the cart in. I am going to breakfast, so don't have a lot of time, but I wanted to show you guys the app. We are connected via Bluetooth, and then the cool dashboard where we can see everything going on with the battery. That is the TEMGO app. Hey, what's up everybody? Brad here from Supercar Street Racing. I am so happy to have you guys on the channel here today for this special episode about the TEMGO 48 volt golf cart battery. Right here in front of me you can see the TEMGO battery sitting so fresh and fly, and you can see that it does have a built-in 200 amp battery management system that comes with it. It's a full kit. You get everything you need to go ahead and convert your golf cart over to lithium ion. All you have to do, like you saw in our video, is remove the old golf cart batteries, the old lead acid batteries, or your old lithium ion battery if you have one of those, and go ahead and put in the kit for the TEMGO. Right now it is $7.99. It might be different by the time this video gets aired, but right now it's $7.99. It has 4.9 star reviews out of 45 reviews, which is very good in the review department, almost perfect. And right here in front of me, you can see it comes with the nice display It does work with the TimGo app. It has a cable there for your display that goes and mounts up in the front of your dash area to keep you informed about your battery condition and charge. Now this says it's specifically designed for the golf cart. It says it weighs 87 pounds. I believe that. I thought it was more like 50, but 87 sounds reasonable. And it does come with all of the hardware necessary to mount it and connect your battery cables. It's saying ideally you might get 40 to 47 miles. It will vary. It can output up to 200 amps of continuous current. It has a 600 amp peak if your controller and solenoid can handle that. And it is IP65 waterproof rated. Now you can monitor this battery in two different ways. You can go ahead and use the app, or you can use the screen that is mounted so conveniently up in the front of the golf cart. Now this thing does indicate that you can charge this battery in 5 to 6 hours. It will charge at 18 amps if your current will allow it at your house. It has an input voltage abnormal protection, as you can see here, over voltage protection, and short circuit protection, so it is safe. This is your one-stop shop for a battery kit for your golf cart. Check it out. It's got everything you need. It does say if you want to, 4 of these you could parallel and go ahead and use in a solar system. So this guy is supposed to last up to 5,000 deep cycles, which is very good. That gives you a long life range on your lithium-ion battery. Probably about 10 times the life of your normal lead-acid batteries. This thing will do 200 amps of continuous discharge, and when you need it, if your system supports it, up to 600 amps for 3 seconds. This guy's got a maximum power output of 10.24 kilowatts. It's compatible with off-grid solutions as well, so if you need something for off-grid, go ahead and consider these to support up to 4 batteries. Now they do offer a 36 volt and a 48 volt. We chose the 48 volt, of course, because there are more golf carts out there, but if you need a 36, there's an option here for one of those as well. Go ahead and go down to the link in the description to order your TimGo from the official affiliate link for Supercar Street Racing. It does help us out so greatly when you do that because we only get a few dollars to run the channel every month. We need the extra money. If you guys could help us out by ordering this or anything else through any of our product affiliate links, it will carry over to anything you want. Go ahead and click one of our links. Order whatever you want. I'll get maybe 50 cents to $1 from each thing you get, and it'll help out Supercar Street Racing. And at the time of this video, we had 191,678 subscribers on the channel, and that's all because of you. We couldn't do it without you. Please like and subscribe. Your comments are important. Also, we want to know all about your golf cart, what you did to yours, what you bought. If you bought this one, if you bought a different one, put it in the comments. We might even share your videos if you want to share them with us, so tell us how we can get those as well. Thank you for liking and subscribing. Keep it up. Keep up the momentum here for Supercar Street Racing. We love you guys. We're big fans of yours as well. We got to get out of here. We got projects to plan and videos to create.
Recording started. Recording started. Recording started. Recording started.
All right, we're over here at Dukes of Duval, and we're making some steak tacos from this New York strip. How do you do it? Real quick, you got 5 seconds.
Pan-seared on high with garlic and...
Guys, today we have gotten rid of the furniture on the porch, and we have this whole entire load of IKEA furniture to put together today, right out here in the beautiful Florida sunshine. I'm so happy to have you guys with us today, but we got a lot of work to do, so let's get busy and stop talking on Supercar Straight Racing. Let's go.